Chapter 1959. How many combat systems did Fang Yuan have? From Duke Long's current observations, Fang Yuan only had two mature combat systems. One was Time Path, the other was Sword Path. Time Path was the most comprehensive system. It had 3 breaths of future vision, year beast summoning, myriad year flying warship, spring scissors, summer fan, autumn hair coat, as well as spring plowing, summer mowing, autumn harvesting, winter storage, and other killer moves. It covered both combat and management. It had 2 trump cards. One was Time Cutting Edge paired with Shrink Time, the other was Spring and Autumn Success with Spring Autumn Cicada. As for Sword Path, it had Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Sword Wave Triple Layered, Golden Thread Sword, Dark Assassination, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall, Swordsman, and the trump card was 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This system was strong in terms of offense. It was superior to Time Path, especially when Fang Yuan modified 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. But it was lacking in other aspects. Movement and healing were overshadowed by Duke Long's system. This became a shortcoming. In front of a strong enemy like Duke Long with extremely rich battle experience, these shortcomings became weaknesses. They dragged down the offensive power of the entire Sword Path system. Other than these 2 systems, Fang Yuan had many Chi Path methods, but in Duke Long's view, they were not comprehensive. Unlimited Chi C was clearly a trump card. It was powerful enough to break the primordial Chi wall, but it had not been used again after being used once. It seemed that the chances of using it again were low. In terms of Soul Path, Duke Long knew that Fang Yuan had many methods. His trump card was undoubtedly Luo Pasil. But Celestial Court and Duke Long were already prepared in this aspect. Fang Yuan had not used any Soul Path method since the start of the battle. It was a wise move. Other than these, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was Rule Path, Myriad Self was Human Path, Strength Path Giant Hand was Strength Path, Familiar Face was Transformation Path, Lead Soul into Dream, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation, and Swap Soul and Dream were Dream Path killer moves. These methods were powerful, but they were all independent and one-sided like large pearls. A mature combat system was like a pearl necklace. The methods complemented each other, linked together like small pearls. In terms of overall value, the latter was superior. Against most Gu immortals in the world, Fang Yuan could use the pearls to change the situation and obtain victory. But against Duke Long, Fang Yuan's overall disadvantage would be exposed. Fang Yuan, what you lack is time. I believe you have noticed it already. Unfortunately, a mature system requires hundreds of years of accumulation. Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan with a sharp gaze. Even if you use all sorts of predecessors' inheritances to mature it, it is not perfect. He activated Spiraling Dragon Fang Killer move to attack Fang Yuan from afar, but he was blocked by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But Duke Long was not dejected. Even though Reverse Flow Protection Seal was very powerful, it lacked a mature system to support it and make up for its weakness. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's greatest weakness was that it expended Reverse Flow River Water. Even though Fang Yuan tried to save it after rebirth, how could he endure such an intense expenditure? Reverse Flow Protection Seal was an immortal killer move that used Reverse Flow River as the main body. It had shocking defensive strength and could reflect almost all external attacks. This move was created by Fang Yuan. It showed his immense talent. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan lacked a stable combat system that could use this trump card. For example, a supplementary defensive killer move that could reduce external attacks, a killer move that could increase the power of the reflected attacks, or a method to heal Reverse Flow River itself. To make an inappropriate analogy, the Reverse Current Protection Seal was like a delicious fish. Even though it was delicious when eaten raw, if it was combined with salt, it could be turned into dried salted fish that could be stored for a long time. If it was combined with sugar, ginger, onion, garlic, or other supplementary ingredients, it could be used to make all sorts of delicacies that were even more delicious. Compared to the Celestial Court, compared to Duke Long, Fang Yuan's accumulation was still not enough. He fell into a predicament unavoidably. Duke Long attacked again and again, resisting the backlash of Reverse Flow Protection Seal as he forcefully weakened Reverse Flow River's reserves. His healing methods were also very impressive. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge's Destiny Song continued to shroud Fang Yuan. Destiny Song fluctuated between strong and weak, activating Reverse Flow Protection Seal's counterattack. The profundity of the song was even greater than Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Even with the seal, Fang Yuan was still weakened by Destiny Song, just to a lesser extent. To make matters worse, Destiny Song was not only weakening Fang Yuan, but it was also helping Duke Long. Duke Long's battle prowess soared, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. He whistled through the air and he had the upper hand. His attacks were like raging waves, extremely ferocious. Fang Yuan cancelled his primordial sword dragon transformation and returned to his human form. The saber dragon's body was huge. If the reverse current protection seal covered it, it would suffer more attacks and consume more energy. It was not as stable as a human body. Using the pure dream reality seeker physique, Fang Yuan continued to counterattack. But very quickly, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were also targeted. They exploded one by one and turned into dream realms. His realm had transformed into a new pure dream reality seeker physique and fought for the celestial court. It was Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Myrtle had not only brought Feng Jioge back through the central heavenly gate, but also Feng Kim Hong. With her around, Fang Yuan's dream path methods would be greatly restrained. As expected, all of Fang Yuan's dream path methods were being countered. Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan frowned inwardly. In the previous life she used the immortal formation's help to unleash an immortal level dream path killer move and spoiled my plans. Now that she is in the celestial court, is she using an immortal formation or an immortal goo house to target me? Fang Yuan really wanted to find the exact location to attack Feng Kim Hong, but he had no choice now. He could not even get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower, and the distance between them was getting further and further. Because the ones dealing with him were Duke Long and Feng Jioge. The old and new Dao Guardians worked together at this moment. As for Fang Jing and Qin Dingling who were on Demon Judgment Board, they could not interfere anymore. They started to deal with the rampaging year beasts and swordsmen. Celestial Court's main forces also returned to Celestial Court from the battlefield of Hairy Foot Mountain through Central Heavenly Gate, participating in the cleanup. The year beasts and swordsmen were not their match, they lost one after another. Calamity Luck Altar was the main target of Celestial Court's main forces. Some even flew back to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Qi Ci Lang could not move freely, he was in a dangerous situation. Oh no. Celestial Court's main forces have retreated. Doesn't that mean infallible blessed land has lost its use? Celestial Court has enough success Dao marks, they will be able to repair fate in an instant. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Bad news came one after another. The situation was getting worse and more dangerous. Fairy Myrtle quickly used the killer move Impartial Treatment. His reverse flow protection seal is about to shatter. Duke Long transmitted, urging. Yes. At this moment, Fairy Myrtle's injuries had already stabilized, she could fight again. She activated the Immortal Goo House and flew into the sky. Her vision included Duke Long, Fang Yuan, and Feng Jioge. Immortal Killer Move, Impartial Treatment. Impartial Treatment has succeeded, Fang Yuan cannot escape this calamity. Fairy Myrtle transmitted. Well done Ziwei. Duke Long laughed loudly, his attacks became even more berserk. Fang Yuan had no choice but to retreat. It is useless, Fang Yuan, no matter how much you persevere, you will lose in the end. Fairy Myrtle smiled. But at the next moment, she heard a female voice. Is that so? Who is that? Fairy Myrtle was shocked. This voice was both familiar and strange, she was very surprised, she had never sensed the presence of other Goo immortals around her. What are you looking for? I am you. Fairy Myrtle was extremely shocked, she found that she was actually answering her own question. What is going on? I'm not being controlled anymore. My soul, there is a problem with my soul. Suddenly eerie light shined in her eyes, it spread rapidly and covered the whites of her eyes, turning them dark and eerie. Even though Fairy Myrtle resisted and struggled with all her might, she could not do anything. In her final moment of clarity she suddenly realized, she was being controlled by Spectral Soul. Every soul search was actually modifying her soul. Spectral Soul's methods were too profound, she could not detect it at all. She had already been corroded and infiltrated by Spectral Soul's strength. All of the decisions that she made before the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention were secretly influenced by Spectral Soul. But initially, Spectral Soul's interference was very little. Towards the middle stage this kind of influence increased. Right now he could even create some sort of illusion in Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle did not use impartial treatment earlier, but she thought she succeeded, she even informed Duke Long. Maybe in the previous life I was also corroded by Spectral Soul like this. Even though I used impartial treatment, I did not truly activate it. This was Fairy Myrtle's final conscious thought. At the next moment she slowly raised her head, her eyes were filled with black light as she looked at the battlefield quietly, her lips curled up into an eerie smile. While maintaining the central heavenly gate and keeping it open, she concealed herself and quietly arrived at the Soul Suppression Hall. She was the clearest about the arrangements here. She quickly made her move, removing all the restraints and freeing Spectral Soul. Ziwei welcomes the Lord. She knelt down on both knees. There was no trace of the pride of a celestial court member. Her face was filled with reverence towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was extremely weak. He turned into a translucent soul ball as he floated in front of Fairy Myrtle. Let's go, let us go out and watch a good show. Fairy Myrtle held the soul ball with both hands as she walked out of Soul Suppression Hall. At this moment, Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, and the rest also appeared in Celestial Court's battlefield. What's going on? Where is Fairy Myrtle? Duke Long was furious. Central Heaven Gate was still activated. It actually transported these enemies here. Duke Long could not contact Fairy Myrtle. His heart sank. He wanted to destroy Central Heaven Gate. But at this time, Fang Yuan charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Duke Long was seething with anger. He could only block Fang Yuan and give up on his original plan. Gu Immortals walked out of Central Heaven Gate. Follow Lord Wu Yong. To think that Celestial Court would be like this. Kill, kill, kill. Heaven Overseeing Tower is there, follow me. Chapter 1960. Come, take a look, this is high-quality silk. Tonghulu, 3 skewers for 1 skewer. Sir, what do you need? In a shop that sold goo worms, a waiter welcomed Hong Yi with a warm expression. Hong Yi first looked at this waiter before carefully looking at the layout and decorations of the shop. He frowned inwardly. Everything is so lifelike, what is going on? I heard you sell scholar goo here? Hong Yi asked. Oh yes. But Lord, this scholar goo is a rank 5 goo worm. The waiter was hesitant. Hong Yi smiled lightly, no longer concealing it. He released his rank 5 goo master aura, causing a commotion in the shop. The waiter was shocked. The shop manager was also attracted over. He cupped his fists and welcomed Hong Yi, personally taking out scholar goo for him to take a look. It is indeed scholar goo. Hong Yi looked at it carefully. His suspicions deepened. Can I test it? Sir, go ahead. The shop manager immediately lent scholar goo to Hong Yi. Hong Yi activated his primeval essence, injecting it into scholar goo. This scholar goo immediately broke free from Hong Yi's fingers, flying out and turning into a pale-faced scholar on the ground. The young scholar bowed to Hong Yi, saying respectfully, "Student pays respects to master." Hong Yi nodded, feeling great interest. This scholar goo was very rare. It was a human path goo worm. Hong Yi had only heard of it in rumors. Hong Yi took out a wisdom path mortal goo and an information path mortal goo from his aperture, throwing them to the scholar. Try using them. The scholar received these 2 goo worms. He did not need to familiarize himself with them. He immediately used them and was very familiar with them. Especially when it came to some small activation habits, it was as if Hong Yi was the one using them. Sir, what do you think? The shop manager smiled and asked. Hong Yi nodded repeatedly. Very good, I want this goo. The shop manager was overjoyed. Thank you, 600,000 yuan stone. Hong Yi could not help but raise his brows. This price was not expensive, it was simply too cheap. The price of a rank 5 mortal goo was between 100,000 and 1,000,000 yuan stone, but this kind of scholar goo was a very rare top-tier rank 5 goo. Its price had to be above 1,000,000 yuan stone, and there was no market for it. But here it was only sold for 600,000 yuan stone. Hong Yi had many fortuitous encounters. He was wealthy. He immediately paid for this scholar goo. Walking out of the shop, Hong Yi's heart was in turmoil. This place is like Emperor City, but isn't there a great battle between immortals around Emperor City? Here people lived and worked in peace and contentment. It was peaceful and peaceful. What's going on? Also, on the surface this place looks no different from reality, but if you look closely, you will find a large number of human path goo worms here. Scholar goo was only one of them. Furthermore, these human path goo worms were gathered in such a large amount, but to these people it was very normal. As for fire path, water path and other paths goo worms, they were instead rare. It is like human path is the mainstream of goo master cultivation here. It's really strange. I don't know what Brother Yi has found out about this time. Let's quickly meet up with him. After Yi Fan and Hong Yi were chased into the painting by Genesis Lotus Will, they discussed and split up to explore this place. Yi Fan also discovered what Hong Yi discovered. But at this moment, in an alley by the side of the street, Yi Fan saw an unexpected person. Master. Yi Fan was shocked. He had also bought a human path rank 5 goo worm from the shop. It was called Hero Goo. After leaving the shop, he went to a corner and secretly used it. It was different from when he used it in the shop. Hero Goo actually turned into his master's appearance. Don't be surprised, my disciple, it is fate that brought us together here. Lu Weiyin smiled. Yi Fan immediately understood his meaning. He was overjoyed. Master, you know about the peculiarity of this place? What is this place? Why did we suddenly fall into this place? Lu Weiyin replied leisurely, I have to start from the beginning. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, Central Continent gave birth to an immortal venerable called Genesis Lotus. He created the killer move Karma Divine Tree. When he was traveling in Western Desert, he rejected a child's request to revive his family, thus he saw a certain scene in the future. Emperor City would be destroyed by an earth trench, all living beings would be wiped out. Thus he buried Divine Bean Palace on the spot. After returning to Central Continent, he used the painting path killer move Contented Abode in Emperor City, creating a painting world. Because the two of you are connected by luck to Fang Yuan, your relationship is extremely close. Genesis Lotus is wary of you, thus he sent you here. It is equivalent to being sealed. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He could not react to this series of information. He was extremely shocked. This matter is actually related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? And Master, when did I connect luck to Fang Yuan? That was Fang Yuan's doing. He wanted to use your luck to succeed. The upper extreme heavenly eagle is also his immemorial desolate beast. Lu Weiyin replied calmly. Fang Yuan connected luck to me. He wants to use my luck? Yi Fan was even more shocked. Yi Fan became Lu Weiyin's disciple. He had 1 foot in the world of Gu immortals. He knew far more secrets than Hong Yi. He was very clear what kind of person Fang Yuan was. He was an unparalleled demon. Even the celestial court was helpless against him. He actually had a relationship with him. This was simply a fantasy. Lu Weiyin shook his head. Disciple, don't look down on yourself. You are a person favored by the heavenly Tao. You have strong luck from birth. Even though you are insignificant, you will definitely have great accomplishments in the future. There are less than 10 people with luck like yours in the entire 5 regions. It is not strange that Fang Yuan wants to use your luck. However, the heavenly Tao is very strict. He had once used your luck and obtained benefits from you. Now you want to use him to obtain a huge immortal opportunity. The upper extreme heavenly eagle is only a part of it. What is in front of you now is Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Yi Fan exclaimed again. He suddenly understood and his gaze towards Lu Weiyin changed. Master, you know all of this very well. That means you were the one who planned all of this? Ah, disciple, you think too highly of me. All of this is Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement. I am only his inheritor. Lu Weiyin said. Yi Fan heard of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's great name. He realized that he had also become a disciple of Paradise Earth's faction. But he did not feel joy. He was already numb from shock. Lu Weiyin waved at Yi Fan. Time is limited, let's talk while walking. Yi Fan quickly followed. The two followed the flow of people on the street and moved forward. Lu Weiyin explained in detail. This Genesis Lotus True Inheritance is extremely valuable. It is split into 3 parts. The first part is this contented lifestyle killer move. The second is the luck of the Son of Human Path. The third is the rank 8 immortal Gu house created by Divine Bean Palace in Emperor City, Divine Emperor Palace. Lu Weiyin paused before continuing. Of these 3 parts, we will take the second part first to make you the Son of Human Path. Yi Fan asked, Master, what is the Son of Human Path? What should I do? Lu Weiyin answered, Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions. It uses a sect system. Human Path is the most prosperous and has the greatest accumulation. Emperor City has always been the greatest gathering point of Central Continent's human vein. Why are there so many talents here? It is because of human relations. As long as you absorb the strength of the human relations, it will greatly boost your luck. You will gain the favor of Human Path and become the Son of Human Path. To do this, you will need Hong Yi's help. Hong Yi? He is my sworn brother. How is this related to him? Yi Fan was shocked. Lu Weiyin said, Fang Yuan is also connected to his luck, but his luck is different from yours. You are someone favored by the heavenly Tao. While he is one of the sons of Human Path in Central Continent, he is favored by Human Path. You can use his relationship to take advantage of the situation. Under Xinshang's manipulation, you will gain the recognition of the human relations. With the identity of the Son of Human Path, we can use Fang Yuan's strength to plot for the first part of the True Inheritance, or even the third part. Divine Bean Palace Painting. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. A voice entered Fang Dichang's ears intermittently. Fang Dichang had already stopped using Karma Divine Tree. He was activating Wisdom Path killer moves while thinking about how to escape when he heard this voice. It is Xinshang's voice. He learned of my identity from my main body? Fang Dichang hesitated. He had some guesses but he did not answer immediately. Sure enough, Xinshang's voice continued, Fang Di Chang, I have already learned of your true identity from your main body. I did not expect Fang Yuan to have such a method. He could plant a clone in a Western Desert superforce. I will help you escape now. How are you going to help me? Fang Di Chang was puzzled. Xinshang smiled. You should know that I have been trying to unravel the Venerable's human path methods. I have already grasped the key. That's right. Fang Di Chang nodded. Xinshang continued, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City have fused into one. I have been hiding and have not been discovered by Genesis Lotus Will, so I am still unraveling human path killer moves. Fang Di Chang asked directly, So what? Xinshang explained patiently, This is a great opportunity. I have already gathered the human will of the 4 regions and infused them here. Originally, I could not interfere with Emperor City, I could not interfere with the venerable methods from the inside, I had to infiltrate silently. But now, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City have fused into one. You have refined Divine Bean Palace before, your authority is just lower than Genesis Lotus Will. Right now you have Karma Divine Tree Killer move, you can use it to shake the entire Immortal Goo house and cooperate with me to spread the venerable methods to amplify everyone's power. This means you want me to cooperate with you to unravel the Venerable's human path methods. Fang Di Chang hit the nail on the head. Xinshang smiled, We are helping each other. Chapter 1961. Celestial Court's Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Finger Wind Dragon. Wu Yong activated his killer move, but was attacked by the 3 main forces of Celestial Court. Wu Yong died. Prince's Impatience activated Endless Flames, pushing forward layer by layer while he hit at the back. Also surrounded by a sea of flames, he defended while attacking, he was very steady. Zhou Xiong XN attacked from the back. 3 men forming Tiger Killer move was activated, tiger groups roared and pounced. Meanwhile, Yi Qiaozi used his killer move from afar. Green vines grew out of thin air and spread towards Wu Yong, trying to bind him. Wu Yong sighed to himself, he retreated back into clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Using the Immortal Goo house, he resisted the attacks of the 3 immortals. But this also made his plan to approach Heaven Overseeing Tower go up in smoke. The human path killer move's amplification on Celestial Court is too huge. Wait, this is? Just as Wu Yong was having a headache, specks of white light gathered on clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and even entered his body. Human path killer move, Hope of the People. Human path killer move, Heroes Among People. Awe. Inside the Immortal Goo house, the southern border Goo immortals around Wu Yong screamed. The strength, the strength. Old Treeman Bada, who was fighting outside, looked at his hands and gasped in shock. Transformation path great expert Yi Hao Fang was also bewildered. Why is Celestial Court's human path killer move helping us? This doubt was as heavy as a mountain. It pressed down on the Celestial Court's Goo immortals. Xinshang, you did not disappoint us, you did well. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he had also received the amplification. His condition was rising rapidly. Duke Long's expression was ashen. He was a dragon man, a variant human, he did not receive the amplification of Heroes Among People. But Fang Yuan was different. When he returned to his human form, even if he was formed from sovereign immortal fetus Goo, he had a pure human identity. Boom. Duke Long was sent flying by Fang Yuan. What exactly is going on? Qin Ding Ling transmitted her voice and questioned old man Jing Yuan. Elder Jing Yuan did not die. He had moved out of the central basilica a long time ago and had been in charge of activating the method of humanity left behind by the venerable of the Middle Continent. At this moment, the old man hurriedly reported to Duke Long, Qin Ding Ling and the others. There's a problem with Imperial Emperor City. Someone was playing tricks. He had infused the will of the other 4 regions into this place. Popular support and Heroes Among People were based on the will of the people. Originally, it was only the will of the central continent, but now, it is the will of the 5 regions. Thus, everyone has received a blessing. As Duke Long parried Fang Yuan's fierce attacks, he asked, How do we solve this problem? Elder Jing Yuan replied in a deep voice, I'm doing my best, but I'm not confident that I'll succeed. Duke Long's heart sank further. Who could have done this to the Venerable One's human path? He had not expected the human path killer moves of the Venerables to undergo such a transformation. Even though the other party did not directly break these 2 killer moves, they expanded the range of the killer moves to everyone. This was no different from breaking them. Is it Xinshang? The soul ball in Fairy Myrtle's hands shook lightly, it seemed to be laughing. The information that Fairy Myrtle had given to Duke Long back then was regarding Xin Shang's location. She had made this decision because of Spectral Soul's influence. Duke Long trusted Fairy Myrtle deeply, he did not suspect anything. Furthermore, Fangjing was held captive by Xin Songxing back then, he needed to be redeemed, thus the following events happened. Eventually, Xin Shang left Dragon Whale Paradise and infiltrated Emperor City, achieving this result. Or perhaps I should say, as expected of a paradise. The soul ball shook again. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were pitch black as she held the soul ball with both hands, using wisdom path methods to simulate the effect of soul path to heal the soul ball. Under her healing, the soul ball's form continued to solidify. On the other side, Central Heaven Gate was still open. Gu immortals were continuously being brought into Celestial Court. Haha, bring these people in, let them kill, let them die. The more they kill, the better, the more deaths the better, haha. The soul ball laughed wildly. The first batch was the deities of Southern Frontier from Hairy Foot Mountain Battlefield, as well as Wu Shuai, Zhan Budu, and the rest. Right now, the second batch of Gu immortals were reinforcements from Northern Plains, they had allied with Southern Border in the previous life. The leader was an old man with a walking stick, it was Yao Huang. There was also Heavenly Lord Baizu who was walking with his head held high. Behind the two rank 8 Gu immortals were Domination Immortal Chu Du who was famous in the 5 regions, Profound Extremes descendant Ming Lu who had harmed old ancestor Shui Hu, as well as other Gu immortal experts. Rank 7 Gu immortals, enter the immortal Gu houses. Yao Huang looked around the battlefield as he spoke. Even Chu Du had to listen to him. The intense battle in front of him shocked him, the intensity of the battle was not something rank 7s could interfere in. Even though Northern Plains had few immortal Gu houses, they brought 3 this time. Follow me, let us reinforce Calamity Luck Altar. Heavenly Lord Baizu took the lead and charged out. Yao Huang and the 3 immortal Gu houses followed closely behind. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan cheered loudly. Earlier, when he attacked the Refinement Path formation, he was obstructed by Golden Pearl Immortal Monarch's Golden Pearl. Now he was besieged by Celestial Court's main force. Bing Sichuan attacked the Refinement Path formation while also repairing Calamity Luck Altar. He needed help, this batch of reinforcements came at the perfect time. Kill? Heavenly Lord Baizu shouted, his body flickered as he split into countless clones that fought against the soldiers formed from the Golden Pearl. Yao Huang was not to be outdone, he waved his walking stick as a pungent medicinal fragrance spread throughout the battlefield. Next, the 3 immortal Gu houses arrived and guarded Calamity Luck Altar. Celestial Court's main force sensed this and immediately split up. Don't even think about leaving. Wu Yong used killer moves one after another, Free Will Wind Whip, Soft Vajra Wind Chief, Dark Wind Rope, and others were used interchangeably to tie down the enemy. Bada Yi Hao Fong and the rest followed suit. Damn it. Many of Celestial Court's main force members were tied down by them, they cursed in their hearts. If it were before, the Southern Border Immortals would not have caused such trouble, but now with heroes among people, Wu Yong and the rest's battle strength rose sharply, even though they were still inferior to Celestial Court's members, the latter were elites among rank 8s, they were enough to pose a threat. Let's go. Dragon Palace charged forward, Wu Shuai and Zhan Budu were controlling it. Feng Jioge had no choice but to dodge, Destiny Song slowed down. Fang Yuan felt the pressure on him decrease, with the support of heroes among people, he sent Duke Long flying again. Dragon marks coiled around Duke Long, dragon fangs flew around, attacking instead of defending. Suddenly, a gigantic figure appeared out of nowhere. This is... Looking at the huge figure in front of him, Duke Long's pupils shrunk. Evil Dragon, Di Zongxing had appeared again. Duke Long? Di Zongxing spoke in human language, his roar stirred up a huge storm. He swung his dragon claws with a loud sound, Duke Long was sent flying like a ball. Di Zongxing's dragon claws were bleeding, they were cut by the dragon fangs. Meanwhile, Duke Long crashed into the ground, creating a huge pit that was over 30 meters deep. Di Zongxing's huge body crashed down. Rumble. The entire heavenly court shook violently, and a huge cloud of dust engulfed the entire battlefield. Di Zongxing flew up slowly, the land of the celestial court under his belly had formed a shallow trench, connecting the east and the west. All the buildings and mountains along the way were destroyed, turning into ruins. He's up there. Zhan Budu suddenly pointed. Duke Long hovered in the sky, looking down at Di Zongxing, the dragon gate behind him slowly disappearing. At the crucial moment he used the dragon gate to get out of his predicament, dodging Di Zongxing's fierce attack. This evil dragon. Duke Long clenched his teeth, the fangjing in his chest quickly puffed up, returning to its original appearance. Clearly, Di Zongxing's claw attack was not easy to deal with. On the other side, myriad-year flying warship flew back and caught Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan looked at Duke Long in the sky and sneered, ignoring him as he charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Heaven Overseeing Tower was already barely resisting Calamity Luck Altar. It was on the verge of collapse. If Fang Yuan and myriad-year flying warship joined in, they would definitely not be able to hold on. Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. Everyone gather, protect Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long roared. He moved out first, using Dragon Gate to block myriad-year flying warship. Get lost. Dragon Palace rushed over to reinforce. Wu Shuai, who was in charge, decided to release Jun Xinguang and Whirling Boy. This way he could use Dreamy Light Smoke again. Dreamy light smoke swept towards Duke Long. Duke Long's heart was pounding. He had to dodge and open up a path for Fang Yuan to enter. Oh no, this is a dream path killer move. My methods are useless. At an extremely far corner, Feng Kim Hong was hiding inside an inconspicuous Immortal Gu house. He was jumping around anxiously. Right at this time, Destiny's song resounded in the battlefield again. Thus, Celestial Court side's condition rose sharply. Duke Long also benefited immensely. Fang Yuan's group's offense immediately weakened. They were no longer as powerful as before. It is hard to imagine that we have entered Celestial Court. The Eastern Sea 8 Immortals entered the battlefield from Central Heaven Gate. Celestial Court, Fangjing is under siege. The 8 Immortals' eyes brightened, especially when they saw Fang Yuan and Di Zongxing working together with myriad-year flying warship and Dragon Palace. They forced Duke Long and Feng Jioge to retreat. Good. Let's charge and deal a fatal blow to them. The 8 Immortals' morale soared as they joined the chaotic battle. Why are they here? Fang Yuan was also slightly surprised. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the 4 dragon generals should join the battle, but Qin Yuan and the rest were very conservative. Why would they take the risk and join the battle? This is the side effect of heroes among people. While they are buffed, they are also strengthened by the 4 regions' human will. Their decisions are affected and they hate Celestial Court even more. Xin Shang transmitted, it is a pity that Western Desert side is still in a deadlock with Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses. They cannot join the battle. Xin Shang, you did well. Fang Yuan praised generously. Xin Shang laughed loudly, of course. But speaking of which, it is truly unexpected that you can control Central Heaven Gate. This move is truly spectacular. I can also feel the guiding force of the Central Heavenly Gate. Later we will be able to meet up and turn the Heavenly Court upside down, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan only smiled. Then why aren't you coming? Central Heaven Gate's change was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations, but at this time, how could he expose his own weakness? Even if someone was plotting in the dark, Fang Yuan could only go with the flow and prioritize defeating Celestial Court and destroying Fate Gu. Oh no, why at this time? Just as Xin Shang was about to accept the connection, black flames seeped out of his body again. His internal injury erupted again. I used my full strength earlier to break the venerable killer move, so my injuries were not suppressed. This was Xin Shang's final conscious thought before he fell into madness and chaos again. Once Xin Shang went crazy, old man Jing Yuan, who was hiding in Celestial Court, sensed it. The old man was excited. The enemy's power suddenly disappeared. Regardless of the reason, I can use this time to take over and reverse the situation. Who is it? Old man Jing Yuan suddenly shouted. In front of him, Fairy Myrtle appeared with empty hands and a smile. Ziwei. No, you are not in the right state. The old man's eyes shined with cold light as he quickly retreated. But at the next moment, a condensed pitch-black soul ball appeared behind him and entered the old man's body. Oh. Old man Jing Yuan fell to the ground as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His eyes rolled over and he foamed at the mouth, trembling intensely. After trembling for a while, old man Jing Yuan suddenly stopped moving. His eyes turned completely black like fairy myrtles. He stood up silently and wiped the foam off the corner of his mouth. His hands drooped down as he said respectfully to the floating soul ball, "Old slave greets master." Spectral soul softly acknowledged he did not have any immortal gu now, but that did not mean he did not have any methods. The soul beast modification killer move that he had once created had already turned into a type of innate ability in his soul. This kind of innate ability could transform any soul, causing the target to offer their complete loyalty and vow unwavering loyalty. Next is to subdue Feng Kim Hong. I know her location and can cut off the teleportation ability of that immortal gu house. Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to speak. No rush. Spectral Soul said, Feng Kim Hong is not only favored by the heavenly Tao, she is also favored by human path. Her luck is only inferior to Red Lotus Demon Venerable in history. Even though she is alone now, if we have any intentions towards her, we will be obstructed. Forget about the others, just Feng Joga alone is a huge problem. This person is not inferior to Duke Long right now. Let's observe the changes in the battlefield first. Let these people fight with all their strength. When their luck runs out, we will see if there is a chance to make a move against Feng Kim Hong. Spectral Soul and his servant left the Immortal Gu house and looked at the battlefield. At this moment, Celestial Court's side had no choice but to hide around Heaven Overseeing Tower, defending with all their might. The situation was extremely dangerous. The other immortals attacked fiercely. They were amplified by heroes among people while being weakened by Destiny Song. Especially with Fang Yuan and Di Zongxing at the lead, every small action made Celestial Court's side extremely nervous. Duke Long and Feng Jioge were like pillars of support. One resisted Fang Yuan while the other suppressed Di Zongxing, but they were both at a disadvantage. After all, they still had to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Demon Judgment Board could not resist the alliance of Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace. The Golden Pearl soldiers were all expended. Celestial Court's main force continued to retreat. Their defensive line was forced to shrink. Celestial Court's defeat is imminent. Fairy Myrtle commented, her eyes shining with eerie light. Only Yuan Xiongdu was standing at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Song Yin and Che Wei were lying on the ground. They were unconscious and had no one to heal them. Celestial Court could not spare any manpower. Chi Ci Lang was resisting the jade green light when Celestial Court's main force arrived and easily dealt with him. Chi Ci Lang was still restrained and could not resist. He was beheaded and died in a sullen manner. The refinement path formation was destroyed. Yuan Xiongdu could only continue to repair Fate Gu by himself. Soon. Yuan Xiongdu muttered, flames burning in his palm. Boom. With a loud explosion, Heaven Overseeing Tower suffered a heavy blow. It shook intensely. Yuan Xiongdu was disrupted. He coughed out blood and fell to the ground, fainting. Chapter 1962. Immortal Killer Move, 5-ring killing rotation. 5 elements Grandmaster shouted angrily. He raised his palms and pushing out a 5-colored ring. The ring flew into the sky. A strong suction force burst out from the center. All sorts of killer moves and desolate beasts that were attracted to it were directly killed. Celestial Court's defense line fell into chaos. Let's charge in. Southern Borders Gu Immortals grabbed this chance, activating rank 8 Immortal Gu House Great Space Temple to charge into the defense line. Celestial Court's member Yu Zhu gritted his teeth, pointing at Great Space Temple as he shouted, "Go!" Most of the jade beads floating around him flew out and self-detonated when they hit Great Space Temple. Bam bam bam. The jade beads self-detonated, creating a thunderous sound. Jade powder scattered and stuck to Great Space Temple, causing this rank 8 Immortal Gu House to move several times slower. Obtaining this chance, Celestial Court's members quickly returned. They expended a lot of effort and finally forced Great Space Temple out. However, even though Great Space Temple was forced out, Wu Yong attacked again. Immortal Killer Move, Finger Wind Dragon. Immortal Killer Move, Random Shooting Blades. Wu Yong flicked his fingers and several dark jade insects flew out of his fingers. The worms flew in the air, their bodies expanding rapidly, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, they turned into 220 feet long wind dragons, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced at Celestial Court's defense line. Next, a green light flashed in Wu Yong's eyes. The wind dragons roared at the sky and exploded, turning into countless jade wind blades that shot out in all directions. The wind blades were sharp, cutting everything in their path. Celestial Court's main force could only grit their teeth and endure the killer moves. While they were busy, Wu Yong took the opportunity to turn his body. Like a breeze, he was about to infiltrate the defensive line. Don't even think about it. With a shout, flower petals flew as Wan Zihong blocked Wu Yong. She had been paying close attention to the powerful Wu Yong. She did not dare to be careless. As soon as Wu Yong made a move, she would immediately defend him. Wu Yong sighed and could only give up. The Southern Border Gu Immortals and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building shouted at the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal Hua Kai Yun, "Quickly charge in." It turned out that Wan Zihong had been fighting with Hua Kai Yun and Qin Yuan earlier. Now that Wan Zihong had gone to reinforce the defense, there was a gap, allowing Hua Kai Yun and Qin Yuan to enter the defensive line. However, Hua Kaiyun and Qing Yuan quickly exchanged glances. When they realized that the other had no intention of breaking through, they both chose to fight on the spot and showed no signs of attacking. Although the will of the people affected the decisions of the Eastern Sea Immortals, there was a limit to how much it could affect them. At this moment, Hua Kaiyun and Qing Yuan were already regretting their decision. Why did they rush to the Celestial Court to fight? Wasn't it good and satisfying to plunder immortal materials in the Central Continent? Why did they have to come here and fight to the death? They were not fools. Whoever broke through the defensive line first would definitely face the fierce counterattack of the Celestial Court. If they were careless, they would die. Because she saw through this, Wan Zihong boldly reinforced the defense and blocked Wu Yong. Eastern Sea Gu immortals have such temperament. Wan Zihong's eyes shined with bright light. She had a deep understanding of Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, she could rest assured and reinforce the defense. But at the next moment, Shi Miao suddenly charged diagonally into the Celestial Court's defensive line. He was also an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. The Celestial Court's main force was struggling to maintain the defensive line. They had no choice but to expose the weakness of the defensive line to the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. But the Celestial Court's main force could not imagine that Shi Miao was already controlled by Dragon Palace. He had become a dragon general and did not fear death in battle. The Celestial Court's main force was stunned. Shi Miao successfully broke through the defensive line and approached Heaven Overseeing Tower. Just as he was about to charge in, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Shi Miao. Don't even think about it. Duke Long's voice resounded in Shi Miao's ears. Shi Miao had already raised his defense. His skin was like rock, it was indestructible. But at the next moment he was stabbed by Duke Long's right hand. His neck was tightly grabbed by Duke Long. Shi Miao immediately felt suffocated. A strong force came from Duke Long's right hand, causing the rock skin on his neck to crack. What kind of strength is this? Shi Miao was shocked. He struggled with all his might but to no avail. Just as he was about to be crushed by Duke Long, a sword light suddenly attacked. Duke Long dodged with all his might, but the sword light had predicted this. It still hit his abdomen, passing through his body like a ray of light. Duke Long was almost cut into two by the sword light. The wound on his abdomen was huge, blood was spurting out like a waterfall. It could not be stopped for a while. The sword light did not lose momentum. It hit Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Fortunately, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already activated its defensive measures. It was not caught off guard like before when it was cut by Bo Qing's sword light. The tower flashed with white light. It finally managed to block the sword light with difficulty. Fang Yuan. Duke Long's gaze was like lightning. He looked in the direction of the attack. It was the immemorial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into again. The sword dragon's claws were clenched into a fist. The move just now was five-finger fist heart sword. This killing move was terrifying. Duke Long would not sit and watch as Fang Yuan attacked as he pleased. He was about to throw Shi Miao away and use Dragon Gate to get close to Fang Yuan. But at this moment, Shi Miao suddenly revealed a strange smile. His entire body suddenly melted, quickly covering Duke Long's body. This change caught Duke Long off guard. Fang Yuan had already activated five-finger fist heart sword again. Second sword strike, third sword strike, fourth sword strike. Every sword light hit Duke Long, passing through his body. The remaining momentum did not diminish, causing Heaven Overseeing Tower to shake violently. Lord Duke Long. This sudden change caused the immortals of the Celestial Court to turn pale with fright. Duke Long had never expected that Shi Miao would be willing to sacrifice his life to restrain him. When Fang Yuan's five-finger fist heart sword hit him, Shi Miao also suffered. Right now, Duke Long had 3 large sword wounds on his body. It was terrifying, but he still had 1 breath left. Shi Miao could not be more dead. He returned to his tattered body. He fell to the ground with a smile on his face. Duke Long, your path ends here, Fang Yuan said softly. Then he loosened his fingers. Five-finger fist heart sword's 5th sword strike. The sword light seemed to pierce through the universe. It was so fast that no one could stop it. The immortals of the Celestial Court could only watch in shock as the sword light shot towards Duke Long. At the moment of death, Duke Long's eyes were dazed. He suddenly fell into a whirlpool of memories. Childhood, Duke Long sprawled by the bed crying, "Father, mother, don't die, don't leave Long, child." Duke Long's father stroked his head, smiling. Even in the face of death, he still had a carefree smile. "Don't cry, don't be sad. We were fatally wounded in order to resist Di Zongxing's rebellion. This is our responsibility as members of the Celestial Court. It is also something we are willing to do. Death is the end of every life. The key is to die a worthy death. When you grow up, you will understand this logic, my child. My son. Duke Long's mother also said, you will understand what our sacrifice means. Although it means separation, it is more about glory and the responsibility to protect humanity. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Protecting the race is the great undertaking of us, as well as countless predecessors and sages, who have advanced wave after wave. When you grow up, you will continue to walk on our path. We will look forward to your growth in another world. You need to work hard and persevere. Young man, Duke Long breathed roughly. He was knocked down by a puppet and fell to the ground. The Gu master at the side laughed and clapped, praising, Little Long, you have done well enough. Get up, rest for a while. No, I can still fight. Young man Duke Long used all his strength to stand up shakily. I need to work harder, I need to cultivate hard and continue to advance. What can these puppets do? One day I will become someone like father and mother, a Gu immortal of the celestial court. I will follow their path. Haha, such ambition, I am really looking forward to your future. The Gu master praised sincerely. Young man, this is the attainment level of a Gu immortal? Duke Long passed the tribulation and became a rank 6 Gu immortal. Amazing kid, you have already become an immortal at this age. To think that I was still jealous at your age, ha. The celestial court Gu immortal laughed. Thank you for protecting me. Young man Duke Long bowed to the Gu immortal with a sincere attitude. The celestial court Gu immortal waved his hand. You probably understand now, your identity is very special. You are the Tao guardian of a future immortal venerable. Your cultivation journey has always been smooth. Even if there are setbacks, it means that you have greater gains. The celestial court needs you, the future immortal venerable needs you, humanity needs you. Kid, becoming an immortal is not your end point, it is your starting point. You cannot be careless and stop moving forward. We all need you. The Gu immortal winked at him. Yes, I will persevere until the moment I die of old age. For the celestial court, for humanity, for the future, I will dedicate every bit of my strength, every drop of blood and sweat. Duke Long swore. At the prime of his life, rank 8 cultivation, it is hard to imagine that you have such accomplishments at such an age. Duke Tong sighed. Or rather, as expected of a Tao guardian? Aha, with you the celestial court has become even more prosperous. Duke Mei laughed heartily. Seniors, you are too kind. The robust Duke Long said modestly. Duke Mei and Duke Tong looked at each other. The former said, Then have you considered our proposal? Become one of us, lead the celestial court, and guide the unborn immortal venerable to become a talent. Duke Long nodded without hesitation. Yes, I have already prepared it. Haha, then from today onwards you are Duke Long, one of the 3 dukes of the celestial court and also the most important one. The heavy burden of the celestial court will mainly depend on you. Duke Long nodded slowly with a solemn expression. This is the path that I have been pursuing. It is the expectation of my parents, the outcome that countless seniors on my path of growth have, and the needs of the celestial court and the human race. As for this responsibility, I, Duke Long, will not shirk it. Later years, turn back, Hong Ting, turn back. Duke Long looked at Red Lotus and called out. Master, I have failed to live up to your teachings and expectations. I'm sorry, but I must resurrect them. Red Lotus did not turn back, and her figure disappeared into the night. Duke Long closed his eyes in pain, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. The disciple that he had carefully taught for so many years would actually walk on such a path. I have taught an immortal venerable to become a demon venerable. I am guilty. Duke Long knelt in front of Duke Tong and Duke Mei. Get up, quickly get up. Both Duke Tong and Duke Mei pulled Duke Long's arms and comforted him. Have confidence, Duke Long, we still have hope. It is not your fault, Duke Long. We have seen your efforts and contributions for so many years. It is Hong Ting who has disappointed us, not you. No. Duke Long broke free from their support, and his expression was extremely solemn. He is the disciple that I have taught. Now that he has walked on the wrong path, it is my fault. It is also my fault. I will definitely pay it back, and I will use all my strength to make up for this mistake. For the celestial court, for the human race, even if I have to give up everything, I will pull Red Lotus back onto the right path. Later years, Duke Long lowered his head and sat cross-legged in the hall, his hair disheveled. 2 streaks of tears rolled down his cheeks silently. In front of him, on the cold floor tiles of the hall, there were familiar corpses. These were the corpses of Dragonians. The grief in his heart was overwhelming, and it howled like the sea, almost drowning Duke Long. He was originally enjoying the happiness of his family, but he did not expect to receive such a blow in his later years. What was even more tragic was that the culprit that caused the death of his descendants was himself. He was the cause of this tragedy. It is my fault, I should not have. Duke Long choked with sobs and slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to carry a great weight as he slowly scanned every corpse in the hall. What followed were sounds of laughter and heartwarming memories of Sun Yi Lu. All of you, my children, are not at fault. I am the one who is at fault. Duke Long's back was hunched, and he used his fists to beat his chest weakly, the thumping sounds echoing in the empty hall. It is my negligence in taking care of you. I did not guide you well and led you on the wrong path. I am wrong, I am not a good teacher and I am not a good ancestor. But for the great cause of the human race, for the celestial court, I can only sacrifice you. Believe me, this is not the ending I want. But I have no choice. Although I am a dragon man, my heart has always been the heart of the human race. I cannot allow you to disturb the great cause of the human race. That is the fruit of many generations of sacrifices. Most importantly, your roots are also in the human race. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I cannot beg for your forgiveness and I do not dare to beg for it. Then let me bear all the sins, let me pay for them all. My children, I cannot bear to be separated from you. You will become one with me and we will never be separated. As your ancestor, I have let you down. I did not give you a good life and a stable environment. But this is all I can do. I, Duke Long, am just an old man with one foot in the grave. Now, the fifth sword flew towards Duke Long, so fast that it was already in front of Duke Long. With a soft sound, time seemed to slow down countless times. Duke Long's head flew gently from his neck. Blood slowly spurted out from his neck. Chapter 1963. Lord Duke Long. The panicked cries of the immortals of the celestial court rang in his ears, but to Duke Long, the cries were getting weaker and weaker. At first it sounded like a tsunami, but in the next instant, it became an echo in the horizon. Was this the taste of death? Was I, Duke Long, finally going to die? Die here? Thoughts flickered in Duke Long's mind. Die here? He asked himself again. Tired, he was really too tired. All the way until now, he had shouldered a mountain of burden and expectations, as well as a sea of sins and responsibilities. Sometimes he really wanted to die. When he first stepped into the immortal graveyard and fell asleep for the first time, his imagination ran wild. If he died like this, it would not be a bad thing. But could he? Could he? He asked himself. No. He, Duke Long, had been carrying a heavy burden all his life. He shouldered the expectations of his parents, his master, his companions, the burden of the celestial court and the human race, the betrayal of his disciple, the responsibility of bringing disaster to the world, the sin of slaughtering his own bloodline. He would be injured, he would grow old. His figure would become stooped, his eyes would gradually dim. He would fall into the graveyard, but when the time came, he would have to climb back up and continue to shoulder his heavy responsibility and mission. That's right, I can't die. I still have powerful enemies to take care of, sins to repay, mistakes to correct. The immortal graveyard is already destroyed. If I fall, Feng Jioge will not be able to do anything alone, and the celestial court will be destroyed by Fang Yuan and the others. How can I fall? I can't fall. My companions need me, the celestial court needs me, the human race needs me. They need me, Duke Long. So, even if I am tired, even if I am exhausted, even if I sleep in the graveyard, even if I die, my head will be cut off. I, Duke Long, cannot fall. I want to stand up, I want, again. In an instant, it was as if the entire universe was responding to his indomitable will. A miracle had happened. Duke Long's dim eyes suddenly shone with a bright light that soared to the sky. The blood that gushed out from his neck quickly flowed back, and the countless auras in the surroundings quickly condensed, wrapping around his head and bringing it back to his neck. An extremely profound aura that carried a true inheritance descended upon his body, causing his injuries to rapidly heal. Within a breath's time he was completely healed. This is Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. And this Chi path true inheritance, so triple Chi retraction has such an effect. Duke Long instantly understood, joy appeared on his face. Lord Duke Long, he's resurrected. A miracle happened right in front of their eyes. The celestial court was filled with cheers, and their morale rebounded. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. This is Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. As expected, he still has a backup plan. This is the foundation of the celestial court? Wu Yong muttered to himself, his expression was grim as he felt waves of helplessness. Duke Long raised his head, floating in the air. He stretched his arms and legs, forming a large character. I, Duke Long, will not fall at this moment. Fang Yuan, I will let you see what is the true, triple chi retraction. Triple chi retraction? This move was too famous. Once Duke Long said this, the three regions immortals were shocked and uncertain. Their attacks slowed down. Fang Yuan also had a solemn expression. He had personally witnessed the terrifying power of triple chi retraction. Back then, Duke Long had used this move to obtain victory and defeat Zishan Makoto. Triple chi retraction has a total of 3 styles. The first is human chi retraction, the second is earth chi retraction, and the third is heaven chi retraction. Human chi retraction can cause a Gu immortal's human chi to fall, causing their condition to worsen. Earth chi retraction extracts earth chi and causes severe damage to the immortal aperture. It is extremely dangerous. Heaven chi retraction extracts heaven chi and accumulates the damage of the first 2 styles, causing the immortal aperture to directly collapse. After being hit by the first style, the second and third styles cannot be blocked. Thus, the crucial point is the first style. Instantly, all sorts of information flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. He moved his dragon body and retreated cautiously. Even though he had transformed into an immemorial sword dragon and seemed to have gotten rid of his human identity, he was not sure if human chi retraction could extract his human chi. Since this move was created by primordial origin immortal venerable, even if he did not have transformation path back then with such a loophole, Duke Long would have definitely modified it. Whoosh. At the next moment, chi surged from all directions. Wind surged like a tsunami, gathering on Duke Long's body. A vast amount of human chi, earth chi and heaven chi gathered in Duke Long's body, turning into countless chi path down marks at the same time. His condition in all aspects doubled. Instantly, Fang Yuan squinted. What's going on? Triple chi retraction's 3 styles were activated at the same time. A vast amount of chi was used on Duke Long's body. Was this caused by primordial origin's method earlier? Triple chi retraction's performance was already out of the norm. Powerful, powerful, unprecedentedly powerful. The feeling of power filled Duke Long's body and mind. He stepped lightly. Boom. The air below his feet exploded as his body shot out like a purple meteor, instantly arriving in front of Fang Yuan. Fast, he was simply too fast. But Fang Yuan was not afraid, because reverse flow protection seal was still on him. Boom. Duke Long's fist landed on his face. Fang Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the ground at lightning speed, creating a huge pit and sinking deep into the bottom. Reverse flow protection seal instantly became thin and illusory after suffering this blow. Fang Yuan shook his huge dragon head. Just as he got rid of the dizziness, Duke Long appeared in front of him again. The two were less than 100 steps apart. Duke Long charged over. His whole body was emitting a blazing grand aura, making him look extremely majestic and mighty. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as he snorted in his heart. Whoosh. It turned out that myriad-year flying warship was already lying in ambush, and when it saw Duke Long chasing over, it immediately pierced through the atmosphere like a huge guillotine, bringing along a dense shadow of death as it ruthlessly slashed at Duke Long. Hit. Myriad-year flying warship was like a huge machete, slashing Duke Long to the ground. Boom. Smoke and dust rose into the air, but was immediately dispersed by Duke Long's surging aura once again. Duke Long was hit by myriad-year flying warship. He was half-squatting on the ground, one arm supporting the ground while the other arm exerted a powerful force to block the attack in front of his forehead. His dragon claw grabbed the bottom of myriad-year flying warship's front end. He was actually resisting the weight of the entire myriad-year flying warship with just one hand. Creak creak. A series of screeching sounds could be heard. Duke Long's arm muscles bulged as he forcefully pushed myriad-year flying warship inch by inch. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. After all, myriad-year flying warship was not simple. It was fused with the 12 Zodiac battle formation. It could be ranked among the top 5 super immortal Gu houses in the world. Duke Long actually resisted its full-strength attack with just one arm. Duke Long used triple chi retraction once. The increase in strength was far beyond Fang Yuan's estimation. Duke Long breathed out and exerted strength as he stood up straight. At the same time, he placed his other arm on top of myriad-year flying warship and threw it far away with a shake of both arms. Fang Yuan watched the entire process coldly, his dragon pupils reflecting Duke Long's clear face. Fang Yuan swung his tail and quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield with Heaven Overseeing Tower as the center. Duke Long's speed was already above Feng Yuan's, but he could only watch as Feng Yuan left. Because right now Dragon Palace and the other two Immortal Gu houses were attacking Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was distracted, Destiny Song had no choice but to weaken, while Di Zongxing broke free from the restraints and moved again, threatening Heaven Overseeing Tower. Evil Dragon. Stop. Almost instantly, Duke Long appeared above Di Zongxing. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Breath Mountain. A huge translucent Qi mountain formed in the blink of an eye and pressed down fiercely. With a loud explosion, heaven and earth shook. Di Zongxing's entire head was pressed into the ground by the Qi Breath Mountain. Triple Qi retraction caused Duke Long's Qi Path methods to become much more powerful. It was simply at a shocking level. However, after using this move, Duke Long's aura fell by about 30%. Chance. Seeing this, Five Elements Grandmaster Wu Yong and Zhang Yin attacked almost at the same time. 3 killer moves attacked Duke Long from afar. Duke Long did not dodge, nor did he create a self-moving Dragon Qi wall. He allowed the killer moves to land on him. At once, fireworks and thunder rumbled. As the dazzling light faded, Duke Long stood in the sky. His body was like a mountain, he did not move at all. 3 small tricks, are you trying to tickle me? Duke Long mocked loudly. Wu Yong, Five Elements Grandmaster and Zhang Yin's faces turned red, they were furious and shocked. Triple Qi retraction. Duke Long shouted again. At once, Qi rumbled and roared, it surged out from every corner of the celestial court. Within a few breaths of time, it gathered into Duke Long's body. Rumble. Duke Long's aura surged again. Not only did it sweep away his previous weakness, it even rose to a new height, from 10 feet to 6 feet. The aura enveloped his whole body, it was like a translucent flame burning fiercely. Duke Long's long purple hair fluttered wildly, his dragon scales were shining brightly. Because of the dragon's last stand, Duke Long's current body was much taller than a normal person. His physique was many times more robust, it gave people a strong sense of pressure. Di Zongxing roared in unwillingness, he pulled out the mountain-like dragon head from the deep pit. Duke Long suddenly appeared beside Di Zongxing's dragon head, he punched out and sent Di Zongxing's head flying. The huge force even caused Di Zongxing's huge body to twist and roll, crushing countless buildings in the celestial court. But Duke Long could not care so much, his priority was to protect Heaven Overseeing Tower. In his previous life, Di Zongxing's battle strength could fight against Duke Long, but in this life he was completely crushed. If Feng Jioge defeated Di Zongxing with the help of Destiny Song, then Duke Long completely crushed Di Zongxing with his overall strength. I understand now. Even though I destroyed the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, the Celestial Court is still here. Every Gu immortal who joins the Celestial Court will contribute their immortal aperture, countless grotto heaven worlds will fuse together to form the current Celestial Court. Every immortal aperture has 3 Qi in balance, they contain Heaven Qi, Earth Qi and Human Qi. Right now, Duke Long is not using Triple Qi retraction against us, he is releasing it against the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, he had already deduced the general situation. The 3 Qi of the Celestial Court was naturally developed for Duke Long, it could even be said to be an unlimited supply. With such help, Duke Long's battle strength soared, he suppressed Di Zongxing with just his fists and legs. But outside of the Celestial Court, Triple Qi retraction would lose its power. There was no abundant heaven, earth and human Qi outside for Duke Long to use for free. That was to say there was a limit to Duke Long's strength, he had to be inside the Celestial Court. However, even though Feng Yuan saw through this weakness, he could not use it. Chapter 1964. No matter how strong Duke Long is, he is just a single person. Charge. Let's attack together, Celestial Court's defense line is so wide, let's see how he can resist it. Wu Yong shouted, his sharp gaze containing a trace of impatience. Duke Long's shocking performance had already caused a subtle change in people's hearts, he could not be allowed to continue being so unbridled. Wu Yong controlled Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and took the lead, this immediately caused the immortal Gu houses around him to attack again. Duke Long snorted coldly and suddenly vanished, when he reappeared, he was already blocking Wu Yong's path. His expression was like iron, he was about to attack Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building when Dragon Palace also attacked him. Immortal Killer Move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Duke Long's pupils widened, he had to dodge. One move to dominate the world. Facing a Dream Path Killer Move, no matter how strong Duke Long was, he did not dare to test it. His dodging made Wu Shuai, Wu Yong and the rest let out sighs of relief. The mighty image that Duke Long had just built up, even the psychological hint of invincibility was shattered by this move. The three regions' immortals' scattered hearts vaguely became focused again. Fortunately, he dodged. Wu Shuai's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. Dreamy light smoke might be a dream path killer move, but its power was limited. Facing the powerful Duke Long, it was like using a small fishing net to catch a large shark. Duke Long could not resist a dream path killer move. The large shark would definitely be caught, but what about after that? The shark would struggle and break the small fishing net. In reality, even if Wu Shuai captured Duke Long, it would exceed the limits of Dragon Palace itself. It would not be able to keep this huge monster inside, let alone suppress him. The final result would likely be Dragon Palace collapsing, while Duke Long would be trapped in a dream realm, unable to escape. But don't forget that Feng Kim Hong could target the dream realm and quickly save Duke Long. Therefore Wu Shuai's move was also a bluff. Duke Long was at a disadvantage because he did not know the details of this dream path killer move. This was also why Gu immortals always kept their killer moves in their hands and did not use them easily. As for killer moves that had been displayed too many times, he was actively modifying them. With Duke Long's retreat, the immortals of the three realms, led by Wu Yong, once again launched an all-out attack. Like a raging wave, they took the opportunity to surge forward. Apart from Lord Duke Long, the Celestial Court still has us. How dare you look down on us? We will definitely make you pay the price. With us here, don't even think about succeeding. At the crucial moment, Zhu Ke Bai Tsang Shui, Zhao Shanhe and the rest of the main forces of the Celestial Court stepped forward, unafraid of death as they faced the waves of attacks. A bunch of old fools. How much longer do you think you can live? Hua Kaiyun sneered. Countless thunderclouds shot out from her body. Boom boom boom. The thunderclouds exploded in advance, but they were all accurately intercepted by the jade bead. How long? We don't care. As long as we have a breath left in us, we will crawl out of our graves. Yu Zhuzi shouted and pushed with his hand. A large area of jade powder flew out like a fog. Retreat. Facing the mysterious killer move, Hua Kaiyun did not dare to test it. For safety's sake, she immediately retreated and was easily forced back by Yu Zhuzi. We will not lose this battle. Do you know why? Zhou Xiong Xn wore a white robe, he had thick eyebrows and a square face. He used information path methods to shoot out countless dazzling white arrows. Because since 3 million years ago, we have always been the vanguard of this era, the backbone of humanity, Central Continent's heroes. We will never forget the humiliation of being slaves of variant humans. We will never forget that peace is a battle that requires us to pay with our lives, and we will never forget that the happiness of our people needs to be protected generation after generation. And all of you are just despicable people who do not care about humanity because of your own selfishness. Short-sighted fools who cannot even see the future. Come, no matter how many methods you have, no matter how many times you attack, you will only end up in failure. Zhou Xiong Xn roared. The countless arrows he shot out became even more powerful as he spoke. Using offense as defense, 5 Elements Grandmaster Yi Hao Fong and the other rank 8s were unable to raise their heads. They could only focus on defense. The morale and offense that they had just started were rapidly dissipating. Look, this is the insistence of us, the Celestial Court. Zhu Ke and Prince's Impatience worked together. Flames rose and formed a brand new defensive line, firmly blocking the charge of several rank 7 immortal Gu houses. A bunch of old geezers who can't stop talking. Now that the immortal graveyard is destroyed, if we kill all of you, I want to see who in the Celestial Court will stand up for us. A famous expert in Northern Plains history, Lu Hui, had just said this when he felt his vision turning dark. Duke Long suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom. Immortal killer move, Dragon Claw Strike. Lu Hui's body shined with green light. He activated his defensive killer move with all his might. But he only lasted for a breath of time before the green light shattered. His entire body was torn to shreds. Lu Hui could not block Duke Long's attack. He died on the spot. Seeing this, 5 Elements Grandmaster and the rest were so frightened that they quickly retreated and entered their respective immortal Gu houses. Duke Long looked around the battlefield, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. You allied with the heavenly demons and tried to overthrow the Celestial Court. You are all traitors of humanity. You won't understand. Even if we all die in battle, our auras will still remain. This is the grand chi of humanity. It exists with the mountains, it exists forever with the earth. Triple chi retraction. Boom. With a loud explosion, the entire sky turned dark. The triple chi of the Celestial Court gathered again, gathering on Duke Long's body. Duke Long's translucent chi flames surged again. It was an incomparably terrifying sight. Immortal killer move, giant chi hand explosion. Duke Long stretched out his left arm and spread his fingers, his palm facing a rank 7 immortal goo house. At the next moment, his left hand clenched into a fist. Bam! The atmosphere exploded, the rank 7 immortal goo house shattered into countless fragments. The immortal goo were destroyed, the goo immortals inside were also slaughtered. None survived, only a large amount of flesh and blood was left. The 3 regions' goo immortals were shocked, they were tongue-tied. The Celestial Court's main force cheered. This is the greatness of our Celestial Court. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Qin Dingling's eyes were shining brightly. While Fangjing was silent, he felt a deep shock in his heart. Not only was he shocked by Duke Long's strength, he also felt a wave in his heart. At this moment, Fangjing started to understand the spirit of Celestial Court's goo immortals. That's right. Fangjing thought, if there was no Celestial Court in history, would there still be humanity today? Generation after generation of Celestial Court's goo immortals continued to overcome obstacles. They shed blood and made countless sacrifices to create the current human world. In comparison, Fang Yuan and the others did not care about the big picture. Destroying fake goo is giving variant humans a chance to rise up. They are indeed human spies, they are truly ungrateful. Swoosh. Right at this time, sword light flashed, rampaging through the battlefield, creating a soft sound and a flower of blood. Zhu Kei'er slowly fell, her body was directly cut into 2, she was like a swallow with broken wings. Immortal killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. It was Fang Yuan's move. He had transformed into an immemorial sword dragon, treacherously roaming around the periphery of the battlefield. Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court's immortals were extremely furious. Fang Yuan sneered, I am doing this for my own selfish reasons. I don't care what you are, whether you are great or insignificant. Today I will destroy fake goo, I will kill any god or demon that obstructs me. Celestial Court? Same. Who asked you to obstruct my path? Demon. Everyone has the right to kill you. Kill him. Murderer, I will tear you to pieces. The Celestial Court's immortals scolded. Roar. Di Zongxing recovered and charged towards the defensive line again. Dragon Palace cooperated and used Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move again. Wherever the Dream Path Killer move went, the Celestial Court's goo immortals avoided it. Feng Jioge saw this and sighed lightly, activating his killer move and turning into Song Warrior. The Song Warrior threw itself at him, but was captured by Dreamy Light Smoke. Dreamy Light Smoke could no longer attack, it was like a python that had eaten too much, it had to return to its nest to digest. Even though Feng Jioge could not directly break the Dream Path Killer move, he used this method to block it ingeniously. Destiny Song resounded again, Di Zongxing roared in indignation, but there was nothing he could do, he was suppressed by Feng Jioge again. Far away, Spectral Soul and his servants had already arrived in front of an immortal treasury. Looking back at the battlefield, Fairy Myrtle sighed, to think that triple chi retraction could be used like this. Duke Long's battle strength has risen to such an extent, it is simply unheard of. With Feng Jioge's help, Celestial Court's defensive line looks like it is in danger, but it can still hold on. In terms of overall strength, Celestial Court was naturally superior. But now, they had to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower, they were in a passive situation, even Duke Long was restricted because of this. Duke Long could easily kill rank 8 goo immortals or rank 7 immortal goo houses, while Fang Yuan could also use 5-finger fist heart sword to easily kill Celestial Court's members. Duke Long had no choice but to leave the defensive line, he chose to fight Fang Yuan from afar. If these two attacked the enemy goo immortals, Fang Yuan would not feel any heartache, but Celestial Court needed enough people to defend. Duke Long was not willing to let Fang Yuan continue his massacre. On the other hand, if Fang Yuan endured Duke Long's attacks and focused on killing Celestial Court's main force, that was also a choice. But if he chose to do that, he would definitely suffer heavy injuries from Duke Long. Fang Yuan was not willing to do that. After all, he and the other 3 regions goo immortals were only fighting together because they had no other choice, sacrificing himself for them was too stupid, the risk was too high. Thus, Fang Yuan and Duke Long were fighting each other. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge was the core of Heaven Overseeing Tower's defensive line, resisting Dragon Palace and Di Zongxing. The battle strength he displayed time and time again surpassed the expectations of both sides. Old man Zheng Yuan narrowed his eyes. Now, it depends on who can break this stalemate. The crucial point lies in Fate Goo. Celestial Court has already obtained the success Dao marks, but the refinement path formation has been destroyed. Can Yuan Xiongdu repair Fate Gu alone? Master, if we interfere now, maybe we can snatch Fate Gu? Spectral Soul smiled. Snatch it for what? Don't think that the two sides are fighting intensely, they are actually still holding back. This is a very deep matter. Past venerables have been aiming for this battle. Let's plunder this immortal treasury and take back the door of life and death. Chapter 1965. In the back mountain of the sect, the mountains were green, the water was green, and birds were chirping. Little Du, what are you doing lying on the ground? A gentle female voice entered his ears. It's senior sister. When the young Yuan Xiongdu opened his eyes, he saw a young girl leaning over and staring at him with a pair of watery eyes. There was a smile in her eyes. The young girl's gaze moved to Little Du's hand and exclaimed, Wow, Little Du, you refined another rank 3 Gu. You are really amazing. But I am not happy at all, you know I don't like refinement path cultivation. Yuan Xiongdu mumbled as he crawled up. Don't be so listless, others can only be envious of your talent. The young girl patted his shoulder and consoled. But Yuan Xiongdu was still listless, he lowered his head and shrugged. How about this, I will share a secret with you. A few days ago, I found a clue to a Gu master inheritance in Father's study room. It is hidden in a corner of the back mountain of the sect. Do you want to search for it? The senior sister's gaze turned as she said to Yuan Xiongdu as expected. The young Yuan Xiongdu could not bear the loneliness, his eyes immediately brightened. There is such a fun thing? Amazing, the back mountain of the sect indeed has inheritances left behind by generations of seniors. Gu immortal inheritances are extremely rare, but Gu master inheritances are many. Quickly tell me the clue, senior sister. The clue is a poem, I have been pondering over it these few days, I will read it to you. The senior sister did not hide anything, this was only a Gu master inheritance. And her father, who was Yuan Xiongdu's master, was a Gu immortal existence. Yuan Xiongdu listened to it once and didn't think much about it. He clapped his hands and said, I got it. This clue is solved like this. Match the first and last words together, then match the second and last words together again. This way it will be a direction. The senior sister pondered for a moment before jumping excitedly. So it is there. Little Du, you are really smart, you guessed it immediately. Then let's go find it. Yuan Xiongdu took the lead. Wait for me. The senior sister stomped her feet and quickly chased after him. Don't worry, senior sister. I will leave this legacy to you. I won't snatch it from you. Yuan Xiongdu's figure quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. In the end, the two of them found the inheritance in a cave. This is a fire path inheritance. Yuan Xiongdu and his senior sister examined it carefully. Will fire? It was a flame that burned with willpower as fuel. This method was truly ingenious and amazing. How did the Gu master who created this flame think of it? How interesting. At this signature, why is it master? Yuan Xiongdu was very surprised. The senior sister was also quite surprised and said uncertainly, maybe it's the same name and surname. Yuan Xiongdu, on the other hand, began to ponder, his eyes shining. I'm afraid not. Senior sister, I remember that you said at the beginning that this clue was obtained from master's study. Yes, I'm sorting out my father's books. You know that my father likes to collect antiques. Then, by chance, I discovered that a bamboo stick had fallen from an old book. On it was the clue to the inheritance, senior sister recalled. This inheritance was indeed set up by me when I was young. At this time, Yuan Xiongdu's master slowly walked into the cave and appeared in front of Yuan Xiongdu. Together with him was Yuan Xiongdu's martial uncle. He was short and fat, had a round face and was amiable. Yuan Xiongdu and his senior sister immediately bowed and said, Greetings to master, father, martial uncle. Yuan Xiongdu curled his lips. Master, are you purposely making fun of your disciple? Of course not. His master shook his head, looking at the inheritance in Yuan Xiongdu's hands. His gaze contained a trace of reminiscence and emotion. Aha, you mischievous fellow. The fat martial uncle pointed at Yuan Xiongdu. Your master and I have just returned from Spirit Echo Peak, and while chatting, we found traces of you too. I can testify that this inheritance was indeed left behind by your master when he was young. Back then he really liked Fire Path. He painstakingly saved up 5 years of Yuan Stone just to buy a rank 3 Fire Path Gu. But master clearly cultivates Water Path. Yuan Xiongdu stared with wide eyes. He did not expect his master to like Fire Path like him when he was young. There is no other way. The fat martial uncle sighed. The sect's Water Path inheritance needs an inheritor. How can one's personal preferences be compared to the sect's grand plan? After all, every Gu immortal inheritance needs to be passed down from generation to generation. Every generation has to continuously improve on the foundation of their predecessors, so that every inheritance does not deviate from the development of the times, and will not be eliminated by the times. This is the responsibility that we have to bear. This inheritance was personally set up by your master when he bid farewell to Fire Path. I was there at that time. I saw him crying his heart out. Cough cough. Yuan Xiongdu's master interrupted. Since you too found this inheritance, I will give it to you. We will be leaving first. The two seniors left. Only Yuan Xiongdu and the young female senior sister were left in the cave. Junior brother, I cultivate wood path. I don't need this. I will give it to you. The senior sister also said goodbye to Yuan Xiongdu. Yuan Xiongdu looked at the inheritance in his hand, his heart rippling slightly as he muttered, Master. He opened his eyes again. Yuan Xiongdu found that he was still inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. Damn it. I was disturbed during the Gu refinement process. I suffered a backlash and fainted. Yuan Xiongdu recalled, his heart thumping wildly. The greatest taboo in Gu refinement was being disturbed. It was not important how heavy his injuries were. The important thing was that Fate Gu could not be harmed, he could not be implicated. This was related to the grand plan of the Celestial Court for millions of years. Yuan Xiongdu was almost in despair. As the only Gu immortal refining Gu, he had already fainted. Then as the target of the Gu refinement, could Fate Gu be fine? Although Fate Gu would not be destroyed, it was highly likely that more than half of the restoration results would be lost, and it might even return to its original damaged state. Right now Yuan Xiongdu could only hope that Fate Gu's situation was better. He could not let his and the Celestial Court's countless years of hard work go to waste. But when Yuan Xiongdu raised his eyes and saw Fate Gu, he was stunned. This? A lump of fire replaced him, refining Gu for him. Fate Gu was quietly sitting in the heart of the fire, only half a step away from restoration. After the shock, Yuan Xiongdu's heart instantly warmed up. This was will fire. A fire that used will as fuel. He had obtained it from his master's inheritance when he was young. Later, although he cultivated refinement path, he did not forget fire path. He continued to modify the will fire and developed it, transcending the mortal realm and reaching the level of an immortal move. Will fire has already become my most familiar and most proficient Gu refinement method. The moment I fainted, I might have subconsciously activated will fire. Yuan Xiongdu guessed. This was not the first time this had happened. In fact, in his life, he had used will fire to save the situation many times in countless Gu refinement experiences. Every time he was about to collapse, he would activate will fire to temporarily replace himself and stabilize the situation. After countless times, it had become a subconscious habit of him to use his will fire at critical moments. Yuan Xiongdu let out a breath of turbid air. He quietly looked at the burning will fire, thinking inwardly, rather than saying it is a habit, more accurately speaking, it is a kind of responsibility. He could not help but think of his master, thus he smiled. Responsibility, Master, it seems I did not disappoint you. Yuan Xiongdu knew his situation, his injuries were too severe, he could no longer continue refining Gu. But hope was right in front of him, he would use the last of his life and will to fuel this will fire. Burn, burn. Yuan Xiongdu muttered to himself, he used his life to light up the will fire. The will fire quietly burned, the flame brightened and became very stable. In the heart of the fire, Fate Gu finally took the final half step, it was completely restored. But Yuan Xiongdu had no signs of life. Like his master, like his senior sister, like countless predecessors of Celestial Court, they had invested their light and passion into Celestial Court's great cause, risking their lives to build the foundation of Celestial Court. My enemy is another's hero. The foundation of the Heavenly Court, the huge Jianghu state, was indeed worth every inch of land and every inch of blood. The will fire finally dissipated. Hee. At the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Song Yan's extremely weak laughter could be heard. Yuan Xiongdu has already done it, now it is our turn. But in our current state, it is difficult to even communicate with voice transmissions, not to mention getting up and activating Heaven Overseeing Tower. Che Wei transmitted with a deep tone. Song Yan, however, transmitted back, seemingly very happy. There is another way. The remaining immortal essence in my body can still be used to activate my signature method. Don't you think that's a coincidence? Che Wei and Song Yan were close friends. Che Wei immediately understood Song Yan's words. Don't do that, if you absorb my injuries you will die immediately. What is there to fear about death? In the current situation, Everyone is fighting outside, the battlefront is in danger, I'm afraid no one can come in. Brother Che Wei, we have known each other for many years, your talent is much higher than mine. Also, your path has not been completed yet. I am really looking forward to the path you are about to create. It is a pity I cannot witness it myself. Song Yin said plainly. His body started to shine with a pale blue light. The light covered Che Wei's body. The two Gu immortals' bodies were in tatters, they were like two piles of trash made of flesh and bones. But with the effect of the blue light, Che Wei's body started to recover, while Song Yan's condition worsened. My friend. Che Wei's closed eyes slowly opened, two streams of tears silently flowed down. Song Yan was already lifeless, Che Wei's injuries were still very severe, but he used all his strength and could barely crawl towards Fate Gu. Chapter 1966. It felt like a long time had passed, but it also felt like an instant. The grand heaven overseeing tower started to emit a pure white light, before the light gradually brightened and started to shine. After a few breaths of time, the bright light shot into the sky, like a monarch descending upon the world, illuminating the entire battlefield. The chaotic battlefield that was filled with intense fighting immediately froze. Almost all the Gu immortals raised their heads and looked at heaven overseeing tower. The three regions' Gu immortals had pale expressions, they had defeated expressions. Meanwhile, many of the celestial court's Gu immortals were crying at this moment. Rank 9 Fate Gu has been repaired successfully. Yuan Xiongdu did not let us down. You did it? This is too amazing. Heaven overseeing tower has returned to its peak, it is perfect, we won. The celestial court's Gu immortals cheered, their morale rose to the peak. Retreat, retreat quickly. Be it Wu Yong, Yao Huang or Shen Songxing, they all shouted at the same time. They had lost their will to fight. Bing Sichuan was still controlling Calamity Luck Altar. He had an unresigned expression as he transmitted to Fang Yuan, quickly do something. Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon form also started to retreat rapidly. Duke Long gave up on Fang Yuan, he used Dragon Gate to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fate Gu, Fate Gu. When he saw the complete Fate Gu, he could no longer restrain the intense excitement in his heart, tears flowed down his face as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Back then, the one who damaged Fate Gu was his disciple Red Lotus. To make up for this mistake, Duke Long took up the heavy responsibility of repairing Fate Gu. Hong Ting, I finally made up for the huge mistake you've made. I will not let down the Celestial Court, I will not let down humanity. Duke Long breathed in deeply, he gradually calmed down, his eyes flickered with a sharp light as he looked outside the tower. Now is the time for all of you to die. Duke Long shouted as he activated Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest offensive method. Immortal Killer Move, Fate Vanquish. Light, light that filled heaven and earth, it was everywhere, it illuminated the universe and shone into people's hearts. In just an instant, all the rank 7 immortal Gu houses collapsed, the Gu immortals inside survived. Even Calamity Luck Altar and Dragon Palace were in a terrible state. Bing Sichuan, Wu Shuai, Zhan Budu and the rest immediately did their best to repair them. The remaining historical rank 8 experts of Northern Plains were all hit, their figures slowly dissipated. More than half of the Nian beasts and Fang Yuan swordsmen who wreaked havoc on the Celestial Court were instantly slaughtered, and blood flowed like a river. Mao Liqiu's perfect pair killer move was forcefully broken. Di Zongxing was also suppressed to the ground, he could not get up immediately. Only the primordial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into was safe and sound. He was a complete otherworldly demon, he could not be targeted by Fate Vanquish, he was naturally immune. You're the only one left, Fang Yuan. Duke Long stared at the primordial sword dragon with intense killing intent and hatred. It was this otherworldly demon in front of him. He destroyed the immortal graveyard and destroyed a large portion of the foundation that the Celestial Court had accumulated over the past 3 million years. This was an unforgivable crime, he must die a horrible death. Boom. Duke Long flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, tearing through the sky as he charged towards Fang Yuan. Stop him, Fang Yuan, don't think you can escape. Duke Long shouted, his voice reverberated in the world. Destiny song played at the right time, Fang Yuan's retreat speed fell sharply. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Current Scissors. Duke Long got closer and opened his palm, countless sharp Qi currents formed into sharp Qi blades that rained down on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan deactivated Reverse Flow Protection Seal and broke through the encirclement of the Qi blades, leaving behind traces of blood in the air. Myriad Year Flying Warship quickly flew over and met up with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stepped onto the bow of the warship and turned into the immemorial year monkey again. He turned around and waved his arm. Immortal killer move, summer fan. Strong winds blew and destroyed the chi current scissors. Fang Yuan stepped on the ground again. Myriad year flying warship buzzed and let out a dazzling light as he used the time path killer move, myriad year hunting. Swish swish swish. The phantom of time below myriad year flying warship continued to surge. Countless year beasts were summoned again and entered the battlefield of the celestial court, spreading everywhere. At this time, Feng Jioge also arrived in front of Duke Long. Immortal killer move, submission song. Immortal killer move, song warrior. The power of submission song condensed into a human figure that moved among the countless year beast groups. Wherever it went, year beasts, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, betrayed Feng Yuan and joined Feng Jioge, becoming used by Feng Jioge. Well done. Seeing this, Duke Long was pleasantly surprised. Feng Jioge had been using Destiny Song to maintain the battlefield. He could not use other methods, but now that he had time, he immediately displayed his abundant methods. Duke Long got close to myriad year flying warship again. He used killer moves like Dragon Claw Strike and World-Shaking Dragon Hammer in turn. Breaking Daybreak swords were scattered and cracks spread on myriad year flying warship. A large number of goo worms died instantly. Feng Yuan was forced to retreat again and again. While repairing myriad year flying warship with all his strength, he was barely able to resist Duke Long and Feng Jioge's joint attack. It is time for us to counterattack. Prince's Impatience was the first to launch a wave of counterattack. With a piercing phoenix cry, his entire person transformed into a fire phoenix. He spread his wings and soared, igniting flames in the air wherever he flew. The raging flames formed a sea of fire that filled the sky. Bai Tsang Shui attacked almost at the same time at the other end of the defensive line. Swish swish swish, pale white waves surged into the sky, splashes and pillars of water shot out continuously. Jun Xinguang moved like a meteor, piercing through the battlefield. Zhou Xiong Xian was accompanied by the Information Path Tiger. Whirling Boy and Yi Chaozi attacked together, while Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi used the killer move Sitting and Eating Mountain Empty to deal with the enemy immortal goo houses. Because of Duke Long's divine might, the three regions goo immortals had tried to hide inside their immortal goo houses. Celestial Court launched a wave of counterattack. Calamity Luck Altar, Dragon Palace, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, and others could not resist the momentum. They retreated while fighting. Celestial Court's side used Heaven Overseeing Tower and Demon Judgment Board as the core to push forward, suppressing the three regions goo immortals' space to dodge. Qin Dingling also flew out of Demon Judgment Board, using all kinds of luck path methods to maximize her side's offense. After all, goo immortals hid inside their immortal goo houses and could not attack casually. They could only use the methods inside the immortal goo houses. The three regions goo immortals retreated continuously. They were hit by Fate Vanquish earlier and were in low spirits. Most of the goo immortals had no choice but to repair their immortal goo houses with all their strength. They could only take a beating passively for now. Left without a choice, Mao Liqiu, Wu Yong, and the rest had to take a risk and fly out of their immortal goo houses to fight against Celestial Court's main forces, to gain precious time for the immortal goo houses behind them to repair themselves. Hold on. If we can't hold on now, retreating from Celestial Court is simply an extravagant hope. Be careful of Heaven Overseeing Tower, especially against Fate Vanquish. How is Feng Yuan's situation? He is the only one who can resist Fate Vanquish. Like in the previous life, the immortals placed their hopes on Feng Yuan again. Even though many goo immortals had hatred towards Feng Yuan, the current situation forced them to rely on Feng Yuan. But to the disappointment of the immortals, Feng Yuan's situation was not good either. He was facing a pincer attack from Feng Jioge and Duke Long. He was barely able to block them with myriad year flying warship. Fate Vanquish, which used Fate Goo as the core, had no effect on Feng Yuan. But Feng Jioge's Destiny Song, even though it was only rank 8, was of a higher level. Not only did it contain fate, it also contained luck. Luck was naturally effective against Feng Yuan. Before this, Feng Yuan had used luck path methods to help him cultivate many times. Destiny Song was effective against Feng Yuan. It caused his condition to fall greatly. It almost negated the amplification of heroes among people. In contrast, even though Duke Long was not affected by heroes among people, he had Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand and Triple Chi Retraction, as well as Destiny Song. His battle strength rose to an incomparably shocking level. Relying on Duke Long's main offense and Feng Jioge's support, Feng Yuan retreated again and again. He could not resist their attacks. Celestial Court will not lose. Duke Long's punches and kicks whistled. They tore through the air and smashed onto Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a small sampan in a storm. It was thrown down and crashed onto the ground with a loud sound. Fang Yuan, take another move from me. Duke Long charged down like a meteor. He was about to charge at Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky and snorted coldly. Myriad Year Flying Warship flashed with golden light. The 12 Zodiac ancient battle formation separated and turned into a gray stone giant. The giant waved its palms, standing on the ground of Celestial Court. It faced Duke Long head-on. Boom! With a loud explosion, Duke Long and the giant collided fiercely. Killer moves collided and created an intense explosion. The terrifying light and heat expanded like a huge ball before exploding. Hurricane-like air waves swept in all directions. Fang Yuan and Myriad Year Flying Warship that was on the verge of falling apart flew back. Whoosh! With the sound of wind, Duke Long's huge demonic godlike figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Yuan. Immortal Killer Move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He had no time to turn around. He directly activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Swoosh! Reverse Flow Protection Seal finally reached its limit. It completely shattered. Fang Yuan was hit by Duke Long's fierce attack. Even though he had transformed into the Immemorial Year Monkey, his entire back was almost pierced. The huge force sent Fang Yuan flying. After crashing on the ground, he created a long trail of blood. He smashed through 3 immortal goo houses on the ground before stopping. Duke Long grunted. His body was on the verge of collapsing. Reverse Flow Protection Seal reversed the attack. He also absorbed all the force of the punch that landed on Fang Yuan's body. It was even more severe than Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was weakened by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He also had the powerful body of the Immemorial Year Monkey. Duke Long breathed heavily. He could not do anything for now. He quickly healed his injuries. At the periphery of the battlefield, the immortal treasury had already been ransacked by Spectral Soul and his servants, but they did not find the door of life and death. Strange, the door of life and death was clearly placed here. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. It seems that Duke Long did many things behind your back. Spectral Soul said coldly. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It contained countless souls. It was very important to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but he could not find it now. Master, Fang Yuan can't hold on any longer. Should we help him and stall for time to buy for us? Old man Jing Yuan asked. Spectral Soul looked at the battlefield. When he saw Fang Yuan's current location, he suddenly smiled. No rush, there is still a venerable who has not made a move yet. In front of Embroidered Tower, Fang Yuan was lying in a pool of blood. 3 pieces of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's bloody skin were sewn in the air. When the wind blew on the battlefield, these 3 pieces of bloody skin loosened, fluttering like flags in the wind. Chapter 1967. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood. He was covered in injuries. He snorted coldly and stood up, looking at Embroidered Tower in front of him. Embroidered Tower was a mortal object. It was a dowry left by primordial origin Immortal Venerable to his disciple Star Constellation. It was just that according to the customs of that time, it had more symbolic meaning. But after Star Constellation became venerable, she turned Embroidered Tower into an immortal goo house, giving it incredible power. Over 1,000,000 years ago, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable invaded Celestial Court. He charged forward, passing through Immortal Emperor Garden, Void Accumulation Pavilion, Sumeru Swamp, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally stopped at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable suffered a loss in front of Embroidered Tower, so Embroidered Tower used its trump card, Tao Embroidery. 7 embroidery needles danced like spirited sparrows, moving gracefully. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had to give up 3 layers of blood skin to pass. After that, these 3 layers of blood skin were sewn in the air by countless Tao marks as threads, not moving at all. Embroidered Tower's damage could not be recovered. Next, it was used on Etian Mountain to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The new losses made its situation even worse. The cause and effect caused Embroidered Tower to be damaged. It could not be used now. In the sky above Embroidered Tower, not only Fang Yuan, even many Gu immortals including Duke Long, saw the movement of the 3 blood skins. They were like 3 blood-red flags fluttering in the wind. The flag on the left depicted a bird with 6 legs but no wings. The blood flag in the middle depicted a wild beast. It opened its mouth but had no sharp teeth. The blood skin on the right depicted a fish. It was very lifelike, but it clearly had no gills. The blood skin fluttered. It was like an ancient wind had passed through a million years, whistling in everyone's ears. It was like an intense battle between 10,000 armies. The sounds of metal clashing and battle cries resounded in the air. The blood flags fluttered more and more. They were like volcanoes that were about to erupt after 10,000 years, or like fierce beasts that had accumulated strength for a long time and were about to attack. Roar. The fierce beasts roared. They violently broke the Dao mark threads that were binding them, and then turned into 3 balls of blood light that fell around Fang Yuan. Amidst 3 strange or high-pitched beast cries, the bloody light completely dissipated, revealing 3 enormous beasts. It was a strange yellow bird with a body like a small mountain. Its 6 legs were thick and sturdy, and its beak was long and hard. It was shining with light, but it had no wings. An azure leopard with a big belly was lying on the ground, yawning non-stop. There was not a single sharp tooth in its open mouth. There was also a fish with dark green scales floating in midair. Its head was tall and its mouth was tightly shut. There was no trace of gills on either side of its eyes. The big fish was motionless like a jade statue. The immortals were shaken. Even Duke Long's expression turned solemn as he paused his attack. The 3 pieces of bloody skin left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable have undergone a mutation. The auras of these 3 monsters are so shocking. Did Fang Yuan trigger a Venerable's technique? Wait a minute, why do these 3 monsters look like the ones recorded in The Legends of Renzu? The Legends of Renzu's 4th chapter recorded such a story. Renzu wandered alone in the vast land, his hair was disheveled and he was in a daze. Sometimes he cried, sometimes he sat in a daze, sometimes he laughed foolishly. The manipulation of fate Gu caused him to be separated from his children. Losing wealth Gu drove Renzu crazy. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Renzu was at a loss and in a frenzy. One morning, a flock of birds flew past the human ancestor. These birds did not have wings, they took turns running on the ground with their 6 legs, causing dust to fill the air. Renzu saw these birds and jumped in joy. So I am a bird. He also started running, merging into the group of birds. The birds screeched at Renzu, "You are a human, you walk with 2 legs, you are not a bird. Go away, don't disturb us, we are chasing after freedom Gu, we want to take back our freedom." Renzu asked, "Why are you looking for freedom Gu?" The bird said in a heavy tone, "We once possessed freedom Gu, but we did not realize it. When we lost it, we found that we no longer have wings, we can no longer fly. When we regain our freedom, we can spread our wings and soar." Renzu realized, I understand humans also need freedom. A man without his freedom is like a bird without its wings. That's right. I remember now. Renzu clapped his hands, laughing, I also want to seek freedom, to break free from the restraints of fate, to go wherever I want, to be with whoever I want, never to be separated. The birds looked at Renzu in astonishment. Oh human, how can you have such thoughts? Look at us, how can we live without wings? Thus, it is our duty to pursue freedom. And you humans are destined to be lonely, all the happy gatherings will only lead to separation. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty, don't let your imagination run wild. Renzu rubbed his head, showing a puzzled expression. Is that so? The birds left a final sentence. Oh human, let us give you a piece of advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it, don't let it go so easily like us. Don't let freedom Gu fly away, otherwise you will regret it. Renzu separated from the birds, gradually forgetting his identity and pursuits. One afternoon, a group of running blue leopards passed by him. The crazy Renzu saw these blue leopards and was very happy, shouting, So I am a leopard. Renzu charged into the leopard group. But the leopards pushed him out, shouting, You are a human, you are not a leopard. You walk on 2 legs and we walk on 4. Leave, don't disturb us, we are pursuing freedom Gu, we need to get our freedom back. Renzu heard this and asked, Why are you looking for freedom Gu? The blue leopards had gloomy expressions. Sigh, we once possessed freedom Gu, but we did not realize it. When we lost it, we found that we no longer have sharp teeth, we can no longer tear and chew our prey. When we regain our freedom, we can happily eat. Renzu realized, I understand humans also need freedom. Without freedom, humans are like beasts without teeth. That's right. Renzu clapped his hands, laughing, I want freedom, I want to get rid of the restraints of fate, I want to have endless delicacies and wine, endless wealth, and all kinds of warm and beautiful clothes. The blue leopards were stunned and burst into laughter. They mocked the human ancestor and said, Human, how can you have such improper thoughts? Look at us, are beasts without claws? Thus it is our duty to pursue freedom. And you humans are destined to come empty-handed and leave empty-handed. O human, if you want freedom, you need to abide by your duty, you should not let your imagination run wild. Renzu scratched his head, saying with a gloomy expression, "Is that so?" The leopards left a final sentence. "O human, let us give you a piece of advice. If you obtain freedom in the future you must cherish it, don't let it go so easily like us. Don't let freedom go fly away, otherwise you will regret it." After Renzu separated from the leopards, he gradually forgot his identity and pursuits. One night a group of fish swam past him. Renzu saw the fish group and was very happy, shouting, "So I am a fish." Renzu charged into the group of fish, wanting to swim with them. The fish group went into a commotion, pushing Renzu away as they shouted, "You are a human, you are not a fish. You have 2 legs while we do not have any. Leave quickly, don't trouble us, we are chasing freedom Gu, we need to get our freedom back." Renzu asked, "Why are you looking for freedom Gu?" The fish group sighed, "We once had freedom Gu but we did not realize it. When we lost it we found that we had no gills, we could no longer breathe in the water. When we regain our freedom we can swim freely in the water." Renzu realized, "I understand, humans also need freedom. Without freedom humans are like fish without gills, they cannot breathe." "That's right." Renzu clapped, laughing, "I want freedom, I want to get rid of the restraints of fate, I want to breathe freely, I want to exist forever, I want eternal life." The fish group sneered, "Oh human, how can you have such thoughts? Look at us, gills are necessary for a fish, so it is our duty to pursue freedom. And you humans are destined to have no fate with eternal life, you will grow old and die of sickness. Oh human, you want freedom but you also need to abide by your duty, you cannot let your thoughts run wild." Renzu frowned, showing an annoyed expression, "Is that so?" The fish group left a sentence, "Oh human, let us give you a piece of advice. If you obtain freedom in the future you must cherish it, don't let it go so easily like us. Don't let freedom go fly away, otherwise you will regret it." Renzu separated from the fish group, gradually forgetting the bird group, leopard group and fish group's advice. "I am a human, I want to pursue freedom. I want to get rid of the restraints of fate, to never be separated from the people I love, to live a luxurious life and to live forever." Many living beings heard Renzu's words and shook their heads, moving away from him. "Let's go, he is Renzu, he is speaking nonsense again. He has already gone completely crazy. How can he think like that?" One day Freedom Gu flew towards Renzu from the other side of the road. Renzu was overjoyed, grabbing it. "Freedom, I have finally obtained freedom." Renzu was very happy but also confused, asking Freedom Gu, "This is really strange, the flock of wingless birds are chasing you, the toothless beasts are chasing you, the gill-less fish are chasing you, but you are flying towards me, what is going on?" Freedom Gu replied, "Of course I am not flying towards you. O human, you once tried to deceive me with your attitude, use love to bind me and use wealth to bribe me. I hate you and I hate you. The reason why I am flying towards you is because I was attracted by cognition Gu in your body." Cognition Gu floated out of Renzu's body, smiling as it explained, "That is because you are crazy, Renzu. You let your thoughts run wild all day, wishing to never be separated, wishing to live a carefree life, desiring eternal life. If this is not madness, what is?" Freedom Gu sighed, "Freedom of thought is the greatest freedom. It is these random thoughts that allow me to strengthen myself. O Renzu, even though I am captured by you, I will not work for you. Let go of me." Renzu shook his head, gripping even tighter. "Freedom Gu, I will not let go." Freedom Gu sneered, "Then prepare yourself, don't get pressed down." The moment it said that, Responsibility Gu flew over, pressing down on Renzu's shoulder. So heavy, so heavy. Renzu was almost unable to straighten his back. Cognition Gu sighed, "Freedom and responsibility go hand in hand. O Renzu, if you want freedom, you need to bear responsibility. At least, you need to take responsibility for yourself." Renzu gritted his teeth, sweat poured down like rain as he knelt on the ground. He saw the spider silk again. Fate Gu's spider silk coiled around his body. Renzu was already barely able to bear the burden of responsibility, he had no strength to struggle free of the spider silk. Fate Gu's spider silk tightened, causing bloody marks to appear all over Renzu's body. Renzu shouted, "What is going on?" Cognition Gu explained, "O human, the more freedom you have, the more you will feel that you are restricted." Freedom Gu laughed, "Let go of me, the longer you hold on to me, the more the spider silk will coil around you, and the tighter it will get, it might even strangle you to death. Renzu shook his head. No, I will not let go. Oh Freedom Gu, I want you. Countless spider silk stabbed into Renzu's flesh. Renzu screamed in pain, rolling on the ground, but he did not let go. Ah! Renzu laughed foolishly again. I can feel a Gu in a distant place. Just this feeling makes me feel happy and satisfied. Cognition Gu said honestly, that is natural. Whoever can obtain Freedom Gu will be able to sense the location of Bliss Gu. Renzu gritted his teeth, sometimes crying in pain, sometimes laughing in joy. The spider silk tightened and coiled around his bones, causing cracks to appear on his bones, but Renzu did not let go. Eventually he fainted from the pain. After a long time he slowly woke up. Fate Gu's spider silk no longer tightened, Responsibility Gu no longer exerted more pressure, and Cognition Gu had disappeared. Wait, where is Freedom Gu? Renzu could not sense the existence of Freedom Gu. He panicked and quickly opened his hands. Just as a crack appeared, Freedom Gu suddenly flew out, leaving Renzu. When people have freedom they often do not realize it. Only when they lose it would they suddenly realize it. Renzu saw Freedom Gu fly away and was stunned. He thought of the bird group, leopard group and fish group's last words. He was filled with regret. He tore his hair in pain, rolling on the ground. Chapter 1968. In the battlefield of Celestial Court, be it friend or foe, everyone's gazes were focused on one place. Fang Yuan looked around him. He was surrounded by 3 monsters that had suddenly appeared. But the 3 monsters did not do anything to him. Instead, they were protecting him while looking at the surroundings with hostility. Their attitude was clear. Reckless savage demon venerable. Fang Yuan was shocked. Even with reckless savage demon venerable's method helping you, you will lose for sure. Duke Long shouted, his voice echoing over 100 li. He charged down from the sky like a red meteor. Even with reckless savage demon venerable's method, his fighting spirit was unwavering. He wanted to destroy all demonic path cultivators. He wanted to suppress all rebellions. Immortal killer move, Chi Breath Mountain. Duke Long aimed his palms at Fang Yuan from afar and slammed them down. Rumble. With a loud sound, a huge Chi mountain enveloped Fang Yuan and the 3 monsters underground, suppressing them. Duke Long had used triple Chi retraction before. He had many Chi Path Dao marks on his body. Now that he used Chi Breath Mountain, these Chi Path killer moves, their power rose by countless times. This Chi mountain was not only larger than before, it was also very condensed. Be it quality or quantity, it had a breakthrough. Seeing this, be it Wu Yong, Bing Sai Chuan and the rest, they all had solemn expressions. Just this Chi exhale mountain alone was already difficult to block. The best way was to dodge. However, there was still Duke Long, this powerful extraordinary character behind the Chi Breath Mountain. He would definitely stop them from escaping. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He was about to attack. But at this time, one of the 3 monsters formed from blood skin, that blue leopard, suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled deeply. Swoosh. At the next moment, the entire Chi Breath Mountain shrunk. It was directly sucked into Lan Bao's stomach by an indescribable force. The immortal's hearts shook. The pupils of Zhao Shan, he who cultivated food path, shrunk. He could see signs of food path from Lan Bao's body. Even Duke Long was stunned. Such a powerful Chi Breath Mountain was actually broken like this. The blue leopard swallowed a mountain of Chi, and its shriveled belly bulged up slightly by 10%. Its eyes were sparkling as it stared at Duke Long. Its gaze was terrifying, as if it was staring at a delicious feast. Duke Long was courageous and fearless. Even though the 3 monsters were unfathomable, he still charged towards Fang Yuan. Not only did he not slow down, he even increased his speed, directly piercing through the atmosphere and causing a loud sonic boom. Fang Yuan was on standby when one of the 3 freaks, green fish, suddenly moved. With a slight movement of its tail, it suddenly appeared in front of Duke Long. Its speed was so fast that it seemed like it was teleporting, but it didn't seem abrupt at all. Everything was as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. A moment ago, Duke Long's field of vision was wide, but in the next moment, his vision was filled with the mountainous body of the fish monster. The fish monster jerked its head violently. Bang! The fish monster's head sent Duke Long flying. Duke Long was sent flying at a speed even faster than when he was diving. He had transformation path and Chi path Dao marks. He was powerful to an unprecedented degree. After using triple Chi retraction several times, he could defend against ordinary rank 8 attacks. He no longer needed the 9 dragon marks to protect himself. But when he crashed into the fish monster's head, he felt like he was using his bare fist to smash a reef. In an instant, Duke Long's bones were all shattered. His organs were almost crushed by the immense force. He was bleeding both internally and externally. Triple Chi retraction. Duke Long shouted, his weakened aura surged up again. Duke Long immediately used Chi path healing methods. In a few breaths of time, his injuries healed at an astonishing speed. But because he chose to heal himself, he allowed himself to be sent flying. He crashed into the limit of the sky of Celestial Court. Celestial Court was a public grotto heaven. The limit was the aperture wall. Duke Long crashed into the aperture wall. There was still a huge amount of energy left in his body that poured onto the aperture wall in the sky. The immortals heard a loud sound of impact. Next, they saw that in the sky behind Duke Long, several cracks suddenly appeared and rapidly spread in all directions like a spider web. The immortals drew in sharp breaths. The strength of the fish monster's head was simply unimaginable. Even Duke Long could not resist it. The fish monster was merely a method left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. It had existed for over 1,000,000 years, but it still had such power. Then how strong was the Gu Venerable who used this method, reckless savage? It was unimaginable. The immortals could not help but think of reckless savage demon Venerable's evaluation. The world recognized him as the strongest Venerable in terms of strength. Now that they saw it, it was indeed so. This is reckless savage Venerable's method. We have not lost this battle, we can still fight. Lord Duke Long is back, his injuries have healed and his aura is even stronger. What are you afraid of? We have the complete fake Gu, heaven's will is on our side. The three regions Gu immortals were surprised and happy at the unexpected reinforcements. Their morale rose again. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court's immortals were also in high spirits. They had ample confidence in fake Gu and Duke Long. Duke Long dived down again and fought with the three monsters. But this time he had learned his lesson. He mainly used Chi path to attack from afar, avoiding close combat. The strength of these three monsters was truly terrifying. Even Duke Long did not want to be sent flying again. The strategy he had chosen was quite wise. The three monsters' strength was shocking, but their methods were nothing to write home about. After a dozen or so rounds, Duke Long understood. The six-legged yellow bird was extremely fast. It could shoot out yellow lightning from its mouth, but it could not fly. Its beak was extremely hard and sharp. Even an immortal Gu house would be pierced. The green fish monster could float in the air. Its effect was comparable to Space Path's flash, but it was very natural and could not be defended against. No matter what kind of attack landed on this fish monster, it would almost instantly recover. Its strongest aspect was its astonishing recovery ability. It was even stronger than Duke Long's Chi path healing methods. But it also had a flaw. Although its attacks were fierce, the rhythm was too slow and the frequency was very low. After attacking, it would need to rest for a long time before it could attack again. As for the toothless blue leopard, it could also fly in the air. Its strongest method was to open its mouth and swallow all attacks. Not just that, it could even devour heroes among people from Gu immortals. Zhao Shan, he was dazzled by this. His food path methods were far from being able to amplify devouring. This contained the food path profundity that he did not possess. If he could comprehend it, he would definitely advance further. At the same time, the toothless blue leopard's greatest weakness was its devouring ability. Every time it swallowed, its stomach would swell. After being purposely fed moves by Duke Long and the rest, the toothless blue leopard's stomach became round and its movements became increasingly inconvenient. However, even though Celestial Court's side quickly understood the three monsters' details, they still could not resist and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Although the three monsters had all sorts of flaws and their strengths were very obvious, they charged forward with no one daring to block them. Adding on Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, Bing Sai Chuan, Shen Songxing, Song Chi Yuan and the rest, they countered and dispelled all sorts of methods of Celestial Court, causing Celestial Court's side to be extremely passive. The three monsters targeted Heaven Overseeing Tower. They seemed to have a natural hatred towards Fate Gu. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not dare to resist the three monsters' strength. It could only retreat continuously. To protect Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long withstood the huge pressure and suffered heavy injuries again and again, but he had to turn around and fight again and again. His purple hair danced wildly, his eyes were blood red, his whole body was bathed in blood and his dragon scales were dyed. His battle intent had always been increasing and it had never dropped. Both sides surrounded the three monsters and Heaven Overseeing Tower. Celestial Court and the three regions Gu immortals fought fiercely. They fought back and forth. It was extremely intense. The battle continued to move. Everywhere they went, killer moves were like raging waves. The aftershocks destroyed everything and created countless ruins. The great celestial court that was meticulously managed by the Gu immortals was almost completely destroyed in this battle. Seeing that the three regions' Gu immortals had the upper hand, Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly stopped. At the next moment, Immortal Killer Move Fate Vanquish erupted again. "Be careful," Wu Yong shouted. The three regions' Gu immortals were already prepared and quickly responded. After the white light dissipated, Celestial Court's battlefield erupted with a grand explosion again. The intense battle erupted once again. But this time, Celestial Court had the upper hand. The three regions' Gu immortals had no choice but to resist while repairing their immortal Gu houses and their own injuries. The three regions' Gu immortals gradually stabilized their footing. Compared to the first time they suffered Fate Vanquish, their situation was much better. It was because they had three monsters to rely on. The monsters were still rampaging under their attacks. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals were gradually dragged into a deadlock again. They were then suppressed by the three regions' Gu immortals. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower activated Fate Vanquish again. After a series of fierce battles, the Heavenly Court was reduced to ruins. The three monsters' momentum had clearly fallen. The attacks of the two sides' Gu immortals were no longer as ferocious as before. They had to start considering the problem of their immortal essence expenditure. "Oh no, the situation is getting worse." Wu Yong's expression was grim. The three monsters' battle strength was no longer the same as before. They were constantly being ravaged by Fate Vanquish. Back then, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's attack on Celestial Court failed. These three monsters were merely a method he left behind. They naturally cannot resist the power of Fate Vanquish. Bing Sichuan's heart gradually turned cold. If the three regions' Gu immortals did not obtain a breakthrough during the three monsters' battle, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat and slaughter. This was an obvious matter. But Celestial Court's side used the wisest battle tactic. They constantly moved and evaded the enemy's attacks, forcefully expending the enemy's energy. Especially when Fate Vanquish was used time and time again, the three regions' Gu immortals would lose the advantage that they had obtained with great difficulty. They would have to start from scratch again. And because of Demon Judgment Board and Heaven Overseeing Tower, there was a base to reinforce them at any time. Once the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were in danger, they would hide inside, thus they did not suffer any casualties. Of course, this was also because both sides started to cherish their immortal essence. Their attacks slowed down. "Master, the situation is not good. Even Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's methods cannot change the situation. Celestial Court has the complete Fate Gu after all." Far away, Fairy Myrtle analyzed coldly. Spectral Soul had already returned to human form. His body was translucent. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the battlefield, before looking at the distant Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the two venerable silhouettes were still playing chess. The chessboard was filled with chess pieces, but the mystical thing was, whenever the venerable silhouettes placed a chess piece, there would always be a place to place it. But compared to before, the frequency at which the two venerables placed their chess pieces had decreased by a lot. Star Constellation's silhouette held a chess piece in her hand as she looked at the chessboard, before looking at Spectral Soul's direction. "Is this good? Spectral Soul has stolen a portion of our chess results," Star Constellation's silhouette said. Limitless Silhouette smiled. "Since he could escape and steal our results, it is his ability. These are all helpful to him. I am looking forward to the day when he can reach a level that we have yet to reach." Star Constellation's silhouette was silent for a while before sighing. "You are truly a pure Tao seeker. It is a pity that heaven and earth are a cage that prevents me from seeking Tao." Limitless Silhouette replied, "That is why I want to pursue freedom." Star Constellation's silhouette immediately retorted, "But your freedom is to directly break this cage. You and I both know what it is like outside the cage." Limitless Silhouette shook his head. "Our standpoints are different, there is no point in talking." His figure was turning increasingly illusory, only his eyes were shining brightly. Limitless Silhouette held a chess piece in his hand as he looked at the chessboard for a long time without making a move. This game had reached its most crucial moment. On the chessboard, Limitless Silhouette's situation was very bad. He was clearly at a disadvantage. It was like he was surrounded by Star Constellation's chess pieces. Star Constellation's silhouette had a clear advantage. However, even with the accumulation of the Celestial Court, Limitless Silhouette could see the strength of his opponent, Star Constellation. Star Constellations will had to resist Providence on one hand. she also had to make arrangements in the 5 regions. On the other hand, she had to consider countless aspects. Her schemes included the present and ancient universe. Not to mention the failed plans of the 3 venerables to attack the celestial court. Just look at the current situation. Spectral Soul regained his freedom but did not obtain the door of life and death. This was likely Star Constellation's doing. After all, even Fairy Myrtle was kept from her. Duke Long's scheme was unlikely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the only Wisdom Path Venerable in history. However, Limitless Silhouette might not lose now. His main chess pieces were gathered together. It was hard for the opponent to take them down. If he tried to take them down forcefully, he would suffer huge losses. It would be like giving the initiative to Limitless Silhouette. But if Limitless Silhouette tried to break out of the encirclement, he would lack some strength. The entire encirclement was formed by Star Constellation's schemes. If Limitless Silhouette attacked blindly, he would fall into Star Constellation's trap. Thus, Limitless Silhouette could only choose to defend and wait for reinforcements. This chess match between 2 venerables that had started since the Olden Antiquity era and lasted for over 1,000,000 years had finally reached its most crucial moment. Indeed, Limitless Silhouette had reinforcements. He had waited for this reinforcements for over 1,000,000 years. Both sides were aware of this. Now, it depends on the quality. Star Constellation's Silhouette looked around the battlefield before fixing his gaze on Fang Yuan with a complex expression. Chapter 1969. Fang Yuan had been fighting at the front lines all along. On one hand, he had been fighting intensely against Duke Long and the rest, but on the other hand, he had been maintaining his ice-cold calm, planning for the overall situation. But ever since Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method was activated, there was a voice in his ears. Look closely, Junior. The 3 monsters in front of you are formed from my 3 immortal moves. These 3 immortal moves were created from the Pursuit of Freedom chapter in The Legends of Renzu. I created them to pursue freedom. The first move, Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation, using Attitude Gu as the core. Have you ever been envious of birds wanting to fly freely in the sky? But us humans are restricted since birth. We don't have wings. How can we talk about flying? An even crueler situation is often like wingless birds. They have already experienced the wonderful feeling of flying, but have lost their wings. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, you will face all sorts of restrictions. If we are unable to change, unable to break free from all of this, like wingless birds, we want to pursue freedom but are unable to do so, what should we do? This is the core concept of this move. Remember, Junior. Remember, Junior, even if we face the strictest restrictions and are unable to pursue freedom. But at least we still have freedom. That is, we can freely choose what kind of attitude we use to face the cruel reality. Remember, your attitude is very important. The second move, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation, using Mutation Gu as the core. Freedom is not a bad thing, but it is also not a good thing. It can make you better, but it can also make you worse, just like the effect of Mutation Gu. If a fierce beast lacks teeth, can't it live? If there is no freedom to bite, what harm is there in swallowing it whole? Who knows, it might even train your digestive ability. The third move, Internal Breathing Green Fish Transformation, using Adaptation Gu as the core. Compared to it, the world is so ugly and dirty. We will be attacked by the cruel reality. We will be tortured by pain and hopelessness. We walk on our own paths. Sometimes we will be covered in injuries. We will have nowhere to hide. We will not be able to escape. Humans are changing. The world is also constantly changing. If we cannot keep up with the times, we will be eliminated by the world. So, be adaptable. Without gills, we will use our mouth to breathe. If we cannot even use our mouth, we will use internal breathing. No matter how slow you walk, even if your face changes. The voice was thick and powerful as it explained the background and origins of the 3 monsters in detail. These were the 3 transformation path killer moves left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Ever since Fang Yuan triggered Reckless Savage Demon Ancestor's method, this voice had mysteriously accompanied Fang Yuan, and no one else had noticed it at all. Could this be the voice of Reckless Savage Archdevil? As Fang Yuan was guessing, the voice suddenly changed. His voice, which was originally steady and thick, became lively and frivolous. Hey, you said so much. It's my turn, my turn. Haha kid, no matter who you are, you must be an otherworldly demon. Because only otherworldly demons had hope of destroying Fate Gu. That's why I left behind this legacy. Only otherworldly devils can inherit it. But other than that, you need to possess at least one of the 3 Gu worms. Attitude Gu, Mutation Gu, Adaptation Gu. These 3 Gu worms correspond to 3 killer moves. They can trigger my killer moves. When you come to the sky above Embroidered Tower, you can activate the killer moves and transform into monsters, becoming your powerful helpers. You can use them however you want, be it killing, plundering, or benefiting the world. Of course, it would be best if you can get rid of the Celestial Court's fake goo because I really don't like it. Of course, if you can activate all 3 moves, then these 3 moves can be combined into one. This is a super killer move that I meticulously created. Once you grasp this move, you can use your human form and possess all the advantages of the 3 moves without any other shortcomings. That is to say, you will be like a wingless bird, moving as fast as lightning and breathing out lightning. You will also be like the gill-less fish, possessing extremely powerful recovery and self-healing abilities. You will also be like the toothless beast, swallowing everything and storing it in your stomach. Are you stunned? Isn't it super powerful? Worship me. The frivolous male voice seemed to be chased away as it was replaced by the solemn male voice. The final combination move is called Incomplete Freedom Transformation. It uses attitude, mutation, and adaptability as its 3 cores. It is extremely complex and detailed. Although you can use the 3 monsters that I left behind to combine them into one, it is much easier than activating them independently, but please do not try it rashly. Because this move acts on your body. Once it fails, you will suffer heavy injuries at best or even death at worst. Remember this, remember this. The solemn male voice spoke with deep sincerity, but soon, the frivolous male voice appeared again. Please, what you said is not the main point. Let me tell you the main point. Once you activate this move, you will be able to suppress all immemorial desolate plants and immemorial desolate beasts, turning the 3 monsters' methods into your own innate ability. You will become a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, fighting heaven and earth, rampaging through the world. You will immediately possess pseudo-venerable battle strength. Of course, if you meet a venerable like me, you will still have to kneel. But these are not the most important points. The most important point is that you need to remember. When Fang Yuan heard this, he could not help but concentrate. The frivolous and lively male voice continued. The most important point is that once this move is activated, the 3 monsters will fuse into one and turn into a bloody cloak that will cover your body. This cloak is really super cool. Junior lad, you must try it. It is truly too cool. You will not regret it. Fang Yuan was speechless. Along with the voice, all sorts of information flowed in his mind. He had a clear understanding of the 3 killer moves. Different from the male voice's description, these 3 killer moves and the final combination move were not complicated. The steps were also not complicated. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's era was the olden antiquity era. The style of goo cultivators was either grand or rough. It was far from the complexity of the current era. Mastering these killer moves was not difficult, especially for Fang Yuan who had deep wisdom path attainment. Then I should combine them like this. Fang Yuan was done preparing. He retreated and activated the killer move. In an instant, the 3 monsters that were fighting at the front turned into 3 rays of light, 1 yellow, 1 green and 1 yellow. They entered Fang Yuan's body. Such a shocking change caught both sides off guard. The 3-colored light enveloped Fang Yuan, emitting a grand aura that spread out in all directions, repelling all people and objects. The 3 lights quickly fused and turned into a blood-red color. The blood light condensed into one and covered Fang Yuan's back, turning into a huge bright red cloak. The cloak fluttered in the wind like a battle flag. The sound of it flapping resounded in everyone's ears. What change is this? It seems like Fang Yuan inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Both sides were shocked again. Seeing this familiar cloak, star constellation silhouette, who was inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, recalled. Over 1,000,000 years ago, a man barged into Celestial Court. He walked over step by step. Each step seemed ordinary, yet it caused the heavenly court to tremble, heaven and earth to tremble. His body was extremely muscular. He wore beast skin and his muscles bulged. Numerous tattoos surrounded his skin and flesh, depicting countless strange beasts and plants. Some of them were savage, while others were intelligent and refined. He emitted a grand aura that was like a majestic mountain range, like a vast ocean. The goo immortals of Celestial Court only took a glance at him and felt a suffocating pressure. He wore a cloak on his back. This beast skin cloak was extremely large. It was made from human skin. Only Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had a tall and muscular body. If it were an ordinary person, the cloak would drag on the ground. Every time Reckless Savage Demon Venerable killed a rank 8 enemy, he would peel off the enemy's skin and sew it onto the beast skin cloak. This was originally a custom of the Beastmen, but Reckless Savage had learned it and imitated it when he was young, even before he became a venerable. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Halfway through the invasion of Celestial Court, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable stopped in front of Embroidered Tower. In the air, star constellations will appeared. "Oh Reckless Savage, you cannot destroy Fate Goo. Your strength comes from your fate. It's like you can't lift yourself up without using other means." "Of course I know this." Reckless Savage Demon Venerable chuckled. "Then why are you here?" "I am here to fight." Reckless Savage Demon Venerable raised his head and said in a frivolous tone. "Star constellations will." Reckless Savage Demon Venerable continued to laugh. "When I became a venerable and became invincible in the world, I felt an intense sense of loneliness. No one can fight me now. I have already killed most of those variant human rank 8s, the old and weak who are still alive have all gone into hiding. I have no interest in finding them. Looking at the 5 regions, only Celestial Court is interesting. To preserve Fate Goo you must have left behind many methods. Back then Limitless was blocked by you. Come, use all your methods, let us have a good contest." Star Constellations was silent for a while before entering Embroidered Tower. "This immortal goo house in front of you is one of the methods left behind by my main body back then." Roar. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's eyes shined. "Then I will go." The battle ended quickly. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable clenched his fists and licked his lips, mumbling in dissatisfaction. "What, just 2 or 3 moves and your Embroidered Tower is about to collapse? It was quite good at the start. But don't worry, I won't tear down your building. We are on the same side. Also, I will leave these 3 layers of blood skin here. This is my inheritance. No matter who it is, even if you are a member of Celestial Court, as long as you can inherit my inheritance, I will leave it to you. Take it as a souvenir of me coming to Celestial Court. Don't destroy it, hee. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder which junior will obtain my inheritance. Will they be awed by my grand strength? Will they be subdued by my wondrous thoughts? Of course it would be best if this junior can destroy Fate Goo. If he can't do this, I am really unhappy." Star Constellations was silent for a long while before speaking. "So destroying Fate Goo is your objective?" Reckless Savage Demon Venerable shrugged his shoulders. "Of course. I will leave the blood skin here. If you have the ability, then destroy it. But I have to remind you out of goodwill. These 3 layers of blood skin are already connected to the Tao marks of Celestial Court. If you carelessly destroy it, it will cause the most direct damage to Celestial Court. Unless a descendant has transformation path attainment like me, they will not be able to safely destroy it." Star Constellations continued. "If you want to destroy Fate Goo, there is actually a better way. That is, you will become an immortal venerable and become the Lord of Celestial Court, living with Fate Goo day and night. I think with your wisdom you will definitely find a way to destroy Fate Goo." Reckless Savage Demon Venerable shook his head without even thinking. "I don't want to." Star Constellations frowned. "Why?" "Because the title of Demon Venerable sounds cooler than an immortal venerable." Star Constellations It was very strange when Reckless Savage Demon Venerable said this reason. Why did it feel like it was only natural? Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned around and looked at himself, waving his arm. Look at my thighs, how firm they are. My arms, how thick they are. This is beauty, this is handsomeness. And this cloak, it is covered in blood and made of human skin, it is so majestic and domineering." Star Constellations was in a mess, only speaking after a long while. "So, you did not create this cloak to repay the debt of blood, to take revenge on the variant humans? Of course there is a secondary reason, but the main reason is because it is cool." Star Constellations "Oh, that's right. The 3 layers of blood skin I left behind can form a move. After the move is formed, it is a blood skin cloak. It is very similar to the one I am wearing. If a junior wears it in the future, they will definitely be super cool." Chapter 1970. Because of Fang Yuan's shocking change, the entire Celestial Court's battle slowed down. Duke Long was the first one to react. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Dragon Fang. Fang Yuan's situation was unclear. The 3 monsters suddenly turned into a blood-colored cloak that draped over his body. Duke Long did not dare to be careless. He had some reservations after being beaten up by the 3 monsters earlier. He immediately used Spiraling Dragon Fang to probe from afar. Dragon teeth danced in the air, sharp as blades. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he wanted to probe his current defensive strength. Clang clang clang. The dragon teeth landed on his body, creating waves of golden sparks. After wearing the blood battle cloak, Fang Yuan's defensive strength immediately rose to a terrifying level. Duke Long's pupils shrunk at this sight. Fang Yuan's current defensive strength was already more outstanding than his, at least, when the dragon teeth landed on Duke Long's body, white marks would be left on his dragon scales. But Fang Yuan was completely unscathed, there was nothing wrong with him. His defense is already so shocking, his other aspects should not be lacking either. Seeing how Fang Yuan blocked the dragon teeth killer move, the immortals present had the same thought. The celestial court's side was even more wary, while the three regions Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan with expectant gazes. These Gu immortals did not know that at this moment, there was a voice in Fang Yuan's ears criticizing him. "Lad, you are the junior who inherited my true inheritance? Ayaya, you are so ugly. Look at yourself, your face is like a woman's, your arms and legs are too thin. Why is your skin so white and soft? Where is your toughness as a man? Oh heavens! My inheritance was actually wasted in your hands." Fang Yuan, the three monsters fused into one. During the process of incomplete freedom transformation, Fang Yuan needed to instill his own will. However, after the blood battle cloak formed, Fang Yuan's will actually transformed into the image of the reckless savage demon venerable, transforming into reckless savage's will. This method was truly unimaginable. It could be seen that even though reckless savage was a transformation path Gu immortal, his wisdom path attainment was also extremely shocking. However, Fang Yuan soon discovered that the source of the change in his willpower was the three freaks. To him, the so-called reckless savage will was not harmful, and even had many benefits. Reckless savage's will could oversee the blood-colored cloak and help maintain the killer move. It could even speed up Fang Yuan's understanding of the true meaning of incomplete freedom transformation after the three moves were combined. "Kid, hurry up and make your move. After so many years, there isn't much power left in my main body. Quick, rush up and crush fake Gu." Reckless savage's will laughed loudly, shouting impatiently. "You talk too much nonsense. Can you shut up?" Fang Yuan replied indifferently. Reckless savage's will was stunned. He held his cheeks with both hands and shouted in disbelief, "I've been despised. I, the dignified reckless savage fiend venerable, was actually despised by a junior. And such an ugly guy at that." Next, reckless savage's will started to mumble. Who could have thought that the mighty and domineering reckless savage demon venerable was actually a chatterbox? But even without his reminder, Fang Yuan could feel that this combination move, incomplete freedom transformation, might have astonishing power, but it also expended a huge amount of the three freaks' foundation. This move had a time limit. In that case, Fang Yuan squinted, staring at heaven overseeing tower with malicious intent. At that instant, the celestial court Gu immortals and heaven overseeing tower felt a chill in their hearts. "Be careful of Fang Yuan. He is attacking. Steady. The celestial court side suddenly tensed up. Everyone's heartstrings were stretched taut to the extreme. Boom. At the next moment, Fang Yuan suddenly moved. His figure drew a straight line of blood light in the sky, brazenly moving towards the place with the most enemies, heaven overseeing tower. Fang Yuan's explosive speed was so shocking that even Duke Long, who was already prepared, was greatly surprised. "Fang Yuan, don't even think of leaving." Duke Long reacted and chased with all his strength. "Ehehe, it is finally getting interesting." At the edge of the battlefield, Spectral Soul laughed heartily as he saw this, ordering, "Old man Jing Yuan, make your move, activate everybody's vision. I want everyone in the world to see this interesting scene." "Yes, master." Old man Jing Yuan was a key that held authority. He was specialized in activating the human path methods of the past venerables of Celestial Court. And this everybody's vision killer move was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had displayed its unique power in the previous life. It was based on the human path killer move People's United Hearts. It could allow Central Continent's mortals, Gu Masters and Gu Immortals to share their vision. This way the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals would be able to see all of Central Continent's enemies. They could also incite the hatred of Central Continent's people and gather even more human will. The accumulation of more human will could in turn boost the power of other human path killer moves, like heroes among people. This cycle continued to grow stronger. It was the style of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. Immortal killer move, everybody's vision. At once, Central Continent was in an uproar, the 5 regions were in an uproar. What in the world is going on? My eyes, there is something wrong with my eyes. The mortals were indescribably shocked. It is the battle situation of Celestial Court. What kind of method is this? It allowed us to see the current situation. Which side has the upper hand? Almost all the Gu immortals of the 5 regions knew the inside story. In the previous life, Central Continent's humans enjoyed the effect of everybody's vision. But in this life, because of Xin Shang's interference, the 5 regions' human wills were gathered together. Everybody's vision allowed all the people of the 5 regions to see the battle situation of Celestial Court at the same time. The first scene that the people of the 5 regions saw was Fang Yuan charging straight towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Who is that person? Even if it was an ordinary mortal, when they saw Fang Yuan, they would feel an intense and suffocating aura of fierceness. Fang Yuan, don't even think of succeeding. At the crucial moment, Guyue Fangjing and Qin Dingling controlled Demon Judgment Board together, blocking in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. That is the rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Demon Judgment Board. The Gu immortals who saw this, no matter which region they were in, shouted in shock. Fang Yuan did not slow down, he directly charged towards Demon Judgment Board. Is he crazy? This is a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. However, at the next moment, the 5 regions Gu immortals could not help but open their mouths, their faces were filled with shock. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan directly crashed into Demon Judgment Board. The huge impact forced Demon Judgment Board to fly backwards. Even though Guyue Fangjing and Qin Dingling were inside the Immortal Gu House, they were already using all their strength to activate it. Get lost! Fang Yuan shouted, raising his fist and punching fiercely. A huge pit was created on Demon Judgment Board's surface. Countless fragments flew everywhere, turning into Gu worm corpses that filled the sky. Guyue Fangjing coughed out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, unable to conceal his shock. Fang Yuan's attack almost pierced through Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was smashed to the ground by Fang Yuan. Before Fang Yuan stomped on it, a huge force surged towards it. It could not resist it at all. Demon Judgment Board was like a mountain pressing down on it. It rapidly fell to the ground. Fang Yuan jumped up. His speed surged as he charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower again. But at the next moment, Duke Long had already caught up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan! He shouted, his voice reverberating in the sky. Fang Yuan turned around, the bloody cape on his back swung as he waved his fists, creating a storm of fist shadows. Duke Long had already come with a killer move, his palms slammed down with Chi Breath Mountain. Next, his left hand formed into a claw as he used a mortal killer move Dragon Claw Strike, while his right hand clenched into a fist as he used Chaotic Dragon Fist. At the same time, he spat out teeth that turned into countless spiraling dragon fangs that surrounded his body. The 9 dragon tattoos protecting Xiao Chen's body took the initiative to appear. Bam 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 bam, Fang Yuan and Duke Long fought fiercely, attacking fiercely as their fists landed on flesh. On one side was a venerable inheritor, an otherworldly demon, on the other side was a Dao Guardian, the teacher of an immortal venerable. The battle between these two broke the record since the start of the battle. Just the aftershock alone caused intense winds to blow, pushing away all people and objects. The terrifying collision force could directly destroy Immortal Gu houses. Even rank 8 Immortal Gu houses like Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Calamity Luck Altar stopped in their tracks. And those rank 7 Immortal Gu houses hid far away. Are these two monsters? What kind of shocking battle is this? The 5 regions Gu immortals saw this through everybody's vision killer move and swallowed their saliva, their hearts pounding. As long as venerables did not appear, this battle between Fang Yuan and Duke Long was definitely at the peak of the current era. The mortals also gradually understood some of the details. This is incredible. We are seeing immortals. There are really immortals in this world. Immortals are fighting. They're killing each other. It's just too terrifying. Look, it seems like even heaven has been destroyed by them. The mortals screamed in shock. This scene had surpassed the limits of their imagination. The storm of attacks did not stop. Both sides were in a deadlock. Even though Duke Long did not receive the support of heroes among people, he had the help of Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand and Destiny Song, as well as Triple Chi Retraction. This method was a foreshadowing left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. Duke Long was only the key. At the edge of the battlefield, Spectral Soul looked at the battle between Fang Yuan and Duke Long as he smiled. Since it has already reached this stage, I might as well give it a hand. Jing Yuan, release all of your human wills. Old man Jing Yuan was slightly dazed. Weren't the human wills all released already? How could there be any left? If there were, why would old man Jing Yuan not use them earlier? However, as Spectral Soul continued to guide, Old Man Jing Yuan was shocked to find that a portion of human wills was stored in a corner of Celestial Court. Spectral Soul's understanding of Celestial Court was so thorough, he was even clearer than Old Man Jing Yuan. How many secrets of Celestial Court does he know? Also, why would the previous venerables secretly keep a portion of human wills? Old Man Jing Yuan was filled with questions. Stop guessing, just release it. The following facts will tell you the answer. Spectral Soul chuckled. Old Man Jing Yuan had already been subdued by Spectral Soul. He nodded and activated his method without hesitation. The human wills were completely released. Chapter 1971. At this moment, when human will was completely released, be it the Gu immortals of both sides, they seemed to be able to hear the discussions of countless people. You must grow up safely and healthily, my children. It is truly a good thing that lovers can be together. May the world be peaceful for generations to come. I would rather be a dog in peace than a person in chaos. Kill all these lawless bandits and villains. The righteous path will definitely win. I believe that even though justice and fairness may come late, they will never be absent. You must win, Celestial Court. I cannot do anything, I can only pray for you like this. The morale of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals rose, but soon confusion appeared on their faces. Their enemies were also strengthened, and it seemed like the three regions' Gu immortals received a greater boost than them. Kill these hypocritical righteous path people. Destroy the Celestial Court, it is high and mighty, who knows how many generations of Central Continent's people it has exploited. Even though I admire the spirit of the Celestial Court, I will never be able to reach it. I am a Central Continent Gu immortal, I admit my selfishness, I am only an ordinary Gu cultivator. But Central Continent's resources are all taken by the Celestial Court, they are all occupied by the 10 great ancient sects, they are all plundered by the Celestial Court. Join the Celestial Court? That is too difficult, they even want me to offer my immortal aperture. How can I bear to do that? Destroy the Celestial Court, the more damage we cause to the Celestial Court, the less pressure we will have on the other 4 regions when the 5 regions merge. The Heavenly Court has been the #1 force of the human race for far too long. If it is overthrown, it will be very interesting. Both sides fought again. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals were shocked to find that the other party's heroes among people was indeed stronger than theirs. Why was that? Heroes among people was clearly our Celestial Court's method. Why did heroes among people help the enemy more? The Celestial Court's Gu immortals were uncertain, they were gradually suppressed. Wu Yong once again led the crowd, he was the first to charge out of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, valiantly charging at the very front. At this moment he fully displayed the martial style of the southern borders Wu clan. His face was gloomy and his eyes flashed with a cold light. The will to destroy Fate Gu had always been so intense and turbulent. In the past, he stood in front of his mother Wu Duxiu's coffin, mourning in silence. While he was grieving, he also discovered that there was a hint of relief and joy in the depths of his heart. Am I being unfilial? Wu Yong questioned himself and gradually understood his true feelings. It's not like that. I was full of filial piety and respect for my mother. However, she was truly too powerful. In her shadow, I could only choose to submit and cower. Only when she's gone will I have the space to relax. Back to the present. Wu Yong's fighting spirit was as strong as steel. His gaze was ice cold, and he revealed the fervor in his heart. So destroy Fate Gu. I will mourn you like how I mourned my mother. Only when you are gone can I, Wu Yong, have the freedom to pursue my ambitions and aspirations. On the other side, Calamity Luck Altar suppressed Demon Judgment Board. Bing Sichuan had never felt so powerful. Hot blood surged in his chest. You still don't understand, Qin Ding Ling. You are Lord Giant Sun's lover in vain. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. Why do you think Lord Giant Sun created Luck Path? Why did he create Luck Path? In a way, this is the hope of all living beings in this world. When all lives were predetermined and all encounters were predetermined, then what was the point of living? What is the difference between this and a puppet or a walking corpse? This isn't just a guess, but something Sir Giant Sun personally told me. And I inherited his will. After 300,000 years, I will still fight to the death. I am an old man who is willing to fight for this will. Immortal killer move, Grand Rumble. Shin Songxing actually took the initiative to attack Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge controlled Destiny Song. Under Shin Songxing's frenzied attacks, he retreated continuously, his main goal was to stabilize his side. Shin Songxing screamed, Feng Jioga. We are both sound path Gu immortals, even if we can't see it, can't we hear it? Listen. This is the voice of most people in the world. They do not want to be restrained, they want freedom. No matter how impractical this freedom is. Sometimes, it is like the daydream of a lunatic or a fool. I will speak the truth. Shin Songxing said this as he shed tears of emotion. I have never felt this before. It is like there are billions of people standing around me, they are cheering for me and encouraging me. Maybe this is how the Celestial Court's Gu immortals feel when they fight for humanity. I was right to come to this battlefield. Bam 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 bam. Close combat, punches landed on flesh, Fang Yuan and Duke Long attacked fiercely. After a while of deadlock, Duke Long started to fall into a disadvantage. Even though Duke Long gritted his teeth and wanted to resist, it was to no avail. At this moment he started to feel what it meant to be powerless. Among everyone present, Fang Yuan's heroes among people killer move had the highest power. What? You are clearly a demon who brings disaster to the world and commits all sorts of evil deeds. Why are you receiving the most human will's help? Duke Long shouted in anger. Do you still not understand? Duke Long. This era is different, people's hearts have already changed. In the olden antiquity era, humans sought survival. Thus, when the three demon venerables invaded the Celestial Court, they held back. And now, more than 1,000,000 years have passed since the olden antiquity era. Your Celestial Court can no longer represent the will of the billions of people. Fang Yuan's words were sharp, they were like blades sharper than dragon fangs, directly piercing through Duke Long's heart. Fang Yuan did not only use his fists, every joint on his body was turned into a weapon as he attacked Duke Long. Chi Breath Mountain was destroyed, spiraling dragon fangs were scattered, Duke Long's Dragon Claw Strike and Chaotic Dragon Fist were suppressed by Fang Yuan step by step. Boom 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 boom. Every time he attacked, Fang Yuan's fists would create sonic booms. The Blood Battle Cloak released a bright red halo that enveloped Fang Yuan's entire body, giving him a terrifying boost in all aspects. Duke Long's fingers were broken by Fang Yuan, his fists collided with Fang Yuan's fists, revealing the bones in his hands. The 9 dragon patterns on his body were howling in pain. Most of them had already been scattered by Fang Yuan. Countless years ago there was a pair of lovers. The man was called Tuji, the woman was called Ruali. Tuji was a rockman while Ruali was a human female immortal. I cultivate rule path, of course I believe in the rules of this world. Everything in the world has its own path, that is fate. I have always been following my fate. I believe that I could meet you and fall in love with you because of fate's kindness towards me. Tuji said. Ruali said, then what if I tell you that I am fated to be killed by reckless savage demon venerable? What? Tuji was shocked. Ruali, how many times have you predicted this prophecy? Actually, just once is enough, but I have indeed predicted it many times, and the result is the same every time. Do you know why Wisdom Path Gu Immortals prophecies are so accurate? That is because the path of fate is fixed. Me dying at reckless savage's hands is my fate. Tuji was silent for a while before saying in a resolute tone, then I don't believe in fate. Why must I die at reckless savage demon venerable's hands? Why can't my lover live a happy life? If this is fate's arrangement then, I will not accept it. Duke Long was forced to retreat continuously by Fang Yuan. First, blood seeped out of his mouth, then his 7 orifices started to bleed. This was caused by Fang Yuan's fists hitting his body, causing his organs to bleed. Awesome. Truly awesome. Reckless savages will shouted from within the cloak, waving his hands and legs excitedly. Kid, although you are ugly, your style is like me. I have to say, my impression of you has changed somewhat. But for some reason I feel like something is missing. Reckless savages will thought for a while before suddenly clapping. I got it. Kid, you should roar in excitement, shout in joy, that is the heroic fighting spirit of a man. However, Fang Yuan's expression was cold as ice, his eyes were pitch black like a deep abyss, there was not a trace of expression on his face. For him, the reason why he used this method was because he was making use of the strength of incomplete freedom transformation. With the 3 monsters' strength, Duke Long was already at a disadvantage fighting him in close combat. But Fang Yuan had the attitude of attacking heaven overseeing tower. Duke Long had no choice but to tangle with Fang Yuan. Duke Long's situation was getting worse, he was clearly defending more and attacking less. He roared and roared, but he was still forced back by Fang Yuan's attacks. In southern border there was a Gu immortal called Taozhu. He is Taozhu? Is he an idiot? In order to research some secret of the 5 regions, he actually gave up on such a marriage. He is a lunatic. There was a period of time when I saw him crawling into the regional walls, causing his head to bleed. He was in a pathetic state. In order to research the 5 regional walls, he sacrificed almost everything. He put his heart and soul into it. He endured the ridicule of countless people. He resisted the secret suppression of many people. The most fatal thing was that fate played a huge joke on him. In the near future, the 5 regional walls would vanish completely. Even if Tao Zhu's research produced results, it seemed to have lost its meaning. But so what? If this is fate, I, Tao Zhu, am unable to resist or change it. So what? I will continue to research it. Even if I fail in the end, if I cannot research it, my entire life will be a failure. I will not accept my fate. Even if I understand that there is a world wall called fate in front of me, I will still charge straight through it. Even if I crash into the wall and die, I will die with my head held high. Why should I accept my fate? Damn it. I want to do this. Chapter 1972. Quickly reinforced Duke Long. The celestial court's Gu immortals quickly moved. They did not dare to watch this anymore. Duke Long and Feng Jioge were the 2 pillars of the celestial court. If Duke Long was defeated by Feng Yuan and fell, the entire battle situation would become unpredictable again. Boom. Feng Yuan kicked, kicking Duke Long's arm to the side. Duke Long's back was wide open. Feng Yuan used this chance to get close, grabbing Duke Long's purple hair with his left hand. Next he raised his right fist. Fist shadows flew everywhere, punching at Duke Long's face and chest like cannonballs. In a moment of desperation, Duke Long could not escape. He could only shout, "Triple Qi retraction." Qi currents surged again, gathering on Duke Long's body. Duke Long's condition tripled again. Bam bam bam. Feng Yuan beat Duke Long violently. He continued the beating. Over 1,000,000 years ago, Genesis Lotus became a venerable. He disguised as a mortal and traveled the world. One day he came to a poor and dilapidated village in Western Desert. Here, because of his identity as a Gu master, he helped the villagers settle some small matters. He was warmly welcomed by the villagers. A child was the most excited. He admired Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable so much that he almost prostrated himself before him. Because he saw a new hope in life. Lord Gu Master, I beg you, I beg you. The child knelt on the ground, grabbing Genesis Lotus's clothes. He looked up at Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. His innocent eyes were filled with tears and pleading. "Speak, child, don't kneel, I will definitely help you if I can." Genesis Lotus helped the child up gently. The child showed a joyful expression. "It is great that you can help. Please revive my mother. She is the person I love the most. She is also the person who loves me the most in this world. My father abandoned me and my mother a long time ago. I was able to grow up because of my mother's hard work and painstaking efforts. But my mother died a few days ago. She died of exhaustion and illness. Before she died, she even stuffed the remaining half of the cake into my hands with her shivering hands so that I wouldn't have to eat it. I can't lose my mother. I can't live without a mother. I beg you, Lord Gu Master. You were able to dig so deep into the sand and accurately find the water source. It will definitely be able to resurrect my mother." Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was silent. The child was naive and did not know that resurrecting a dead person was far more difficult than digging a well for water. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was a venerable of the current generation. He could do what others could not. But he could not. He was an immortal sovereign, the immortal sovereign of the celestial court. Thus, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable rubbed the child's head as he sighed. "That is not possible. No matter what living beings are, they will live and die. Your mother's death is her final destination. Isn't it also a kind of liberation? You need to be more open-minded, live on bravely and happily. I believe your mother will definitely want you to live like this." "No, I don't want to." The child shook his head furiously. "I want my mother to resurrect." Genesis Lotus shook his head as he sighed again. "I cannot resurrect your mother." "What? You can clearly do that." The child stared at Genesis Lotus with wide-open eyes. Genesis Lotus shook his head again, not saying anything else. The child screamed as he pointed at Genesis Lotus. I hate you, Gu Master. You can clearly help my mother, but you don't want to do it. You are too cold, you are truly cruel. Just because she's not your mother? If she were your mother, would you reject her so coldly?" Genesis Lotus fell into deep thought. He placed himself in the child's shoes and got the result, replying with an extremely serious expression. "Yes, I will do that." I will accept death peacefully no matter who it is. Because I know this is fate's arrangement. Fuck your fate. The child screamed, I don't care about your fate, I just need my mother, I want my mother. The child was quickly stopped by the villagers who came over after hearing the commotion. The village chief quickly apologized to Genesis Lotus. Genesis Lotus waved his hand, expressing that he was not a hindrance. He looked at the struggling child who was being forcefully helped by the villagers and was suddenly stunned. His entire body and mind shuddered intensely. At this moment he suddenly understood. Why did he feel a vague sense of unease when he traveled the world? The hearts of humans changed, their desires were hard to satisfy. When humans became the overlords of the world, their desires were no longer to resist the domination and suppression of variant humans, instead, it was more of a crazed fantasy. Genesis Lotus looked at the child in front of him in a daze. He suddenly realized, isn't the current human race the child in front of me? He is struggling crazily under the restraints of fate, for an unrealistic hope? But is this really an unrealistic hope? Resurrecting a dead person, is it impossible? Genesis Lotus was clear that this could be done. But he could not do it. This was not allowed. But if it was not allowed, would no one do it? Genesis Lotus suddenly felt a sense of loss and hesitation, a deep helplessness that seeped into his bones. Even if he was a rank 9 venerable, the number 1 person in the world, he could do all he could to stop the people of the world from doing this, but what about after he died? Even if he did all he could when he was alive and no one did it, could he, Genesis Lotus, stop the people of the world from thinking this way? And the most terrifying thing was precisely this kind of thinking. What right did he have to stop people's fantasies? He could not stop the various desires in people's hearts. Duke Long was ruthlessly beaten by Fang Yuan. He retaliated with all his strength at first, but Fang Yuan forcibly withstood Duke Long's counterattack. His expression was as cold as iron. Duke Long was beaten beyond recognition by Fang Yuan. His chest caved in, dragon scales scattered everywhere, his aura plummeted. Triple chi retraction. Duke Long roared again, his aura rose again, his injuries instantly healed. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan was still beating Duke Long. Duke Long had just recovered his appearance, but he was once again beaten by Fang Yuan. Soon, his bones were fractured everywhere, blood spurting everywhere. Duke Long did not retreat, he defended with all his strength, shouting again, triple chi retraction. His condition recovered again. Reckless savages will cheered from within the cloak. Continue beating him, continue beating him. Beat him to death, beat him until he explodes. I want to see how much foundation the Celestial Court has, to be able to exhaust him like this. Ah. But Fang Yuan was calmly calculating the remaining strength of the 3 monsters after they fused. Their strength was constantly weakening. Back then, when the 3 monsters had just appeared, Green Fish could smash Duke Long's entire body with a single headbutt. But after so many battles and the baptism of fate defeat, the 3 monsters did not have much strength left. Fang Yuan activated incomplete freedom transformation. Even though the 3 monsters combined their strength, their defense, movement, healing and other aspects were greatly consumed. In terms of foundation, they could not compare to the Celestial Court. The sky full of fist shadows suddenly condensed. Fang Yuan raised his fist and punched with all his strength. Boom. With an explosive sound, Fang Yuan's right fist sank into Duke Long's face. Next, a terrifying power erupted. Duke Long lost consciousness. He flew across the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily on the ground. Then he continued to sink, using his tough body to smash against the thick ground of the Celestial Court, creating an unprecedented crater. For a moment, Duke Long lay at the bottom of the crater, unable to move. But triple chi retraction was activated again. Another round of chi gathered towards him from all directions. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He loosened his hand. A large amount of long purple hair scattered in the wind. It was torn when he beat up Duke Long earlier. Fang Yuan thought about it calmly. Triple chi retraction was not activated by Duke Long. It was a method left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. Even though Duke Long lost consciousness, triple chi retraction was still supporting Duke Long. Incomplete freedom transformation did not have much strength left. Once this killer move stopped midway, it could no longer use reckless savage demon venerable strength. If he wanted to use it next time, Fang Yuan would have to rely on his own strength. Duke Long paused for the moment. Fang Yuan immediately turned around, using every second to chase after Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower had been moving, but because of the 3 regions Gu Immortals, it did not get too far away from Fang Yuan. Stop him, quickly stop him. Stop Fang Yuan. We must stop him at all costs. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were like moths flying into a flame, charging towards Fang Yuan. Yi Chaozi blocked the way. Fang Yuan's punch pierced the wooden armor, directly shattering it. Zhao Shan he pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's leg flew up and directly stomped his body until it exploded. Whirling Boy screamed, suddenly appearing behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grabbed his tiny head, and with a loud sound Fang Yuan clenched his fingers into a fist, forcefully crushing Whirling Boy's head into pieces. Haha, just like that. Kill them, destroy them. Then charge forward. Within the blood cape, reckless savages will laugh loudly, waving his hands and cheering for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. Duke Long flew up again, attempting to block Fang Yuan. A palace suddenly appeared in the sky above him. Dragon Palace. The former Dragon Palace Lord, Wu Shuai, his life seemed to be filled with tragedy. The secret of Dragon Man extermination was like a guillotine, hanging above his and the Dragon Man race's heads. The Dream Realm enlightened him again. To solve the problem of Dragon Man extermination, he needed to use Rank 8 Dragon Palace, and also conduct experiments on the Dragon Man body. But to do this Wu Shuai alone could not do it. Thus, he gathered the Dragon Man Gu immortals and told them the truth, asking for their help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented gathering. Almost all the Dragon Man Gu immortals were here. To do experiments, we need a vast number of Dragon Men. Almost all of them will die. Even if they survive, their lives will be worse than death. Thus, I cannot make this decision alone. If anyone objects, please speak up. Wu Shuai said. I object. Someone immediately jumped out. Everyone looked at him. He was of the same generation as Wu Shuai. He was Wu Shuai's seventh brother in terms of bloodline, the seventh young master that ancestor Duke Long doted on the most. The seventh young master pointed at Wu Shuai on the throne, cursing, "Eighth brother, you scoundrel, you are truly crazy. To gain the trust of the Celestial Court, you killed your most loyal brother. To conceal the secret of Dragon Man reigning supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal Gu, you actually used the woman who loved you as a Gu refinement material. Now, to deal with the Dragon Man extermination killer move, you even want to harm countless innocent Dragon Men. You want to use them as experiments. Why are you so vicious? Why are you so cold? You think we will believe you just because you gave us this so-called evidence? Hee, you are too laughable. Do you think we are fools? No, you are not laughable. You are pitiful and pathetic. You wanted to give your woman happiness, but what happened in the end? She was sacrificed to refine a Gu. You wanted to be your father's pride, but what happened in the end? You killed him. You killed him personally. You gave Huang Wei a great cause, you gave him hope. But you killed him because of it, and now what happened to the cause? Ha. The seventh young master laughed maniacally, tears flowed down his cheeks. You tried all ways to lead the Dragon Man race to rise, but what happened in the end? The Dragon Man race is going to be destroyed, it is going to be extinct. It's you. If not for your wild ambitions, occupying South Flower Island and migrating your people to develop, creating conflict between the Dragon Men and humans, why would so many things happen? If the Dragon-human race had always been peaceful and stable, the old ancestor wouldn't have been tempted to exterminate the Dragon-human race. Wu Shuai, oh Wu Shuai, you are an expert second only to old ancestor in our Dragon Man race, but what you brought to our Dragon Man race was not glory or hope, it was not equality or dignity. It was destruction. You are truly a tragedy. Your entire life is a tragedy. The hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on his throne with an expressionless face. At this time, a Dragon Man Gu immortal slowly walked out of the crowd, standing in front of Wu Shuai before turning around to face everyone. This Dragon Man Gu immortal said solemnly, I support Lord Wu Shuai. The seventh young master was shocked. Third uncle you? The second Dragon Man Gu immortal walked out of the crowd, standing in front of Wu Shuai as he turned around to face the Dragon Man immortals. This Dragon Man Gu immortal shouted loudly, I agree with Lord Wu Shuai's plan. The seventh young master was shocked. Fifth uncle? Next, the third, fourth, fifth, all the Dragon Man Gu immortals stood in front of Wu Shuai. In the blink of an eye, the seventh young master was the only one left. He shouted in disbelief, Are you all insane? If this is insanity, then we are all lunatics. I am willing to become a lunatic like Ren Zhu. Oh Shaoqi, do you still not understand? If we are not free to live or die, if we are controlled by someone, how tragic would that be? Even if that person is our ancestor, we cannot do that. Wu Shuai slowly stood up from his throne, his face was already covered in tears. Everyone, I, Wu Shuai, swear here. Wu Shuai's voice was very hoarse. I will live and die with the Dragon Man race. I will dedicate my heart, my blood, my spirit and my battle intent for the liberation of the Dragon Man race. Even if I fail in the end, I will fight until the very last moment of my life. Even if I die in the end, my spirit and will be passed down. Even if my spirit and will no longer exist, even if I only have a title left, I will continue to fight, I will fight relentlessly. Chapter 1973. Boom. Under the amplification of heroes among people, Dragon Palace blocked Duke Long with difficulty. Scram. At the next moment, Duke Long sent Dragon Palace flying with a dragon claw attack. Duke Long's vision cleared up again, but he did not feel any joy, because Fang Yuan was already close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Not just him, Wu Yong, Bing Sichuan, Xin Shang, and the rest also attacked fiercely. This wave of attacks was extremely terrifying. Duke Long could not stop them in time. Seeing this scene, he could not help but be furious. At this moment, even if Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom, it could not avoid the danger. Because Fang Yuan had dream path methods to begin with. Even though Feng Kim Hong could restrain it, she was only a mortal Gu master after all. To resist Fang Yuan in his current state, there was no way he could do so. Quickly use Fate Vanquish. Duke Long shouted. The Gu immortals in Heaven Overseeing Tower shuddered. Not caring about friend or foe, they activated their killer moves with all their might. The sky turned white. There was light everywhere. White light. It filled the world in all directions, in the universe in all directions. This was Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method, a supreme killer move that used the complete rank 9 Fate Gu as the core. Be it Celestial Court or the 3 regions Gu immortals, both sides were extremely familiar with this killer move. White light filled the entire battlefield, mercilessly covering both friend and foe. In an instant, no matter who it was, no matter which immortal Gu house it was, they were all heavily injured and forced to retreat. Damn it, damn it. Wu Yong gritted his teeth, blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, he felt his ambition dissipating like snow in the white light. This again, this again. Every time there is a breakthrough, Fate Vanquish will be used to save Celestial Court's situation. Wu Yong's gaze suddenly focused, and then he revealed a wisp of a complicated expression. On the empty battlefield, there was still a trace of blood red. What was that? It was a cloak, fluttering like a battle flag. Oh! Within the cloak, reckless savages will clenched his fists tightly and continuously pounded his chest like a gorilla in heat. He was extremely excited and shouted, "That's it! That was it! Between heaven and earth, who else but me can do it? At the critical moment, you still have to rely on me. Handsome, so fucking handsome." If it was just the 3 monsters, they would not be able to withstand the might of Fate Vanquish. However, when they combined into one move with Fang Yuan as the main, with Fang Yuan's complete otherworldly demon identity, Fate Vanquish was no longer a hindrance. Amidst the endless white light, Fang Yuan was dressed in a white robe. His black hair and blood-colored cloak fluttered wildly in the wind. He was charging. He advanced, without the slightest pause. We still have hope. Calamity Luck Altar was retreating, but Bing Sichuan's eyes were wide open as he stared at that red figure in the white flames. Shen Songxing vomited blood and fell from the sky. He was also looking at Fang Yuan with all his might. He shouted in his mind, "Fang Yuan, you damn demon. Now it's up to you." Fang Yuan was like an arrow shooting into the sky. He was also like a star of calamity that rose from the ground to defy heaven and create chaos in the world. Charge, charge. A man's pride is on the way to charge, oh yeah. Reckless savages will shout it in Fang Yuan's ears. Be it Duke Long, Feng Jioge, the immortals of the Celestial Court, or the people of the 3 regions, as long as they could barely keep their eyes open, their gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. The world was pale white, and in this pale white, the path of charging seemed especially long. It seemed to run through the river of history from ancient times to now. 3 million years ago, when variant humans were at their peak, there was an inconspicuous human slave. His name was Wei Yushu. He inquired about the location of the Celestial Court. He was no longer willing to be a slave. He escaped and was captured. His master asked sternly, "Wei Yushu, when I bought you back then, you were only a youngster, you did not even know what cultivation was. I was the one who nurtured you step by step, raising you to become a Gu immortal. Is it because of my love, my indulgence and my protection that you've become so audacious? Tell me, why did you betray me? When did I, Princess Yitong, mistreat you? You lived a life of luxury, you only needed to serve me, and I had never been cruel to you. Wei Yushu smiled bitterly. However, no matter how good my life was, I was only your slave. The female Inkman immortal was even more furious. What's so bad about being my slave? There are many Inkmen who want your life, but they do not have such an opportunity. Wei Yushu's gaze was dazed. He said slowly, I did not think it was bad in the past, but when I heard that there was a celestial court in this world, and that there were people living like that, I finally understood why I was depressed all day. Because I'm lacking something. I had clearly read the legends of Renzu. I was really too stupid. I was even more stupid than those wingless birds, toothless beasts and gill-less fish. At least they knew they had lost their freedom. They desperately ran around trying to find freedom. But what about me? I did not even know I had lost my freedom. So you wanted to escape to the celestial court? The female Inkman immortal sneered. You are too naive. You can even believe the bewitching words of such a demonic and heretical path? Wei Yushu closed his eyes, speaking in a hoarse voice. It is not that I believe it, but I am willing to believe it. The celestial court has never been the main point. Even without the celestial court, there will still be an earth court, there will also be a human court. There will always be a place, a group of people who are pursuing freedom. A million years ago. Duke Long snorted coldly. Tell me, Hong Ting, who in this world can do as they please? Your thinking is too childish. You think becoming an immortal venerable, you think leading the righteous path means that there are no sacrifices? Is there anything in this world that you do not need to pay? Do you think the word righteous path is so shallow? Wrong. Protecting the righteous path of the celestial court requires the most effort, requires the most sacrifice. If you do not even have this bit of sacrifice, then let me tell you, you do not even have the qualifications to join the celestial court. Duke Long's eyebrows rose, his expression was cold as ice. Who do you want to revive? Everyone who sacrificed themselves for my position as an immortal venerable. My parents, Lu Shuxian and many others. Even if it is a terrible tragedy, I will choose to endure it. Master, disciple has always had a question: why? Why do we have to accept fate's arrangements? If there is no fate, will this world really become chaotic? Is there no possibility of it becoming better? Hong Ting's tone was anxious as he asked questions. In the present era. Huang Er, do you believe in fate? Duke Long looked at Feng Kim Hong, saying solemnly, Huang Er, you need to understand you will be the future great dream immortal venerable, surpassing all the venerables of the past. You will create dream path and roam the world unhindered, invincible. You will definitely shine for eternity, you will become an immortal monument of our human race. Don't be afraid, don't hesitate, you will succeed time and time again, you will advance courageously until you reach the peak of this world. As Feng Kim Hong listened, the light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. When she smiled, it was a beautiful sight. Duke Long also smiled. Feng Kim Hong said, if all of this is predetermined by fate, then I don't believe in fate. Boom. Feng Yuan directly broke through the roof of heaven overseeing tower, charging in. The celestial court Gu immortal inside tried to stop him. Feng Yuan's hands pierced into his chest and tore. The celestial court Gu immortal was torn into two. Blood rained down on Feng Yuan's face, his skin was as white as snow and as cold as ice. Blood rained down on Feng Yuan's black hair, it was as black as the night, emitting a deep eerie light. Blood rained down on Feng Yuan's bloody cloak, the cloak fell to the ground, it was like an ambitious and ruthless overlord had walked on a bloody path to conquer the world. Feng Yuan walked in with large strides, arriving at the center of the roof. Fake Gu was right in front of him. It had always been there, as if it was being worshipped for millions of years. Feng Yuan grabbed Fake Gu. At this moment, reckless savages Will, who was inside the cloak, was stunned. He shut his mouth and looked at Feng Yuan blankly. Because he realized, this was a crucial moment for the whole of humanity, no, the whole world. At this moment, Feng Yuan looked at Fake Gu in his hand, his gaze revealing a complex emotion. He had finally caught Fake Gu. This was a situation he had imagined countless times. His goal was achieved at this moment, but he did not think of himself, he thought of the legends of Renzu. Renzu said, he wanted freedom, to get rid of the shackles of fate, to go wherever he wanted, to be with whoever he wanted, never to be separated. The birds rebuked him. You humans are destined to be lonely in life, all joyful gatherings will only lead to separation. O human, you want freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty, don't let your imagination run wild. Renzu said again. He wanted freedom, to get rid of the shackles of fate, to have endless delicacies and wine, endless wealth, as well as all kinds of warm and beautiful clothes. The beast sneered at him. You humans are destined to come empty-handed and leave empty-handed. O human, you want freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty, don't let your imagination run wild. Renzu said again. He wanted freedom, to get rid of the shackles of fate, to breathe freely, to exist forever. He wants eternal life. The fish group rejected him. You humans are destined to have no fate with eternal life, you will grow old and die. O human, you want freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty, don't let your imagination run wild. Renzu was confused. Renzu was unhappy. Renzu was fed up. Renzu went crazy. How can you think like this? Why can't I think like this? Why can't a person be separated from his lover forever? Why can't a person live without worries, be rich and powerful? Why couldn't a person live forever and never grow old? Is it because fate doesn't allow it? Is it because fate doesn't allow it, I can't do it? Can't I think like this? What? Why the fuck? Why can't I think like this? Why can't eternal life work? Alright. If I think like this, I'll go crazy. Then let me become a madman. If I pursue like this, I'll become a demon. Then let me become a demon. Fang Yuan looked at Fate Gu in his hand and sneered. He exerted some force in his hand. Crack. A soft sound echoed. Fate Gu was directly crushed into pieces by him. Rank 9 Fate Gu. Chapter 1974. Fate Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan. The entire battlefield returned to its original state. The white light formed by Fate Vanquish vanished into thin air. Crack crack. A series of crisp sounds echoed as countless cracks spread on Heaven Overseeing Tower. But at the next moment, with a loud sound, the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower shattered. The huge celestial court fell into deathly silence. There was no wind on the battlefield, but the immortals felt like a hurricane was howling in their hearts. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned into countless fragments of various sizes, along with the corpses of the Gu immortals, helplessly falling to the ground. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's hidden painting path method turned into a ray of light and tore through the sky, flying far away. Fang Yuan ignored it, quietly hovering in the air as he turned around to look at Duke Long, Feng Jioge and the rest. He was expressionless and did not say a word, he only slowly opened his palm, letting the immortals and the killer move everybody's vision to see. Fate Gu's completely destroyed fragments. Fate Gu is destroyed? We won. The three regions Gu immortals looked at each other, seeing the shock and bewilderment on each other's faces. Unbelievable, we really did it. This battle will definitely be engraved in the minds of future generations. After reacting, the three regions Gu immortals shouted and cheered in joy. In contrast, the remaining Gu immortals on the celestial court side had ashen expressions. They were like wooden puppets. Fate Gu was the banner of the celestial court, it was their spiritual pillar. Its use was not just a rank 9 Gu worm. Since primordial origin Immortal Venerable's time, he had relied on this Gu to show the status of humanity, giving humanity hope of freedom and the courage to resist. After 3 million years of inheritance and development, Fate Gu had become even more significant to the celestial court. It was the foundation of the celestial court, it was a symbol, and it was a banner that would fly forever. But now this banner was forcefully destroyed and torn apart by Fang Yuan. The celestial court's immortals saw this and felt like the pillar in their hearts had been taken away, the sky was collapsing. When the three regions Gu immortals did not attack, they did not have any external stimuli, they were all at a loss and did not know what to do. Even Feng Jioge was silent. The song of destiny that had been resounding throughout the battlefield also stopped at this moment. Far away, Feng Kim Hong was hiding in a secret underground immortal Gu house, he was sobbing uncontrollably. Fate Gu has been destroyed. Why was this happening? Everyone is obviously working so hard and sacrificing themselves. Qin Dingling's eyes were lifeless and she was also in a daze. She was like a lifeless stone statue. The tattered demon judgment board rose into the sky. Fang Jing looked at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. Fang Yuan, you actually did it. In the celestial court, under the pursuit of venerable methods, Fate Gu was destroyed. So the gap between us is still so huge. This gap made Fang Jing feel despair, but the subtle thing was that Fang Jing didn't feel any pain at this moment. Instead he felt a sense of relief. It was time to give up. A person like Fang Yuan should have been different from the start. Wanting to be on par with him had always been an extravagant hope, a delusion from the very beginning. Damn it, we failed. Fate Gu was destroyed. Many of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were crying. They gave their all, they put in all their effort, some crawled out of their graves to fight again, some persevered to the end, but they still failed in the end. We are truly ashamed of our comrades who sacrificed themselves. I have no face to face the seniors of my sect. Shame appeared on the faces of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Many of them even had the urge to commit suicide on the spot. Don't panic. Right at this time, Duke Long suddenly spoke. His voice resounded over 1,000 li, causing all the Gu immortals' hearts to shake. Duke Long flew to the highest altitude. His expression was solemn. He knew this was a crucial moment. Fate Gu was destroyed. Duke Long could not be upset or blame himself. He was the leader of the Celestial Court. He needed to do his best to resolve this problem. What made him anxious was, even the experienced Celestial Court's Gu immortals were so shaken. Then what would the people in the world think of this? If Fang Yuan's repeated attempts to harm the Celestial Court was like a ruthless slap to the Celestial Court's face. But now, Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu. This was simply shaking the foundation of the Celestial Court, destroying the status and reputation that the Celestial Court had accumulated for over 3 million years. Duke Long had to rally the morale of the troops and raise their morale. Fang Yuan, do you really think you destroyed Fate Gu? Duke Long suddenly laughed heartily. He did not seem to be shaken or dejected at all. Fang Yuan did not reply. He only looked at him quietly and slightly raised his palm. Immediately the 3 regions' Gu immortals mocked. Duke Long, are you blind? Don't you see the remains of Fate Gu? The eyes of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals flickered with hope. Is the Fate Gu that Fang Yuan destroyed fake? But Duke Long shook his head, still smiling. The destroyed Fate Gu is of course real. But Fang Yuan, even if Fate Gu is destroyed, is it destroyed forever and can't be refined by us again? The immortals were dazed. Immortal Gu were unique. It was an irrefutable truth of heaven and earth. If I have an immortal Gu, it is impossible for others to have the same immortal Gu. But when this immortal Gu is destroyed, everyone in the world will have a chance to possess it. Fate Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan. This was an irrefutable fact. But this was not the true end, because Celestial Court could refine it again. Does Celestial Court already have Fate Gu's recipe? Shen Songxing asked with a gloomy expression. Fate Gu has been controlled by my Celestial Court for over 3 million years. During this period, there have been countless refinement path grade experts and 3 immortal venerables. Take a guess, does our Celestial Court have Fate Gu's recipe? Duke Long smiled, his whole body emitting confidence and calmness. Damn it. The 3 regions' Gu immortals were flustered and exasperated. Duke Long smiled again. However, even if Celestial Court does not have Fate Gu's immortal Gu recipe, so what? Everyone, I might as well ask you, was the immemorial antiquity era's Fate Gu refined by Renzu? Of course not. Qin Dingling answered. She understood Duke Long's meaning. Anger appeared in her eyes again. Fate Gu was born from heaven and earth. Duke Long nodded. That's right, immortal Gu are born naturally. That is why there are so many wild immortal Gu. Even if we do not refine it, heaven and earth will refine Fate Gu. The newly born Fate Gu might be rank 6, or it might even be rank 9. Who can say for sure? This time, it was the 3 regions' Gu immortals' turn to look at each other. After being enlightened by Duke Long, they suddenly realized that destroying Fate Gu was not a big deal. So be it, if Fate Gu was destroyed, it could be refined again in the future. Even if we refine it, we can destroy it again. A Gu immortal shouted indignantly, but he himself did not have much confidence. How much effort was expended to destroy Fate Gu this time? Could such a success really be replicated again? Not to mention anything else, just the fact that only otherworldly demons could destroy Fate Gu. Who knew how many heroes and ambitious people had died? Didn't they see that even the 3 demon venerables did not succeed? Damn it, why didn't I think of this? A Gu immortal was extremely vexed, but thinking about it, he could not blame himself for not thinking it through. After all, attacking the Celestial Court and destroying Fate Gu, this goal itself was as lofty as the sky. Gu immortals needed to raise their necks and hope for it. To achieve this goal, Gu immortals had already exhausted all their efforts. It was like mortals trying to ascend to heaven. This was a completely impossible goal. Even if they used all their strength and willpower, it would be difficult to achieve. Under such circumstances, Who could think of what would happen after ascending to heaven? In fact, Central Continent was holding the Refinement Path Convention. Gu immortals of the 4 regions would attack together, but who could be sure that they could destroy Fate Gu? No one. Even Fang Yuan, even the past venerables did not have this confidence. Everyone was giving it a try. After succeeding, the Gu immortals were wild with joy. But what about after achieving this goal? Duke Long's words were also true. The 3 regions' Gu immortals suddenly realized that all their efforts were all for naught? They were all for naught? The 3 regions' Gu immortals were silent, their expressions gradually turning unsightly. Wu Yong acutely sensed the change in people's hearts. Their morale was low. He immediately retorted coldly, "Lord Duke Long has a good tongue. However, the Celestial Court's failure is still a failure. You put in so much effort and made so many defenses. Even if Fate Gu is hidden in the Celestial Court, we can destroy it. In the future, even if you obtain Fate Gu again, so what? In fact, you need to be careful. Don't wait until heaven and earth naturally produce Fate Gu. You won't be able to refine it. At that time, Fate Gu will become a wild immortal Gu. Everyone will be able to obtain it. It might not necessarily belong to your Celestial Court." The 3 regions' Gu immortals heard this and their eyes shone, their morale rose. Duke Long was still smiling calmly. "Wu Yong, you are right. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Fate Gu becomes a wild immortal Gu and is obtained by one of you, so what? Can you use it? Can you use it?" Facing this question, even Wu Yong was speechless. Duke Long smiled proudly. "Fate Gu has never been able to be used by Gu immortals. Before the remote antiquity era, it was in the hands of variant humans. They could not use it. In the last 3 million years, the immortal venerables of my Celestial Court have never been able to directly use this Gu. Countless geniuses thought of heaven overseeing tower, and in the last 3 million years, we have only been able to research a killer move that uses Fate Gu, that is Fate Vanquish. Do you know the killer move Fate Vanquish? Do you know how to construct heaven overseeing tower?" The 3 regions' Gu immortals fell into silence. Duke Long continued, "Only Providence can use Fate Gu. Back then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable schemed against humanity. She did not hesitate to sacrifice herself and fused with Providence, interfering and influencing Providence. Thus, humanity rose up 3 million years ago, and 3 million years later humanity is still the overlord of heaven and earth, flourishing continuously. And our Celestial Court established the immortal graveyard to support Star Constellation's will. The members of the Celestial Court would try to hibernate in the immortal graveyard, to provide endless help to Star Constellation's will. Thus, we can influence Fate Gu and influence the situation of the world. Which one of you can do this?" Duke Long looked around. The 3 regions' Gu immortals were silent, while the Celestial Court's Gu immortals puffed out their chests. Someone said proudly, "No one. In the entire 5 regions, only a force like our Celestial Court can do this." "No, you are wrong, Duke Long." Bing Sai Chuan's rebuttal came from Calamity Luck Altar. "Even if we cannot use Fate Gu, we can use it as a Gu refinement material to refine Destiny Gu. Fate Gu cannot be controlled by humans, but Destiny Gu can. This is the scheme of our giant sun immortal." Duke Long looked at Calamity Luck Altar, smiling in disdain. "Even if you refine Destiny Gu, will Fate Gu disappear?" Bing Sai Chuan could not reply. If Fate Gu was used as a Gu material, even if Longevity Heaven refined Destiny Gu, Fate Gu would be destroyed. In the future, a brand new Fate Gu could still appear. Duke Long sighed. "No matter what you do, Fate Gu will still exist. Even if it is destroyed now, it will reappear in the future. As long as it reappears, all of your efforts today will have no meaning to you." The 3 regions' Gu immortals were silent. "Of course there is a meaning." Duke Long answered his own question with a heavy and hateful expression. "The meaning behind this is to give variant humans a chance to rise up and cause unimaginable damage to our human race. If you cannot use Fate Gu, when can you refine Destiny Gu? You don't even have the incomplete Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. And once Fate Gu reappears, it will fall under the control of Providence. Humanity will decline, variant humans will rise up. And the ones who caused all of this are you." Duke Long scolded, suddenly pointing at Fang Yuan. "Especially you. You have committed a heinous crime. You destroyed the immortal graveyard. Star constellations cannot interfere with Providence like before. If humanity perishes in the future, you will be the culprit, the culprit." "Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, do you think you have won by destroying Fate Gu? At best, this is just a farce. Our Celestial Court has always been thinking of humanity. We have protected humanity's benefits. We have bled and sacrificed for humanity. But you people, for your own benefits, destroyed the situation that our celestial court has maintained for millions of years. Our celestial court can refine fake goo in the future, we can refine it in secret. If we don't want to repair fake goo and let the 5 regions know about it, will you even hear of it? Can you stop us in time? Even if you stop us for the 2nd or 3rd time. What about in the future? Who can guarantee that you can stop us from refining goo every time? We are only refining a rank 6 fake goo. It is far easier than repairing a rank 9 goo. And every time we fight for fake goo, humanity will suffer severe losses and expend a huge amount of our foundation. This is a good opportunity for other variant humans to rise up. Duke Long sighed deeply as he said this. Who is this old man? To think that the Celestial Court has done so many things, they have always been thinking of humanity. Why are they attacking the Celestial Court? What are these goo immortals who are attacking the Celestial Court thinking? These people are all demons. For their own benefits they disregard the big picture. They are all scoundrels of 1,000 kill. The mortals of the 5 regions resonated with him. Most of the mortals knew little about goo immortals. And those goo immortals scattered in the 5 regions heard Duke Long's words and fell into silence. The Celestial Court was powerful, the Celestial Court was domineering, the Celestial Court controlled almost all of Central Continent's cultivation resources, the Celestial Court had a very long reach, they actively interfered with the major matters of the other 4 regions. But the Celestial Court's contribution in protecting humanity could not be erased. This was the truth. Oh my, this is a little troublesome. Although destroying fake goo felt really good, I felt a little empty afterwards. This is a little troublesome. Inside the bloody cape, reckless savages will held his forehead and mumbled. Duke Long, are you done? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, but after crushing fake goo, he spoke for the first time, breaking the silence of the crowd. Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan and frowned, feeling something amiss. Fang Yuan was too calm. With Fang Yuan's intelligence, how could he not see the crux of the matter? Duke Long thought from another perspective. If he were Fang Yuan, he would have attacked with all his strength just now, not giving him a chance to speak. Once he spoke, the current situation would have been created. Yes. Duke Long's words restored the morale of the Celestial Court's goo immortals. They suppressed the enemy's morale and raised the reputation of the Celestial Court. It was absolutely a turning point. Duke Long was worthy of being the #1 leader of the Celestial Court. Not only did he have terrifying battle strength, he could even display his leadership talent at the crucial moment, boosting morale and changing people's hearts. How could Fang Yuan not see this? But he did not stop Duke Long. In fact, from his gaze, Duke Long could vaguely sense a trace of anticipation. What was he, Fang Yuan, looking forward to? At the next moment, Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Oh, Duke Long, who told you that destroying fake goo would be the end of this battle? You seem to have forgotten someone. Duke Long heard this and his pupils shrunk. He realized something. He followed Fang Yuan's gaze and saw a river. That was the phantom image of the River of Time. Calamity Luck Altar carried Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method. Unprecedented killer move. From the start of the battle, the power of this killer move had condensed into this phantom image of the River of Time in the air of the Celestial Court. The Northern Plains goo immortal experts that walked out from this phantom image in history were a huge threat to the Celestial Court. But as the battle continued, the phantom image of the River of Time gradually became weaker. Fewer and fewer Northern Plains experts were summoned. Towards the end of the battle, this phantom image of the River of Time had almost no movement, not a single person could be seen. However, after Fang Yuan destroyed fake goo, this phantom image of the River of Time was like a fierce beast that had escaped its cage. It started to surge violently. Swish, swish, swish. The river water surged, creating huge waves. A confident and calm figure slowly walked out from the huge waves. The immortals in the battlefield heard him sing loudly. Back then, when I was young, flowery horses trampled and wine splashed. Love and hate came with the waves. The summer cicada's song wakes up the night. Red lotuses were planted in the River of Time. Beautiful memories returned, tears dried. At this moment, the vicissitudes of life ascended the dance pavilion. Myriad spirits awaited orders without restraint. He had the appearance of a young man. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He wore a red robe, his face was like jade, his eyes were like stars, and his skin was as white as snow. He walked out of the phantom image of the River of Time, entering the battlefield of the Celestial Court. The entire battlefield was silent as they watched. Looking around, his gaze stopped on Duke Long. Duke Long was shaken. He had a complex expression. he opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but no words came out. Chapter 1975. Wow, this person is walking out of the river. Why is there a river in the sky? This young man who is walking out is so handsome. I still think that red-cloaked fairy looks good. Because of the killer move everybody's vision, all the mortals in the 5 regions saw this scene. They discussed and made a lot of noise. Mortals and Gu masters might not know the severity of this matter, but most Gu immortals knew the mysterious young man's identity. At once, the 5 regions' Gu immortals shook intensely. It was as if an apocalyptic hurricane was blowing in their minds. This Gu immortal, don't tell me? Is he Red Lotus Demon Venerable? Among the venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the most mysterious one. Back then, the celestial court had nurtured him, but it was all for naught. Not only did Red Lotus not become an immortal venerable, he even became a demon venerable. He betrayed the orthodox path and damaged Fate Gu. There was even a scandal about the Dragon Man race. Thus, the celestial court used information path great experts and extraordinary methods to eliminate the influence of this matter. Moreover, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had reborn. He changed his style of doing things. He took into consideration the reputation of the celestial court and his master. He acted in the dark. Thus, many Gu immortals did not know what Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked like. But they heard the mysterious young Gu immortal called Duke Long Master. He had also come from the River of Time's illusory image. Everyone knew that Duke Long was Red Lotus Master. But how can this be? Isn't Red Lotus Demon Venerable dead? Who knows, he might be Duke Long's new disciple. Most of the Gu immortals scattered in the 5 regions were indecisive, but these people in the battlefield of the Celestial Court were all experts with deep aptitude. They had the support of super forces. They knew a lot of information related to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Thus, be it the Celestial Court or the 3 regions Gu immortals, they looked at the young Gu immortal in a daze. They were like statues. They were numb from shock. They recognized the young Gu immortal's identity. It was the Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The 3 regions Gu immortals were shaken, because Red Lotus Demon Venerable was Duke Long's disciple after all. Looking at his expression when he called Duke Long, he clearly cared and respected Duke Long a lot. Celestial Court's Gu immortals did not dare to act rashly. Because Red Lotus Demon Venerable had once invaded the Celestial Court and damaged Fate Gu. Afterwards, the Celestial Court worked hard for over 1,000,000 years to repair Fate Gu, expending an immeasurable amount of manpower and resources. It had been repaired with great difficulty, but now it was completely destroyed by the successor of the Red Lotus, Fang Yuan. How infuriating! More importantly, the Red Lotus Demon Venerable's cultivation. He was a venerable with rank 9 battle strength. Once he showed himself, who here could stop him? Even the powerful Duke Long, even the mountain-sized Di Zongxing, even the bloody cloaked Fang Yuan were not his rank 9 Red Lotus Demon Venerable's match. No one doubted it. The young Red Lotus guessed the immortal's thoughts. He stepped on the air and slowly walked to the center of the battlefield, smiling calmly. Don't worry, I am already dead. Fate Gu has been destroyed. Call of the Ancients' remnant power is insufficient. I am only a will. Red Lotus will was so condensed and lifelike like a real person. But if one inspected carefully, they would find that there were many minute differences between him and a real Gu immortal. The immortals tried their best to identify him, gradually letting out sighs of relief. Red Lotus did not lie. This was indeed a will and not a real person. His reputation was too great, his appearance was too terrifying. People could not help but think of that terrifying aspect. After being informed by Red Lotus, the immortals realized. The bad feeling in Duke Long's heart intensified. Duke Long snorted coldly, shouting, Red Lotus, even in death, you are not willing to give up on that disgraceful thought of yours? You won after all. Thanks to you, Fate Gu has been destroyed by your chosen pawn. Red Lotus shook his head. Master, this is not a victory. Precisely because of this I am here. What do you want to do? Duke Long frowned. The bad feeling in his heart intensified. Red Lotus answered with his actions. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Yuan in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan looked at Red Lotus Will with a calm expression. His gaze was as deep as the night. He had too deep a connection with this venerable in front of him. Spring-Autumn Cicada, which he had always relied on to turn the tables, was the core time path immortal Gu created by this person. You did well. You should have guessed what I want to do, right? Red Lotus Will nodded at Fang Yuan with a smile. Fang Yuan said, I more or less guessed it. Even though fate is destroyed, in fact, to use it as a goo material to refine destiny goo, an otherworldly demon like you is needed. Thanks to someone's help, you are now a complete otherworldly demon. Red Lotus will said this as he looked far away. That direction was at the edge of the battlefield, it was where Spectral Soul and his servants were hiding. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jingyuan were sweating profusely. Even though this was only Red Lotus will, it was too terrifying, it could see through their concealment. Inside their hiding spot, Spectral Soul had already returned to human form. He looked at Red Lotus Will with a complex expression. This was not the first time he had seen Red Lotus Will, deep memories surfaced. Back then he became a soul path venerable and entered the river of time to explore. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cultivated soul path, but with his level he could enter and leave the river of time freely. A mysterious fog appeared, a stone lotus island appeared in front of him. He stepped onto the stone lotus island. Red Lotus Will welcomed him with a smile. I have been waiting for you, Spectral Soul. How about we make a transaction? Spectral Soul agreed to this transaction. At this point he learned about fake goo, he also knew the truth behind the 3 demon venerables attacking the celestial court. Thus, he gave up on the plan to attack the celestial court, he went back to create the sovereign immortal aperture goo. Red Lotus Will looked at Spectral Soul, using his gaze to tell him, it was time to carry out the transaction. Spectral Soul chuckled. He ordered Old Man Jingyuan, gather all of the human wills and gather them around Fang Yuan. Old Man Jingyuan immediately took action. At once, countless wills emerged from the depths of the celestial court. These wills were all human wills, they were complex and colorful, filled with filthy desires and beautiful fantasies, they could mesmerize people to death. They were beautiful but also ugly. They made people yearn for them but also hated them. Red Lotus Will looked at the surging wills, it was like a rainbow sea. He turned around and smiled at Fang Yuan before flying into the sea of human wills. The human wills engulfed him. Next, flames appeared in the void, lumps of fire burned like red lotuses, burning the sea of human wills. Duke Long was furious, this was not something that a mere will could do. Red Lotus, back then when you attacked the celestial court, you still had a backup plan. Before he finished speaking, Duke Long flew over, trying to attack the human wills. Don't even think about it. Wuxia was prepared, he controlled Dragon Palace to block him. Both sides fought, Dragon Palace was quickly repelled. How long are you going to stay in a daze? Duke Long shouted at the Celestial Court Goo Immortals. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals seemed to have woken up from a dream, they attacked Fang Yuan and the human wills in the sky. The 3 regions Goo Immortals naturally would not sit back and watch. Battle erupted again. No matter what Red Lotus is doing, he is definitely going against the Celestial Court, this is what I need to see. Wu Yang's eyes shined with bright light, he controlled the surrounding wind blades to shoot out. Di Zongxing roared, he coiled his body and surrounded Fang Yuan and the human wills, using his body to block all kinds of killer moves, he roared in pain but did not retreat. Bing Sai Chuan controlled Calamity Luck Altar to block Demon Judgment Board. His gaze was a little complex. It seemed that Red Lotus Demon Venerable was also refining Destiny Goo. This was in conflict with Longevity Heaven's plan, but he could not stop it or retreat, he could only fight first. The fire burned the human wills, emitting a thick smell of blood. When Red Lotus Will merged with the human wills, the endless human wills cooperated with Fang Yuan, moving towards the fire. Lumps of fire spread rapidly, forming a sea of fire in the sky. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly. If a rank 6 Goo Immortal did not have any protection, they would be instantly melted by the temperature. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, the bloody cape protected him as he stepped into the center of the sea of fire, but did not make a move. A Celestial Court Goo Immortal saw through this and laughed loudly. Fang Yuan cannot make a move, it seems that he does not have Destiny Goo's recipe. Fang Yuan looked at the person who spoke through the sea of fire, he smiled coldly and said with a trace of pity, I do not have it, but there is one person here who does. Oh. The fighting immortals had this question in their minds. Find him and kill him. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals subconsciously thought this. Find him, protect him. The 3 regions Goo Immortals also made a decision. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge also looked at him. Their gazes pierced through the sea of fire, they looked at each other. At this moment, it was as if the sounds of fighting in the battlefield were far away from them. Feng Jioge breathed in deeply, he slowly closed his eyes. Next he started to sing, Destiny Song's voice resounded throughout the battlefield again. Feng Jioge has made a move again. Let's kill Fang Yuan together, exterminate the human will. Exterminate the human will first, Fang Yuan is secondary. The celestial court Gu immortals were energized, but at the next moment they cried out in shock. They did not receive any amplification from Destiny Song, instead the three regions Gu immortals received a huge boost. Feng Jioge, what are you doing? Duke Long was shocked and furious, he turned around and shouted at Feng Jioge like an enraged blood dragon. Father. Feng Kim Huang's shocked voice was also transmitted to him. Feng Jioge, why did you do this? You actually betrayed the celestial court. How dare you, how can you? Qin Dingling shouted in a shrill voice, she was extremely furious. In order to nurture Feng Jioge, she had given him Crackle Immortal Gu. But Feng Jioge made such a repayment. Feng Jioge had a calm expression, he continued to sing. Chapter 1976. Destiny Song engulfed the battlefield, but at this moment Feng Jioge attacked Celestial Court. Ignoring the shock and confusion of both sides, Feng Jioge was immersed in his own song. At the same time, memories surfaced in his mind. The second time he attacked Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan set up a formation in the Blessed Land, while Feng Jioge and Qin Yi were isolated by the formation. Feng Jioge fought against Fang Yuan alone. My Gu worms have mysteriously disappeared. How can this be? This method should be a theft path method. But I wonder if this is Fang Yuan's move, or the power of this super formation. Feng Jioge was shocked. Because of Fang Yuan's theft path method, he was at a disadvantage. As time passed, his Gu worms were stolen one by one, including several sound path immortal Gu. Feng Jioge's battle strength fell, he had to use fixed immortal travel to retreat. Suppress space immortal Gu. Fang Yuan used his prepared method, causing Feng Jioge's wish to retreat to fail. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Next, Fang Yuan finally stole fixed immortal travel. Feng Jioge's heart turned cold, he knew he was in a desperate situation. But at this time he received Fang Yuan's transmission. Oh Feng Jioge, I will not kill you nor will I steal fate armor immortal Gu. You and I are not on the same path, but you and Celestial Court are not on the same path either. Look at your heart, what do you truly want? Let me ask you again, have you started comprehending Destiny Song? Feng Jioge thought this was a trap set up by Fang Yuan to disrupt his determination and battle intent, but soon he was bewildered. Because Fang Yuan had slowed down his attacks, he was no longer forcing him. Feng Jioge could not help but think, what does Fang Yuan mean? He knows I have fate armor immortal Gu? His response to the attack on Langya Blessed Land was so outstanding and well prepared. Could it be that he used the spring-autumn cicada to reincarnate? If he really was reborn, did something happen in his previous life? From his words, it seems that I will part ways with the Celestial Court? At this moment, Fang Yuan transmitted his voice again. Feng Jioge, I know you have doubts. Don't worry, you'll gradually understand what I mean. Next, I will open the formation and give Qin Yi the illusion that he was the one who broke it. I'm sure he'll see you out. Until we meet again, Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan, explain yourself. Feng Jioge transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan. But in the next moment, there was a loud bang, and the two halves of the formation space were connected again. Qin Yi saw that Feng Jioge was in danger, he shouted in shock, hold on, I'm coming. Be careful. The enemy has a method to steal Gu worms. Feng Jioge hesitated for a moment before giving crucial information to Qin Yi. During the battle, Fang Yuan attacked viciously, heavily injuring Feng Jioge and activating Fate Armor Immortal Gu. In order to save Feng Jioge, Qin Yi used Karma Relocation. Feng Jioge was shocked. Fang Yuan is right, Qin Yi really has a method to send me out. Feng Jioge, you escaped this time, but that might not be the case next time. Fang Yuan's expression was normal. In Feng Jioge's ears, these words were filled with deep meaning. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. After the battle, Feng Jioge had been thinking about Fang Yuan's words. He could have killed me, but he did not take my life. What? Fang Yuan is a demon, he has a ruthless nature, he values benefits the most. There is only one reason why he let me go, that is, I will be of great help to him. But I am a member of Central Continent, a substitute of Celestial Court, the Tao guardian of my daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Don't tell me, there will be conflict between me and Celestial Court? If Fang Yuan is reborn, could it be that in his previous life, I opposed Celestial Court and was his natural ally? Because of these concerns, Feng Jioge did not tell Fairy Myrtle about the situation. What moved him more was the Song of Destiny proposed by Feng Yuan. Song of Destiny. Feng Jioge vaguely felt some inspiration, but this inspiration was too ethereal and agile, he could not grasp it at all. But he understood that it would be a direction. He kept exploring and soon there were many fragmented insights. Finally, one day when he stopped under the embroidered tower, he saw the embroidered tower and the 3 bloody skins of reckless savage demon Venerable. His recent comprehension had undergone a sudden qualitative change. Feng Jioge's soul was deeply touched and he could not help but smile. It seems that my next song will be, Song of Destiny. The Battle of the River of Time. Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge met again. How is the creation of Song of Destiny going? On the surface they were fighting fiercely, but Feng Yuan was secretly transmitting his voice to Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge, Feng Yuan, what do you know? Take a look in the River of Time, you will find that comprehending here will be of great help to you in creating Song of Destiny. But the most helpful thing is the Red Lotus True Inheritance on the Stone Lotus Island. Feng Yuan said. What do you mean? Feng Jioge asked. According to my guess, that should be the true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left for you, it will be of great help to you. Feng Yuan said. Feng Jioge hesitated for a moment before replying, I won't owe you a favor for nothing. Then let me tell you, in the sky above Embroidered Tower and Celestial Court, there are 3 true inheritances left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Each true inheritance has a primer, they are Attitude Gu, Mutation Gu, and Adaptation Gu. Oh. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He did not feel that Feng Jioge was lying, the things were inside Celestial Court, there was no need to deceive him. Back then, in order to repay him for saving his life under the winds of assimilation, Feng Jioge blocked Wu Yang's pursuit for him. Now that he told him the true inheritance, it was something that Feng Jioge could do with his personality. In this battle, Feng Yuan still went easy on him while Feng Jioge survived. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started, several battlefields were created, Gu immortals fought intensely. At this crucial moment, Feng Jioge entered the River of Time. That is really the Stone Lotus Island? Feng Jioge's body and mind shook. The Stone Lotus Island in the fog appeared in front of him, just like what Feng Yuan had said earlier. He entered the island and saw Red Lotus Will. Red Lotus Will smiled, You are finally here, Feng Jioge, this true inheritance of mine is for you. Feng Jioge frowned, No matter how much you give me, it will not change my stance. Red Lotus Will shook his head, I have never thought of bribing you, your choice is up to you. I just feel that this true inheritance should be given to you. Of course, it is up to you whether you want to accept it or not. Even if you destroy it, I will not resist. Feng Jioge believed in himself. After thinking for a while, he decided to accept this true inheritance. He immersed himself in a certain part of Red Lotus memories. Red Lotus was undergoing tribulation, trying to advance to rank 9 Venerable Realm. The power of the tribulation made Feng Jioge extremely shocked. The tribulation passed, but only half of the Celestial Court Gu immortals who helped Red Lotus survived. What made Red Lotus feel the most pain was Lu Shuxian's death. This was the woman he loved the most. Don't leave me, Shuxian. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian tightly, tears streaming down his face. Lu Shuxian smiled, It is useless, I was struck by the tribulation. It is already a great fortune for me to have left a trace of my soul to see you for the last time. How can I ask for more? I am useless, I am useless. I came to undergo tribulation, but I implicated you. Hong Ting lowered his head, tears rolling down his cheeks. No, Hong Ting. Only someone with a special constitution like mine can withstand such a calamity. Even if you gave up your lives, there would only be failure. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and met you, it was all fate's arrangement. At the moment when you were on the brink of death, I suddenly understood that the greatest meaning of my life was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you and help you ascend to the immortal venerable position. Now, I have done it? No. Xianair, I would rather not be an immortal venerable, I only want you to live, I only want you to live. Hong Ting screamed helplessly, his face was covered in tears as his body trembled. All living beings have their own destinies, they all have their own destinies. Hong Ting, you cannot think like this, you need to live on, your destiny is to become an immortal venerable, to lead the celestial court and shine the light of the righteous path over the 5 regions. Do you know, I have always been looking forward to such a scene, looking forward to standing by your side and accompanying you invincibly in the world, bringing blessings to the world. It is a pity that I cannot see it anymore. Lu Shuxian's aura dissipated, she died completely. Hong Ting's head was lowered, his back was arched like an old man, a heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment he seemed to have lost all signs of life. He was in unbearable pain, there was no sorrow greater than a dead heart. Regret Gu was produced in Red Lotus Immortal Aperture. He decided to change this reality. For this, he did not hesitate to break off relations with Duke Long and the Celestial Court. Going in the opposite direction. Red Lotus used Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive over 100 times. The tribulation dissipated, this time even though Lu Shuxian was heavily injured, she still had one breath left. Xianair, you are still alive, this is great. Red Lotus was overjoyed. Lu Shuxian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, she took her last breath. Xianair. Red Lotus was stunned, he looked at Lu Shuxian's corpse in a daze, his eyes turning red. I can still do it, I can see hope. As long as I continue to work hard, I will definitely become strong enough to protect Xianair's life. Red Lotus's gaze was fierce, he muttered like he was possessed. Revive again and again. Using the advantage of rebirth, he became stronger, he could handle all kinds of matters with ease. He had rich experience, he used every resource to raise his strength to the maximum. However, it was like one cycle after another, he had to face the venerable ascension tribulation every time. The type and power of the calamities and tribulations changed according to Red Lotus. This caused the outcome of the calamities and tribulations to never change. Those damned Gu immortals would all die. Among them was Lu Shuxian. Red Lotus continued to try, he was not discouraged. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He analyzed, calculated, and carefully planned every cultivation resource he had. At the same time, he tried his best to ask for help from the heavenly courts. Xianair. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian took one last look at him. It's great that you are fine. Saying so, she stopped breathing. Xianair. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian again. Lu Shuxian did not have the strength to speak, she mustered all her remaining strength to touch Red Lotus's face, but she did not succeed. Halfway through, her hand fell down powerlessly. Xianair. Red Lotus shouted angrily, his eyes were wide open as he watched Lu Shuxian turn into powder in the lightning. Shuxian. Red Lotus looked at the poison Lu Shuxian, his footsteps slowed down. Lu Shuxian's entire body was blackish purple, poisonous blood oozed out of her 7 orifices. She smiled bitterly. Hong Ting, don't be sad for me. All of these sacrifices were worth it. You have to become a venerable, you have to lead the celestial court, you have to lead humanity. These were her final words. Red Lotus stomped his feet, looking at Lu Shuxian's corpse turn into a pool of poisonous water. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. She died again. I need to continue working hard. Shuxian. After the tribulation, Red Lotus flew towards Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian shook her head, her expression was pale. I am going to die, it seems that I cannot accompany you anymore, my true love. Whether you die or not depends on the situation. I will check first. Red Lotus was unresigned. I know my situation, listen to me at the last moment of my life, I want to tell you. Lu Shuxian's aura was weakening rapidly, her words were intermittent. Red Lotus ignored her, he focused on checking. The result of the check made him lose all hope of treatment. When he reacted, Lu Shuxian, who was in his arms, had already stopped breathing. There must be a way I can continue to improve. Red Lotus reminded himself. He tried again and again, he failed again and again. Hong Ting felt like he was trapped in a dead end. No matter what method he used, even if he did not undergo tribulation, Lu Shuxian could not escape death. Feng Jioge watched as Red Lotus failed again and again, he tried again and again, an intense feeling of sorrow accumulated in his chest. He watched as Red Lotus roared, he watched as Red Lotus gritted his teeth in indignation. He watched as Red Lotus left with hatred and rebirth again and again. Every time, Red Lotus would be filled with hope and disappointment. The calamities and tribulations of venerable ascension could not be avoided, they could not be given up, they could not be controlled by others. Lu Shuxian's death was like a wall that could not be crossed. Every time Red Lotus was reborn, he had to accept such a cruel outcome. Every time he tried, he would see his most beloved woman die a horrible death. He was injured time and time again, the pain in his heart was greater than the pain in his body, but Red Lotus would rebirth of his own accord every time. It was like he was holding his heart and slamming it against a sharp blade. Even though Feng Jiuge was filled with sympathy and respect towards Red Lotus, he warned himself not to be overly sympathetic. This might be the method of a venerable. As a spectator, Feng Jiuge maintained his calm. He gradually realized. At the initial stage of rebirth, Red Lotus would curse the heavens at such an outcome. He would wish he was dead. But at the next stage, Red Lotus was indignant. He analyzed calmly with a dark expression. At the final stage, Red Lotus became more and more efficient. Whenever he realized that Lu Shuxian could not be saved, he would choose to rebirth without hesitation. Finally, there was one time. Lu Shuxian fell to the ground. Her entire body was fractured. She was lying in a pool of blood. She was on her last breath. Red Lotus quickly landed on the ground and rushed over. Red Lotus? I'm going, you have to. Lu Shuxian smiled as she watched Red Lotus walk towards her. Red Lotus had a cold expression as he looked at her plainly. There is no saving her. This time it failed again. But it is fine, I will not give up, I will try again. Lu Shuxian was shocked. Hong Ting, what are you saying? Red Lotus turned around and left. Lu Shuxian's final call could be heard. Hong Ting. Red Lotus was initially moving quickly, but when he heard Lu Shuxian's desperate call, his footsteps became slower and slower before he stopped. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. In the dead silence, Red Lotus stared with wide eyes. His body started to tremble. Chapter 1977. Why did I end up in such a terrifying state? In the past, Hong Ting was filled with grief and regret towards Lu Shuxian's death. He would hug Lu Shuxian's corpse tightly, kneeling on the ground while crying in his heart. But now, facing Lu Shuxian's death, facing Lu Shuxian's final wish to spend her final moments with her lover, Red Lotus actually turned around and left. Was this Lu Shuxian not the real Lu Shuxian? Of course she was. Red Lotus was very clear about this. She was still her, she was still that Lu Shuxian. No matter how many times Red Lotus rebirthed, her decisions and actions would not change. That was to protect her lover. She would rather sacrifice herself, using her life to resist the venerable ascension tribulation. However, Lu Shuxian was still Lu Shuxian, but Hong Ting was no longer Hong Ting. When did it start? When did this change begin? Red Lotus asked herself. This was not a difficult question. He soon found the answer. That was countless rebirths, countless attempts, countless times Lu Shuxian died, countless times he was disappointed in his gains. His heart was injured time and time again, bleeding time and time again. Before it could form a scab, Hong Ting would tear it apart. He was injured too many times, he felt pain too many times, he felt regret too many times. Too many times he gradually got used to it, he gradually became numb to it. Thus he started to scheme. Thus he started to analyze calmly. He used every resource at hand to strengthen and equip himself as best he could. He tried different methods, finding the most probable and powerful method to protect Lu Shuxian's life during the tribulation. When he started to calm down when facing Lu Shuxian's death, even if it was just forcing himself to calm down, he had already changed. Then gradually, step by step, he finally turned into a stranger. This appearance made him realize something. It was horrifying. Then he was powerless. This scene left a deep impression on Feng Jiuge. Red Lotus stood on the spot. He lowered his head. His young back was bent like an old man with one foot in the grave. He was silent. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Silent crying. Behind Red Lotus was the dying Lu Shuxian. She was still calling out to him, hoping that he would turn around so that she could see her lover in the final moments of her life. But Red Lotus did not turn around to look at her. Red Lotus no longer loved her. If a person was the person he loved, would he coldly turn around and leave when his lover was dying? Of course not. Even if his goal was to rebirth and try to save Lu Shuxian, that was just an intense habit. His starting point was no longer love. It was truly laughable. She clearly wanted to save him out of love, but as she walked, Red Lotus lost her love. No matter how many times Lu Shuxian died, she did not betray him. She chose to sacrifice herself for him. But Red Lotus himself betrayed Lu Shuxian as he wanted to be reborn to change the reality, but he didn't expect that the reality of his rebirth would change him. Then what's he do now? Since he did not love Lu Shuxian anymore, why did he need to rebirth and keep trying? Of course, he's with his die with him. But would he dare to try the Red Lotus? He already knew the result. After witnessing the death of his parents time and time again, he would get used to it and become numb to it. Then he would calmly accept the result of this fate. Red Lotus didn't dare. Then should they accept this result? After his rebirth, He had to pretend that he didn't know anything and follow the path of fate to become a venerable. Then he would become the venerable celestial of the celestial court that everyone looked forward to. He didn't want Red Lotus either. There was still love in his heart, love for his parents and love for his master. Because there was love, there were regrets. He still had hatred in his heart, hatred towards fate because he no longer loved Lu Shuxian, and hatred towards himself. There were many emotions in his heart that even Red Lotus himself could not figure out. Red Lotus questioned himself deeply, examining his heart. He still wanted to destroy Fate Gu. However, his starting point was already different. He began to study it, discovering more and more of the profundities hidden in the legends of Rinzuk. When he realized the crucial point of Love Gu, he used Love Gu to save Lu Shuxian's life. Of course, the price was that although Red Lotus succeeded in transcending the tribulation, she did not become a venerable one. As a spectator, Feng Jioge knew clearly, this was definitely a huge breakthrough. Venerable calamities and tribulations could not be controlled by humans. No matter how Red Lotus delayed it, he had to undergo the tribulation. Using Love Gu, he finally changed the past reality. That was Lu Shuxian's death. Now Lu Shuxian finally survived. Of course, the consequence was that Red Lotus did not become a venerable. This was also the truth. Both facts had changed. Shuxian, you are still alive. You finally survived. Red Lotus, who succeeded, was very excited as he hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian, however, was very gloomy. What is going on? Hong Ting, you actually did not become a venerable? Red Lotus laughed loudly. That is because I used Love Gu. Do you know how many times I rebirthed to save you? You should have died in the tribulation. But through my continuous experiments and research on the human path methods created in the legends of Rinzuk, Red Lotus was extremely excited. He continued to talk about the hardships he had gone through and the effort he had put in. Every guess and verification was filled with setbacks and difficulties. But I finally succeeded. Red Lotus raised his arms and cheered. Even though it is only a small change, this is the correct direction. One day I will succeed completely. Slap. With a crisp sound, Lu Shuxian slapped Red Lotus. Red Lotus immediately froze. His cheering stopped as he stared at Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian's eyes were filled with tears. Hong Ting, are you really you? You actually had such a rebellious thought? You wanted to change the past through rebirth. You went against fate. No wonder you did not become a venerable after the tribulation. And you did all of this just to let me live? What about those celestial court Gu immortals who helped you undergo the tribulation and sacrificed themselves for you? You said you did all of this for me. Have you considered my feelings? I, Lu Shuxian, was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and met you. It was all fate's arrangement. When I resisted the tribulation for you, I suddenly realized that my greatest purpose in life was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you, to help you become an immortal venerable. But you did all of this. You gave up your most precious chance to become a venerable for me. If you cannot become a venerable, what will happen to the celestial court? What will happen to the world? What will happen to humanity? You forgot your master's teachings, you let down the expectations of your dead parents. I am truly heartbroken, extremely heartbroken. I would rather sacrifice myself. Our love is just a small love. But greater love is for the entire human race, for all living beings in this world. Hong Ting, you disappoint me too much. Lu Shuxian cried bitterly. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian in a daze. After a long while, he let out a breath of air. So that's the case. Red Lotus had a calm expression. His gaze also became deep and eerie. Lu Shuxian grabbed his arms. Quickly think of a way. You must have a way, right? Let everything return to the path of fate, even if I have to sacrifice myself. How can our love compare to the great love of heaven and earth, or the grand cause of the celestial court? Lu Shuxian's body suddenly froze. She lowered her head and looked at her heart. Red Lotus' hand had pierced into her heart. This was a fatal blow. Lu Shuxian looked at her lover in disbelief. Maybe killing you can return everything to the right path. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian's eyes and said plainly. Lu Shuxian immediately showed a happy smile. Hong Ting, I was not wrong about you. Please, become a venerable. At the next moment she died again. It was no different from the countless deaths that Red Lotus had experienced. Lu Shuxian died again. However, compared to the countless deaths that Red Lotus had experienced, there was one point that was completely different. Lu Shuxian really died. She had completely died in Red Lotus' heart. From then on she did not come back to life. Red Lotus looked at her corpse that had fallen. His heart was completely calm, there was not even a ripple. The woman that he had once loved deeply, the woman that he was willing to give up everything for, the woman that had been reborn time and time again, the woman that had never given up hope. Now he had killed her. With his own hands. Red Lotus did not feel any regret, instead he had a trace of realization. The source of this tragedy was the Celestial Court, it was Fate Gu. At this moment, his determination to destroy Fate Gu was unprecedentedly firm. The scene in front of Feng Jioge changed. Celestial Court. The battle had already ended, the surroundings were in ruins. At the top of the damaged heaven overseeing tower, Duke Long and Red Lotus were facing each other. Duke Long had clearly gone through a huge battle, his body was covered in blood and injuries. He looked at Red Lotus and sighed deeply. "Oh Hong Ting, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps, to think that you have already made such a mistake. You want to destroy Fate Gu? Then please do it." Saying so, Duke Long actually took the initiative to give way. Red Lotus was slightly stunned, he walked towards Fate Gu. Most Gu worms were very weak, but no matter how he used strength, Fate Gu was like the toughest thing in the world, Red Lotus could not break it. No matter what method you use, you cannot destroy Fate Gu. Hong Ting, not just you, even Limitless Demon Venerable and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable came here back then and used all sorts of methods, but they were unable to do anything to Fate Gu. In this world, only a complete otherworldly demon can truly destroy Fate Gu. But once an otherworldly demon comes to our world, they are not complete. Thus, in this world no one can destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long said this and showed an extremely tired expression. "Hong Ting, come back, it is not too late to turn over a new leaf. Although you have committed so many sins and mistakes, I am willing, and the Celestial Court is willing to atone for your sins and give you a chance to start anew." At this point, Duke Long was still trying his best to persuade Red Lotus, he was not willing to give up. Red Lotus was silent for a long time, he turned towards Duke Long and smiled. "Master, since the two demon venerables could not destroy Fate Gu, why didn't you directly put Fate Gu in front of me from the start? Let me try and make me give up?" Duke Long was speechless. Red Lotus smiled again. "So, you are also afraid, right? You are afraid that I will find a new method to destroy Fate Gu." Duke Long smiled bitterly. "Of course. Times are constantly changing, Gu cultivation paths are emerging endlessly. Many of the conclusions of the past are no longer appropriate in the current era. Even I cannot guarantee that there will not be a new method to destroy Fate Gu. But at this point, since I cannot stop you, I can only take a risk and try. You saw the result, didn't you?" Red Lotus pondered. "Fate Gu arranged the path of life for all living beings in the world, you and I are all part of it, even a rock or a wave is included in it. But Master, have you thought about this? Man is not a rock, nor is he a wave. Man has his own thoughts. If a person is not satisfied with the life that Fate Gu arranged for them, what should they do?" Duke Long stared at Red Lotus. "You have also read U003C U003C The Legends of Renzi 003 U003E. Renzu encountered Fate Gu and wanted to break free from its restraints, chasing after freedom Gu. What happened to him? He did not grasp his freedom, he lost it, he went crazy, his thoughts were all over the place. This is the outcome, it is a warning. A person needs to accept their life, they need to bear it, they need to shoulder the responsibility that fate gave them, they need to do what they should do." Red Lotus laughed loudly. "I understand, thank you for your guidance, Master." Duke Long saw his abnormal expression and felt something amiss. At the next moment, extreme fear appeared on Duke Long's face. He was shocked to find that when Red Lotus exerted strength in his 5 fingers, Fate Gu was letting out a soft cracking sound, cracks appeared on the surface of its body. Red Lotus. Duke Long was furious, he attacked fiercely. He was going all out. Red Lotus did not dodge, he was hit by Duke Long's attack. This was a fatal injury. Duke Long was shocked, he suddenly realized that Red Lotus was purposely provoking him to kill him. At the final moment of his life, Red Lotus still smiled at Duke Long. "Master, I have always respected and loved you, even after rebirth countless times, my respect for you has never decreased. But I need you to understand something. Look at me. Fate gives such preferential treatment to a person like me, it arranged such a noble status and achievements for me. But I do not feel happy, I want to resist. Then let me ask you, those people in a worse situation than me, what do they think of fate? Humans are not rocks, they are not waves, humans have their own thoughts. Often, letting one's thoughts run wild is the most terrifying, it is the most powerful. Saying so, Red Lotus passed Fate Gu to Duke Long. I can only do this much. Using Love Gu I can destroy Fate. Master, are you very surprised? Unfortunately, I am not an otherworldly demon. But I did my best to arrange it, I did everything I could. I left hope for the future. Other than this, there is nothing worth looking forward to in the rest of my life, I might as well just die like this. But I believe that one day in the future, Fate Gu will be destroyed. Even if it is not me, it will be someone else. I believe that in the future, it will not be me alone, there will be a group of people trying to destroy Fate. Chapter 1978. On the Stone Lotus Island, Feng Jioge browsed through the memories left behind by Red Lotus. He returned to the real world. Red Lotus was like a real person, it was vivid and lifelike. Other than these memories, I have two things for you. One is the rank 8 killer move Future Self, the other is the Immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. Next, Red Lotus will explain in detail. The rank 8 Future Self killer move can instantly give you pseudo-venerable strength. After all, you are the Tao Guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As long as the Tao Guardians of the past grow up, almost all of them would have such cultivation level. And Future Self is the projection of your strongest form in the future, it can be used by you now. As for Destiny Gu's Immortal Gu recipe, even though it is an incomplete Gu recipe, it was created according to the Destiny song that you created in the future. It has the same origin as your Destiny song. 8,000 years in the future, you created the complete Destiny song. But I cannot give it to you directly because Fate Gu has not been completely destroyed, it does not allow this. Thus, I changed to another method, I condensed it into this incomplete rank 9 Destiny Gu recipe, it will be of great help to you, you will be able to comprehend the initial stage of Destiny song. Feng Jioge was moved. The true inheritance that Red Lotus will gave him was completely to his liking. He could not reject it. But he did not lose his cool, he acutely sensed the meaning behind Red Lotus Will's words. The initial stage of Destiny song? Feng Jioge asked. Red Lotus Will nodded, that's right. In the next 1,000 years, you modified Destiny song many times. Eventually, this killer move became extremely exquisite, the final modification actually allowed this killer move to have the ability to grow on its own. The more Gu Immortals it hits, the more it can absorb the power of Destiny from the Gu Immortals and strengthen itself. This is a very good killer move. However, I need to remind you of something. As long as Fate Gu exists, your Destiny Song killer move will be suppressed and sealed for one day. Feng Jioge shook his head. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, thank you for your true inheritance. I know what you mean. In fact, Feng Yuan has reminded me many times before this. However, I will not destroy Destiny and fight against the Celestial Court for this true legacy of yours. Red Lotus will chuckled. I'm not asking you for anything. I'm only sharing my experiences with you. I'm placing the key to breaking free from fate in your hands. How you choose is up to you. Everything is in your hands, isn't it? Feng Jioge left the Stone Lotus Island with a heavy heart. Fate had already given preferential treatment to the Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Although it had taken away his parents and lover, it had given him extraordinary talent, power, and status that stood above all others. However, Red Lotus was unwilling to accept this. People are not puppets. They have their own thoughts. If Hong Lian, a sovereign, is like this, then what about me, a path protector? Feng Jioge could not help but reflect on himself. Seeing Feng Kim Hong grow up, his parents would indeed feel joy and joy. Not to mention the identity of a path protector. Even without this identity, how could Feng Jioge not protect his daughter? But, is this identity of a path protector something that I really like, something that I want? Feng Jioge asked himself. In fact, no one had asked him this before. Duke Long did not ask, Qin Dingling did not ask, the other supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House did not ask either. It was as if this identity was an honor, it was something that was only natural. Feng Jioge could not wait to accept it, there was no need to ask such a question. But was that really the case? Feng Jioge thought of a deeper question. Why do people live? The scope of this question was too big, it was too profound, the answer differed from person to person. 1,000 people would have 1,000 answers, the previous answer might even change at the next moment. Feng Jioge could not answer this question. He could only settle for the next best thing. He asked himself sincerely, why do I live? Feng Jioge could not help but think back to his life. He loved music since young, he did not hesitate to cultivate sound path. At the beginning of his cultivation, he made a grand wish to compose 9 songs, to sing about himself, all living beings and heaven and earth. Later, he obtained a fortuitous encounter in a valley. He accidentally found the inheritance left behind by the sound path great expert, spatial echo immortal father. Thus, he cultivated in seclusion in the valley. He was alone, but he did not feel lonely. He immersed himself in the beauty of music. He continued to cultivate. Every day was very fulfilling. In this valley, he easily passed the crucial tribulations and reached rank 6 Gu immortal realm without anyone noticing. After reaching Gu immortal cultivation level, Feng Jioge did not feel proud. Everything was natural and ordinary. He continued to cultivate in the valley, developing his immortal aperture. His cultivation level rose from rank 6 to rank 7. One day, 2 Gu immortals came to the valley unintentionally. They sang with Feng Jioge. Back then it was night time, the moon was high in the sky, a cool breeze was blowing, the lake in the valley was sparkling. As the 3 Gu immortals sang, time passed rapidly. They sang until dawn. The 3 immortals finished singing and laughed loudly. But they did not meet, they left after their spirits were exhausted. Later, the 2 immortals were slandered and were wanted by the righteous path. Feng Jioge learned of this by chance. He did not hesitate, he stepped forward without hesitation. Because of this, he shocked the world. He challenged the 10 great ancient sects. He became a legend that no one could stop. The 10 great ancient sects lost all their faith. They accused Feng Jioge of being a demonic path member. Everyone started to work together to resist him. Feng Jioge was not afraid. He fought for 150,000 li. He suddenly turned around and attacked the root of the problem. The 10 great ancient sects were in a mess. They could not do anything about it. During this process, Feng Jioge met Fairy Bai Qing of Spirit Affinity House. They fell in love with each other. Feng Jioge joined Spirit Affinity House and became a member of the righteous path. From then on, Spirit Affinity House's reputation soared. They relied on Feng Jioge's force and territory to expand, firmly suppressing the other 9 great ancient sections. After that, 88-point Jianghu Tower collapsed. Feng Jioge led a group of people to investigate. Thus, a series of events happened. He was unexpectedly saved by Fang Yuan. In southern border, he repaid Fang Yuan's kindness by blocking Wu Yong. After repaying the favor, Feng Jioge started to pursue Fang Yuan. Until now, Fang Yuan spared Feng Jioge's life. He even gave him many pointers, guiding him to the Stone Lotus Island and obtaining Red Lotus true inheritance. If my previous life was arranged by Fate Gu, did I do it willingly? Feng Jioge shook his head. He preferred to think of it this way. This was all my choice. Back then, I stood up for the 2 immortals. I gave up my peaceful secluded cultivation life. It was because of the anger in my heart. I wanted to seek justice. I had a daughter with Fairy Bai Qing because I loved her. I taught my daughter, Feng Kim Hong. I raised her because I loved her. It was not a rule set by fate. If fate wanted me to lose Bai Qing and Feng Kim Hong, would I learn from Red Lotus? If there's a very good opportunity right now, and I only need to make a slight move to destroy destiny, would I do it? Destroying fate seemed to go against his own benefits. After all, Feng Kim Hong was Fate Gu's great dream immortal venerable. But does Feng Kim Hong really want to become great dream immortal venerable? Feng Jioge suddenly realized, just like how no one asked him if he liked his Dao Guardian status, no one asked Feng Kim Hong if he liked becoming great dream immortal venerable. Even he himself was one of them. It was as if this was a matter of course. There was no room for doubt. Feng Jioge asked himself an even sharper question. If Huang Er really wants to become great dream immortal venerable, but Fate Gu is right in front of me, I can easily destroy it. Would I do that? This question made Feng Jioge hesitate. He was at a loss, he was perplexed and confused. But reality did not give him the time or space to think about it. The battle to repair Fate Gu was already in full swing. Feng Jioge had no choice but to join the battle. On Hairy Foot Mountain he saved Feng Kim Hong and sang Destiny Song. Rank 8 Future Self made him one of the strongest Gu immortals in the world. Destiny Song's power even caused Di Zongxing to suffer setbacks. On the battlefield, Feng Jioge finally met with Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan transmitted secretly, "Oh Feng Jioge, you finally created Destiny Song. What do you think of this killer move?" Feng Jioge was silent. He had to admit, this was a song that belonged to him. It was a song that he should have created based on his personality. This song contained his inner thoughts. Yes, he did not want to admit the existence of fate, but he sighed at the mercilessness and mysteriousness of fate. He saw the trajectory of countless lives, sometimes in dire straits, sometimes in glory. He saw those people's hopes, struggles, laughter, happiness, pain, and despair in their lives. fate is fixed, luck is a variable. Then I desire for life and all living things to change. This change should come from one's own choices. Feng Jioge understood his true feelings. I did not create a destiny song, it is destiny song. That's what I really think. He realized at once. He understood Feng Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. They knew his personality, so they did not persuade him. They only returned destiny song to Feng Jioge and let Feng Jioge persuade him. Yes. Feng Jioge sang this destiny song loudly. He sang for the celestial court's Gu immortals. He wanted to strengthen them. He sang for his enemies. He wanted them to weaken. But the truth was, he sang for himself. He wanted to understand his own heart. Thereupon he understood. He loved Fairy Bai Qing. He also loved his daughter Feng Kim Hong. But he, Feng Jioge, did not live for them. His wife and daughter were only the results of his choices. They were a part of his life, but not everything. What am I living for? This question brought him back to the beginning. He wanted to sing 9 songs. He wanted to sing about life in heaven and earth. Right now he had already created 9 songs. But he did not finish singing about life in heaven and earth. He wanted to continue singing. But if he continued singing, he would be bound by fate. It was like a pair of invisible hands were grabbing his neck. How could he sing freely? Seeing that Feng Jioge did not reply, Feng Yuan, who was in an intense battle, transmitted his voice. "Oh Feng Jioge, your singing is your aspiration. How can the person who created Destiny Song walk the same path as the celestial court?" Feng Jioge replied calmly in secret, "You know me well. But even so, I will not easily board your pirate ship. Unless you create a situation where you can easily destroy Fate Gu, I will not help you casually. Central Continent and the Celestial Court have treated me well. So, you have to rely on yourself." Feng Yuan chuckled, then watched carefully. Next, he purposely allowed Duke Long to knock him down, arriving in front of Embroidered Tower and activating the method left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Out of Feng Jioge's expectations, Feng Yuan used Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's strength to break through heaven and destroy Fate Gu. But Duke Long's words made Feng Jioge realize that this battle was far from over. When Red Lotus will appeared again, Feng Jioge gradually understood Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan. So, when Feng Yuan asked for Destiny Gu's recipe, Feng Jioge finally made a move. By helping Feng Yuan, he was also choosing to be himself. Once, when he helped the 2 immortals challenge Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, he laughed and sang, "Demonic or not demonic, righteous or not righteous, heaven and earth have their own Feng Jioge. Leave or stay, life or death is in my heart. Should I leave or stay now?" This question no longer troubled him. He, Feng Jioge, had come to the righteous path from the demonic path. It was time to return. Chapter 1979. Feng Jioge. Duke Long shouted as he charged at Feng Jioge. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Dragon Fangs. Claw marks appeared over 100 feet in length, tearing apart the air. They were unstoppable. Dragon fangs flew like sharp blades, dancing in the air with intense killing intent. Feng Jioge slowly retreated as he continued to sing Destiny Song. Several clones appeared around him. They all looked like him, but each had their own abilities. It was Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. Green Jade Song Warrior could turn everything into jade. Heaven and Earth Song Warrior had suppression power. Submission Song Warrior could enslave living beings. Separation Song Warrior could disassemble killer moves and counter Immortal Gu houses. Acquisition Song Warrior could refine wild Immortal Gu. Heaven-facing Song Warrior could easily cross 2 heavens. Immortal Demonic Song Warrior could seize all kinds of killer moves and Immortal Gu's power for their own use. Only Assimilation Wind Song could not be turned into a Song Warrior. The Song Warriors fought for Feng Jioge, not only blocking the Dragon Claws and Dragon Fangs, they also fought with Duke Long. They were extremely agile. After several rounds, Duke Long finally destroyed the Song Warrior. But soon, a brand new Song Warrior rushed to the battlefield and fought with Duke Long. Duke Long immediately understood that killing these clones was pointless. The wisest battle tactic was to directly attack Feng Jioge's main body. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Gate. Duke Long crossed a huge distance approaching Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge did not break through. He activated Yang Pass Tune and pulled apart some distance. Duke Long could not fight Feng Jioge in close combat. He could only use Chi Path killer moves to attack from afar. Feng Jioge was fearless. Destiny Song continued to weaken Duke Long. At the same time his hands changed. He used bell palm, drum fist, and whistle finger to form three extreme sounds. Feng Jianghu fought Duke Long. Both sides were evenly matched. There was no clear victor. Rank 8 Future Self gave Feng Jianghu a qualitative change in his battle strength. The three Regions Gu Immortals were hesitating on whether to help Feng Jianghu, but they were shocked to find that Feng Jianghu did not need help. In an instant, the battle prowess that he displayed stunned everyone. Duke Long could not deal with Feng Jianghu. He was shocked and furious. He realized that even though Feng Jianghu had been fighting and attacking, he had been concealing his strength. He did not use his full strength. Right now, Duke Long wanted to foil Red Lotus's plan. But Feng Yuan was a tough nut to crack. Duke Long knew Feng Yuan's strength and had Reckless Savage's defensive methods. But this was not because Duke Long was afraid of Feng Yuan. He was considering how to destroy the enemy's plan. As long as Feng Jianghu was disrupted, Destiny Song would not work. Feng Yuan would not have the Immortal Gu recipe. He would not be able to continue his plan. But Feng Jianghu's strength far surpassed Duke Long's imagination. Duke Long hesitated for a moment before deciding to attack fiercely. He wanted to deal with Feng Jianghu as soon as possible. But Feng Jianghu's strength far surpassed Duke Long's imagination. Duke Long hesitated for a moment before deciding to attack fiercely, hoping to deal with Feng Jianghu as soon as possible. Duke Long was stalled by Feng Jianghu. Wuxia controlled Dragon Palace to guard Feng Yuan's main body, while Calamity Luck Altar resisted Demon Judgment Board. Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals launched a frenzy of attacks, but they were blocked by the other three Regions Gu Immortals and Di Zongxing. The battle was clearly leaning towards the three Regions Gu Immortals, but Feng Yuan had some problems now. The human wills were like the sea, surging violently. Using these human wills as the main Gu material to refine Destiny Gu was simply wishful thinking. But this method worked. Under the effect of Destiny Song, these human wills and flames converged and refined into a mystical Gu material that was formless and formless. But Feng Yuan was in charge of this Gu refinement. He had to endure the terrifying impact of the human wills. He had to pacify the human wills, like subduing a raging flood, allowing them to flow according to the channels. Feng Yuan's expression soon turned sinister, veins popped on his forehead, thoughts were produced rapidly in his mind, but they could not keep up with this terrifying expenditure. His thoughts were dwindling rapidly, they were about to dry up. At the periphery of the battlefield, Spectral Soul and his servants had been paying attention. Fairy Myrtle saw Feng Yuan's expression and analyzed, "Oh no, Feng Yuan's situation is not good. I know his Wisdom Path foundation. His strongest Wisdom Path method is to prevent others from deducing and conceal his true location. The Gu refinement now is testing his thoughts and thinking ability. The scale of these human wills is too terrifying, even I might not be able to last long." But Spectral Soul chuckled lightly. He had a calm expression. "Don't worry, a Venerable has already made preparations for this. Feng Yuan should know what to do." Spectral Soul could not help but recall his past life. Back then, his main body was still alive. He entered 88-point Jianghu Tower to explore. There, he found Wisdom Gu. He also saw the Giant Sun Special Will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. He immediately wanted to make a move and take Wisdom Gu for his own use. "Spectral Soul, please don't take Wisdom Gu." Giant Sun Special Will had no choice but to appear and stop him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable smiled coldly. "You cannot stop me." Giant Sun Special Will nodded. "Of course, you are the current generation Demon Venerable. You are invincible in the world. I cannot stop you. But you also made a deal with Red Lotus Demon Venerable, right?" Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression changed slightly. Before this, he had indeed obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance. He had made a certain agreement with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. "You mean?" Spectral Soul Demon Venerable hesitated. "That's right, this Wisdom Gu has been tampered with by my main body. When the crucial person appears, he will destroy 88-point Jianghu Tower. Wisdom Gu will follow him. Giant Sun Special will speak frankly. So that's it." Spectral Soul Demon Venerable took a deep look at Wisdom Gu. He did not make a move. Right now. He went all out. "It seems that I still need to use Wisdom Gu." Feng Yuan sighed. At this point he had already guessed the methods of many Venerables. Wisdom Gu was Giant Sun Immortal's method, but it was different from Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods. It had been activated long ago. It was just that Feng Yuan did not notice it back then. Feng Yuan had just opened a door in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture when Wisdom Gu flew out by itself, hovering above Feng Yuan's head. shining with golden divine light. Fang Yuan felt like a heavy burden was lifted from his shoulders, his expression returned to normal, he felt relaxed. So that's it. He sensed carefully and made another discovery. Wisdom goo is also a goo material, no wonder it is so effective. But with the addition of wisdom goo, my thought expenditure has decreased sharply, but my immortal essence expenditure has increased sharply. This amount of devouring isn't something I can handle at all. Even though the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow was extremely fast and immortal essence was accumulated rapidly, Fang Yuan had gone through many battles and expended a lot. If he could not keep up with the expenditure now, the goo refinement would stop and Fang Yuan would suffer a terrifying backlash. But Fang Yuan was not flustered, he was calm and composed. Because he knew that at this point, the venerables would not sit by and watch. As long as he still had a trace of value and could not be replaced, the venerables would not let him die at this crucial juncture. Next it should be your turn, giant son? Fang Yuan thought to himself. Somewhere in the distant black sky, there was a dark golden palace floating in the air. In the palace, immortal zombie giant son slowly opened his eyes. He looked towards the south, his eyes reflecting the scenes of the battle in Celestial Court. It has finally come to this. Immortal zombie giant son smiled and sighed softly. Red Lotus, it is because of your excellent planning and greater arrangements that you won against me. The scenes of his life appeared in front of him. On the stone Lotus Island, Gu immortal giant son who had yet to become a venerable obtained Red Lotus gift. At the same time he made a transaction with Red Lotus. This is the incomplete immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu? Giant Sun received this incomplete recipe and was immediately attracted to it. He had been successful in creating Luck Path, but from this incomplete recipe, he saw a whole new world. Red Lotus, it was you who damaged fake Gu that gave me the space to create Luck Path. Now that you have given me this incomplete recipe of Destiny Gu, I owe you a huge favor. Gu immortal giant son said solemnly. I will set up the situation according to the agreement. Leave wisdom Gu behind. I will also create responsive luck immortal Gu to help that heaven's chosen who created Destiny Song. Moreover, I will leave behind a final attack as long as the situation reaches that stage. I will definitely make a move and help you complete your million-year plan. Red Lotus will smiled, thank you. But if my plan fails, please follow our agreement and work hard to refine Destiny Gu. Of course. Gu immortal giant son had a resolute expression. Inside Cloud Suppression Heavenly Palace, immortal zombie giant son slowly raised his right hand. Boom. A huge pillar of light stretched across the sky and shot towards Celestial Court at an extremely fast speed. This pillar of light was so huge, it was like a giant river that dominated heaven and earth. Everywhere it went, it pushed away all the air. As the pillar of light moved forward, it emitted a grand and deafening sound. Such a vast and majestic killer move made everyone dazed. Even people like Duke Long, Feng Jioge, and Fang Yuan felt their own insignificance when facing this move. The pillar of light was unstoppable and unstoppable. It started from black heaven above northern plains and pierced through the regional walls, directly crashing into Celestial Court. Celestial Court shook intensely, the earth quaked and mountains shook, countless immortal Gu houses cracked and broke. Within Imperfection Regret Pavilion, star constellation immortal venerable silhouette gritted her teeth. She stared at Giant Sun's incoming attack, but she was entangled by limitless silhouette and could not deal with it at all. Giant Sun's attack surged and instilled into the sea of human wills and fire. The three converged and instantly formed a mountain-like golden ball of light. Flames danced in the ball of light, countless human wills were colorful and dazzling. Fang Yuan did not move, he was at the center and presided over the situation. Pale white threads of light gradually appeared in his clenched hands and spread out. These threads of light were so familiar, Fang Yuan had a deep impression of them. His heart shook. These are Heaven Path Dao marks. Dozens, hundreds of Heaven Path Dao marks stretched out from the gaps between his fingers. Fang Yuan opened his palms completely, with a loud sound, countless Heaven Path Dao marks flew in the air, coiling around each other. Dao marks coiled around Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan grunted, intense pain assaulted him, shaking his body and soul. Heaven Path Dao marks have appeared in my body? Wait, not just me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He acutely sensed that many Heaven Path Dao marks were disappearing for no reason, tracing back to the source of human wills. As expected. At this moment, Fang Yuan finally confirmed Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan. Red Lotus Demon Venerable wanted to refine Destiny Gu, but he did not truly want to refine it. Fang Yuan grabbed hold of this chance and started to collect these Heaven Path Dao marks. Every Heaven Path Dao mark coiled around his body, causing his sovereign immortal aperture's accumulation to increase by a level. This was an extremely rare and huge fortuitous encounter. Every complete Heaven Path Dao mark could cause a qualitative change in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture world. After experiencing Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan knew the immense value of this fortuitous encounter. Furthermore, the more Heaven Path Dao marks he had, the more he could guard against Spectral Soul's possible tricks on sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It was just that the fusion of Heaven Path Dao marks was extremely painful. Even someone with a firm will like Fang Yuan would feel dizzy after fusing 10 complete Heaven Path Dao marks. The pain was excruciating. But he was in charge of the Gu refinement now. He could not use other methods. Otherwise, if the Gu refinement was disrupted and he failed, it would be even worse. Fang Yuan could only rely on his willpower to endure it. He was not the only Gu immortal enduring the pain, he was one of billions. At the same time, in the vast 5 regions, countless mortals started to scream in pain. The Heaven Path Dao marks traced back to their source, they were imprinted on their bodies. Every mortal could not endure even 1/10,000th of a Heaven Path Dao mark. Many of them fainted from the pain. And those who were clear-headed were blessed, they could bear more of the heavenly Dao marks. Bang! The intense pain of being torn apart was unbearable. Fang Yuan quickly bit his lips, his eyes subconsciously widening until the corner of his eyes broke and blood flowed out. He was sweating profusely, his body was trembling, but he still tried his best to fuse the complete Heaven Path Dao marks. Soon, the Gu immortals in the 5 regions also started to endure it. The battle in Celestial Court stopped. The Gu immortals' expressions changed, they gritted their teeth as their faces turned red. The Heaven Path Dao marks were added to their bodies, they were caught off guard and could not endure it. Wu Yong's body shook intensely, his battle strength fell to rock bottom, he could only barely fight. Shen Songxing continued to groan, Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth, he could only maintain Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fang Jing and Qin Dingling were already lying on the ground, their bodies were twitching, they were rolling on the ground in pain. No! Heaven Path Dao marks were added to his body, Duke Long cried out in pain. At this moment he finally understood Red Lotus' scheme. Duke Long was extremely anxious, seeing that he could not defeat Feng Jioge, he could only turn around and try to attack Fang Yuan with a sliver of hope. But the intense pain also affected him. Feng Jioge was still using Destiny Song, seeing that Duke Long was moving, he immediately attacked and stalled him. Heaven Path Dao marks were added to their bodies, they were still fighting. As they fought, there was a loud sound, golden water splashed, the mountain-like human wills scattered. Mission accomplished. O people of the world, I have handed fate to you. Every one of you holds a part of life in your hands, mixed with a portion of luck. From now on, Fate Gu will still exist, but there will no longer be fate in the world. Red Lotus True Meaning's words were transmitted to everyone in the 5 regions through the human wills. The 5 regions' humans cried out in pain, they were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Because of the unbearable pain, many committed suicide on the spot. Red Lotus. Duke Long shouted, he finally got rid of Feng Jioge and charged towards Fang Yuan. But it was too late. The final trace of Red Lotus will barely condensed and blocked in front of Fang Yuan, facing the approaching Duke Long master. The young Red Lotus smiled, I really succeeded. Fate Gu has already been split into countless parts and distributed to everyone in the world. It still exists, it has not been destroyed. Moreover, it has fused with luck, it cannot be used by providence anymore. Duke Long was enraged, his eyes were bloodshot and his hair was standing on end. Traitorous disciple. He shouted as he charged even more fiercely. With a loud bang, he completely destroyed Red Lotus' will and charged towards Fang Yuan. At this moment, Duke Long's aura broke through the limit again, reaching an unprecedented peak. It was so strong that Di Zongxing and Feng Jioge felt suffocated. Fang Yuan did not move, he did not take a defensive stance. Duke Long's aura was extremely fierce, but when he was one step away from Fang Yuan, his expression suddenly changed. His aura froze and his charge came to an abrupt stop. His lifespan was over. It was even earlier than in the previous life. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He caught hold of the aura that had dissipated earlier and discovered the truth. In fact, back in Eastern Sea when he impersonated Qi Si Ancestor and used Steel Life on Duke Long, it was effective. But the effect was weak and not obvious, and Duke Long's disguise was quite outstanding. After that, to avoid fighting with Qi Si Ancestor, Duke Long even took out Primordial Origin's true inheritance to deceive everyone. Because Duke Long did not know that the number of times Fang Yuan could use Steel Life was extremely limited. This also caused Duke Long's performance to surpass the previous life at the same time. A great talent of a generation, the pillar of Celestial Court, Red Lotus Master, the creator of the Dragon Man race, Duke Long. Finally, at this moment his life stopped. At the moment of his death he was still charging forward. Regardless of whether he was respectable or despicable, for the sake of Celestial Court, for the great cause, he truly sacrificed himself until his death. The intense fighting and killing had made him forget the limit of his lifespan. Thus, at the moment of his death, other than anger and killing intent, there was also a trace of shock on his face. Lord Duke Long, you must be very indignant. Damn it, Lord Duke Long, you cannot die. Celestial Court still needs you. Senior Duke Long. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals screamed, their morale rose sharply. This was the will of a mourning army. Intense fighting and killing unfolded again. The three regions' Gu Immortals were actually suppressed by Celestial Court's side, which had fewer people. Fang Yuan, however, did not participate in the battle. He was still enduring the intense pain. His gaze seemed to pierce through Celestial Court, looking at the five regions. The earth shook, emitting waves of deep rumbling sounds. At this moment, the regional walls that surrounded the five regions vanished, the earth veins connected. The five regions that were originally isolated were now one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, the five regions could move freely. At the same time, the difference in heaven and earth chi would gradually disappear. There would be no more obstacles to the unification of the five regions. The bloody cloak on Fang Yuan's back started to dissipate. He raised his head and breathed in deeply. Ah, the air of freedom. From now on, he finally had the possibility of pursuing eternal life. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. Chapter 1980. Hello readers and friends. This was a rare single chapter. It was about a few things. Regarding the fifth volume, Demon King Domination, it ended here. This volume was indeed very long, and it would also be the longest volume in the entire book. But there was no helping it. Fang Yuan's strength had increased the most in this volume. He had truly grown from a chess piece to a chess player. I believe everyone will understand after reading this. Honestly speaking, the pressure of writing the fifth volume was very high. Compared to the previous volumes and even the upcoming final volume, it was the heaviest. There were too many things that needed to be written. This battle involved the entire five regions and some Grotto Heaven worlds. It could be said to have covered the entire map of the novel. There were at least 60 forces involved. The characters involved were Wu Yong, Qi Chuyu, Song Qiyuan, Shen Songxing, Shen Shang, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Five Elements Grandmaster, Bing Sai Chuan, Mao Li Qiu, Fang Di Chang, Duke Long, Qin Ding Ling, Fairy Myrtle, Yuan Qiong Du, Fang Yuan, Bai Ning Bing, Ing Wuxia, Di Zongxing, Spectral Soul, Star Constellation, Red Lotus, Genesis Lotus, Reckless Savage, Yi Fan, Hong Yi, Feng Kim Hong, Feng Jioga, and so on. There were too many characters. These characters all had their own cultivation level. Some were mortal Gu masters like Feng Kim Hong. Some had outstanding strength like Fang Yuan, Feng Jioga, and Duke Long. They all had their own killer moves. For example, Duke Long's 2 combat systems and more than 10 killer moves were designed according to his image. Wu Yong's killer moves were Unlimited Wind and Farewell Friend Wind. They complemented each other perfectly. Fang Yuan had even more killer moves, Red Lotus methods, Song Qiyuan's killer moves, and Xin Shang's killer moves. Both of them needed to be described in detail. These people all had their own plans. For example, Bing Sai Chuan, who wholeheartedly wanted to complete Giant Sun's last wish, Wu Yong, who was filled with ambition, Duke Long, who was willing to give up everything for the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan, who wanted eternal life, Red Lotus, who wanted to overthrow fate, etc. Not only were there people from the present, but there were also people from the past. For example, the past venerables and Wu Yong's mother, Wu Du Xiu. These people had to be made of flesh and blood as much as possible. For example, the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign, Duke Long, and Fang Yuan. These 3 were all important descriptions, and he believed that they would leave a deep impression on the readers. What I want to achieve is that some small people also have their own symbol. For example, Yuan Qiongdu, the crucial person in charge of repairing Fate Gu, he chose to sacrifice himself at the crucial moment. I believe this will leave a deep impression on the readers. The memories of this character's past life and the 2 great wars of this life could be combined to form his own story. It was a concept of responsibility. This also resonated with the heavy responsibility that Freedom Gu brought in The Legends of Rinzu. Other small characters like Yi Fan and Hong Yi also had their own fortuitous encounters. As for Qin Song, this person was a member of the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. He did not have many scenes in the previous life, but in this life he displayed his strength. The Celestial Court's teleportation formation also needed him to complete. These people all had huge changes in their lives. For example, Feng Jioge changed from the righteous path to the demonic path. He openly betrayed the Celestial Court. Regarding this change, there was actually a lot of foreshadowing. For example, he was a secluded cultivator. He had opposed the 10 great ancient sections. For example, Duke Long had once asked Feng Kim Hong if he believed in fate. Feng Kim Hong said he did not. Duke Long had reflected on the reason. He felt that part of the problem was due to Feng Jioge. This was a problem with his upbringing. These foreshadowing could be seen clearly after reading it again. For example, Feng Kim Hong was Great Dream Immortal Venerable Seed, but Fate Gu was destroyed, Heaven's Will was gone, her father betrayed her, where would she go? Or for example, Feng Yuan's clone, Feng Di Chang, what would happen to him when he was trapped in Divine Emperor Palace? So many people were starting an unprecedented chaotic battle around the issue of Fate Gu. They had to consider their arrangements very carefully. I believe this is not only the most unprecedented battle in the history of this book, it is also a rarely seen super large-scale battle in the entire web literature world. Because it involves so many characters and the map is so wide, it is already very rare. What is even more difficult is that this battle needs to be fought twice. Feng Yuan failed once before rebirth, and Feng Yuan succeeded once after rebirth. These two battles need to be compared before and after. They need to progress step by step. There cannot be too many bugs. They also need foreshadowing. In the 3 sections of 943 to 945, everyone should be able to see the foreshadowing that I had meticulously laid out earlier. These foreshadowing were laid out over half a year ago, but they were only used now. On the surface, these foreshadowing are just some unrelated stories. They need to be well disguised. But when they appear together, the author's true intentions can be seen. The good thing is that no reader has seen through this yet. In order to complete my writing goal, I need to refine the characters. Other than the arrangements I started half a year ago, I also need the clash of ideals. In the previous life's battle, I mainly wrote about the Celestial Court's ideals. Many people were moved by this. In this life's battle, I mainly wrote about the ideals of Feng Yuan and Red Lotus. Many people were filled with passion because of this. This is the goal I want to achieve. Only by clashing and winning on the level of ideals can we display their greatness. It will help us understand the motivations and actions of these characters. And I wrote about the clash of ideals to deepen the discussion of the righteous and demonic paths in this book. What is the righteous path's light? What is the demonic path's darkness? Mature people know that this world is not black and white. The boundary between righteous path and demonic path, darkness and light is actually very blurry. The first half of this book focuses on the difference between righteous and demonic paths. The second half describes the similarities between righteous and demonic paths. Sometimes, righteous path is demonic path. From another perspective, demonic path is righteous path. This was not the most superficial concept of the winner takes all. For example, the Celestial Court's greatness, the righteousness of sacrifice, it is indeed grand. But Lu Shuxian was willing to sacrifice herself to help Red Lotus become venerable. This strong desire actually goes against human nature. Isn't this a kind of demonic nature? Red Lotus was reborn because he loved her, but in the end he killed Lu Shuxian with his own hands. It was more of a choice made by human nature. Another example, the great demon Feng Yuan became the greatest contributor to the destruction of Fate Gu. We all know that his demonic nature is deep. His motive was to pursue eternal life. He was extremely selfish. But just from his actions and results, he liberated the entire human race, freeing them from the shackles of fate. They obtained freedom. Isn't this a kind of justice? After writing this huge volume, I let out a sigh of relief. My goals were 1. Character creation, 2. Arrangements foreshadowing, 3. Clash of ideals, for deepening the ideals of righteous and demonic. I was more or less done. To achieve this goal, I changed the outline over a dozen times. When I was thinking of foreshadowing, I discarded most of the obvious foreshadowing. Often, when I was thinking of ideas, I would sit in front of my desk for the entire day, writing draft after draft and tossing out draft after draft. There were too many characters involved. I agreed to write out the descriptions of these characters, their moves and so on. There were over 100 pieces of paper. When I was writing, they filled up my study desk. I am telling you these facts not to praise myself but to say, I wrote this book with all my heart. I admit that I wrote slowly, but there was no helping it. I was not skilled enough to write fast. I would make mistakes easily. I know I have been writing this book for 5 to 6 years. It is a long time. But I need to be patient. The more I write towards the end, the more patient I have to be, and the more I have to keep my composure. Thus, I want to appeal to all my dear readers. I am writing patiently. I implore all of you to read it patiently. This book is different from most web novels. The difference in writing method, layout, theme, and plot construction requires all of you to be more tolerant, understanding, and expectant when you read it. I am very confident to say, as long as you read to the end, this book will definitely satisfy most of the readers. First, I implore all of you to read it patiently. Second, I hope all of you can support it. Please support the original reading. A small section is about 3,000 words, only a few cents. But it will take about 2 hours for me to write it. My novel chapters are also different from most web novels. I need to think more before writing and spend more effort to lay out. The amount of energy and effort others spend to write 3,000 words is different from the amount of energy and effort I spend to write 3,000 words. But our pricing is the same and we get the same amount of money. But I am willing to spend more effort to present a living world of voodoo, a different reading experience. In fact, because of the dark text label of this book, the strange writing method, I have always been criticized and misunderstood. This caused this work to be more niche. Right now, this book is about to reach the last big volume. Everyone's fate will come to an end. Like Fang Yuan, like Fang Jing, like Shang Xinci, like Bai Ning Bing. The defeat of the Celestial Court will bring about a different 5 regions chaotic war. The shadows of Red Lotus, Spectral Soul, and the other venerables will become thicker. They will become obstacles in Fang Yuan's path. The Blue Dragon Whale, Crazed Demon Cave, Mysterious Black Fire, and other secrets will also be solved. The Legends of Renzook will also be completed. The concept of this book will also be raised to the level that I want to write. The main theme of this book will also be revealed. Please support the original reading. Please read it patiently. Chapter 1981. Wake up. Hey, wake up, kid. Peng De struggled to open his eyes. In his blurry vision, he saw a human face. It was a middle-aged man with a full beard, a pair of triangular eyes revealing shrewdness. His head was wrapped in a white bandana. Peng De was shocked. He clearly remembered that he was sleeping in his own bedroom. Why would a stranger barge into his room? He immediately used his strength to sit up. In the next moment he was stunned again. Where am I? He was shocked to find that he was in a desert. The sky was clear and the clouds were thin. The sun was high in the sky. The heat was rising. Haha, this kid is confused. He's lucky he was attacked by a pack of sand wolves in the desert, but he's still alive. The middle-aged bearded man was not the only one around him. There were a few others all surrounding him. Not far away there was a camel team lying on the ground to rest. Kid, this is a wolf desert. When we found you, your companions were all dead. The sand wolves were eating your corpses. We chased them away, only you were still breathing. I'm Mo Li, the leader of this caravan. I was the one who saved you and healed your wounds. You're lucky to have met us. Do you remember anything now? The middle-aged bearded man introduced. Peng De sat on the desert in a daze. The hot sand and the scorching sun made him gradually come to his senses. This was not a dream. I transmigrated. Damn, there really is such a thing as transmigration in this world, and it happened to me. But how did I transmigrate? Last night I was clearly modifying the program code, but the next day I ended up here. Looking at their clothes and language, they're obviously from another world. Also, why do I know this world's language? It's like speaking another world's language has become an instinct. Peng De couldn't help but feel parched, his heart beating wildly. This sudden change caught him off guard. He couldn't help but fall into panic, secretly groaning. But beside him, there were a few strong men staring at him. Peng De could only force himself to calm down, holding his head with both hands, shaking his head. I only remember that my name is Peng De. As for the rest, damn, why can't I remember? No way. Did you lose your memory? How disappointing. He is not a Gu master, he is just a mortal. Is it so important whether he remembers or not? The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. The middle-aged bearded Mo Li took a deep look at Peng De, a glint flashing in his eyes. Since you can't remember clearly, then forget it. I hope you can remember it one day. What do you plan to do next? Are you going to travel with my caravan? Peng De hurriedly nodded. He did not dare to stay in the desert alone. Uncle Emoli, I will definitely repay you for saving my life. No matter where you go now, please take me with you. Because I don't know where I should go. His face was blank, but it came from his heart. When he first arrived in this world, he really didn't know what to do. Then follow us. Emoli nodded and turned to instruct the people beside him. Arrange a camel for Pengda. Yes. Someone immediately accepted the order. Kid, come with me. Pengda was led to the camel. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. This is a camel? The Gu master who led him here was baffled. Kid, are you from Western Desert? You don't even recognize the Fire Kong camel? The Fire Kong camel did not have a hump. Its back was instead sunken, forming an oval pit. The person riding the camel was lying in the round pit. It had soft fur and a suitable body temperature. It was very comfortable. The Gu master quickly put away the goods in the round pit and set up a tent on it. A portion of the goods was tied to the side of the camel below the tent. Pengda could only continue to pretend to be in pain, saying, I don't remember, damn it, I can't remember. That Gu master glanced at him. I don't care what you forgot, but you have to remember your life was saved by our leader. Since you joined the caravan, you are eating our food, drinking our water, and living in our place. You have to work, remember? Pengda quickly nodded. Of course, please instruct me. I will do my best. The Gu master lightly nodded, showing a barely satisfied expression. But at this time, the bearded Emoli's voice came from afar. Don't make things difficult for him, let this young man rest and recover. Being able to meet in this huge desert, it is a kind of fate. It is not easy to make a living in this desert. The Gu master leading Pengda aside, saying, Leader, you are still so kind. Pengda heard this and had an even better impression of Emoli. He could not help but reply loudly, Uncle, thank you so much, I will definitely repay you well. Emoli laughed heartily. All right, kid, you should rest on the camel for a while. Next, he shouted to everyone, We have rested enough, let's continue our journey. Thereupon, the camel bell rang and this caravan started moving again, trekking on the vast desert. Pengda laid on the Fire Kong camel's back, feeling very comfortable. Being alone, he was shocked to find that his body was no longer the original one. He was clearly a native of another world. His skin was tan brown, his limbs were rough and his joints were bulky. So my soul only transmigrated and borrowed the body of a native of another world to revive. No wonder I can speak in the language of another world. It is a pity I did not fuse with this native's memories. But this is also good. My original body lacked training, my limbs were weak, but this body has a strong physique and is also very young. Pengda could not sleep. After inspecting himself, he started to look around and observe this other world. There was nothing to see in the desert, but the people traveling with him broadened his horizons. The Fire Kong camel's food was actually some burning red charcoal. The caravan could actually create water out of thin air. They did not need to look for oases or water sources. Walking in the desert was a great guarantee of safety. At dusk, when they were about to set off, a Gu master in the caravan directly planted a seed on the surface of the desert. After a dozen or so breaths of time, trees grew and fruits grew. Pengda did not know what this fruit was called, but its flesh was very white and tender, it tasted sweet and fragrant, it was very appetizing. Pengda was amazed by every little detail in his life. During dinner, he could not help but ask the caravan leader Emoli, Lad, it seems you really lost your memories. We are Gu masters. These are all Gu master methods. Emoli looked at Pengda with a strange expression. Gu master? Pengda was hearing this for the first time. Emoli's expression became even more strange. He pointed at Pengda. Lad, you are also a Gu master, and a rank 2 Gu master. Pengda was surprised. After some understanding, Pengda came to a realization and became even more excited. So in this world there is a type of people called Gu masters. They can use Gu worms to cultivate. Gu master cultivation is divided into rank 1 to 9. Most of the people in the caravan are rank 2, the highest is Uncle Emoli, he is rank 3. I am also a rank 2 Gu master, more accurately speaking, the original owner of this body was a rank 2 Gu master. When a Gu master cultivates to rank 6, they can be called Gu immortals, they can move mountains and seas, they can pluck the stars and moon. At rank 9, they are invincible in the world, they can reign supreme in the world. Oh heavens, what a beautiful world this is. Since heaven sent me here, it definitely wants me to accomplish something. I will definitely be one of a kind, I will definitely be able to stand above others. Right. After cultivating to rank 9, the feeling of being invincible in the world will definitely be wonderful. In his original world, Pengde was an ordinary person. He was an orphan, he had no parents and no lover, he could be said to have no attachments. He was extremely excited, until late at night he could not resist the exhaustion and fell asleep. What he did not know was that the Gu masters in the caravan were also secretly discussing him. This lad actually lost his memories. I really don't know what to say. Should I say that his life is good or bad? Did he really lose his memories, or is he pretending to be dumb? There is no need to pretend, right? I think he was very surprised by the Fire Kong camel and our Gu master methods. It does not seem like he is pretending. Regardless of whether he lost his memories or not, he is still a rank 2 Gu master. I can use him. It is not a loss to save him. Amoli said. No one refuted this. Gu masters were far more valuable than mortals. If Pengde was a mortal, even if these Gu masters knew that he was still alive, they would not bother to save him. But since he was a Gu master, he had value in saving him. He could even get a camel as a form of transportation as well as food and water. While discussing, Amoli suddenly frowned, his expression was dark. Listen, there seems to be some sound? Everyone's expression changed because at the next moment, this sound became very loud, it rumbled and shook heaven and earth. Damn it. It seems to be a hurricane, a super large-scale hurricane. But this is Wolf Desert, how can there be a hurricane? Quickly move, protect the caravan, quickly move. The Gu masters hurriedly left the tent, they were stunned the moment they got outside. They saw an endless chi tide surging from ahead, it was like a tsunami, connecting heaven and earth. The chi tide was like a mountain or a sea, everywhere it went, sand and dust were swept up, it was extremely terrifying. Extreme fear filled all the Gu masters' faces. This was a calamity even more terrifying than a hurricane. At once, the Gu masters felt the intense aura of death. The caravan was definitely finished, they only wanted to save their lives now. Escape. Amoli gritted his teeth before he finished speaking, he had already retreated with all his strength. The other Gu masters reacted like they were electrocuted, they followed suit and escaped in panic. In the abandoned caravan, the mortals screamed in fear, the camel group was also in a commotion. They were powerless, only death seemed to be waiting for them. In this chaos, Pengde was still sleeping, he did not know that a fatal crisis had already enveloped him. P.S. Thank you, new alliance leaders, thank you for your rewards, you are too awesome. I am also very surprised that Gu Battle Team is in the top 10, I feel that we are very strong. What moved me was that there were also many comments. Many people read books in high school, they have already graduated and are looking for jobs. Some started reading Gu Venerable in elementary school, they are about to graduate from university. So we have been accompanying each other for so long. Thank you, everyone, for your support and understanding. Yesterday made me very moved, it also made me even more determined to write, quality first, quantity second, strive to improve continuously. In the final volume of Gu Venerable, I will work hard to depict a magnificent era. Chapter 1982. The sky was pitch black, there were only 2 or 3 weak starlights. This was black heaven. The surroundings were quiet, 3 Gu immortals were moving stealthily in black heaven. The old Gu immortal on the left was thin like firewood, he had a hunched back and many age spots on his face, he was already at the end of his lifespan. The female immortal on the right wore an embroidered purple robe, her skin was white as snow, her hair reached her waist, she had a graceful figure. Her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were shrouded in sorrow. At the center was a black-robed Gu immortal. He had a pale face and black hair that reached his chest. An intense cold killing intent was lingering around his body. They were Old Man Jianghu, Fairy Myrtle and Spectral Soul. The 3 of them were moving stealthily in black heaven. At this moment, Spectral Soul paused for a moment before saying plainly, "It's here again." Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jianghu's expressions did not change, they immediately surrounded Spectral Soul and started to set up defensive methods. Soon the 3 immortals heard a loud sound. Then a huge berserk wave of chi swept over, covering the sky and covering the earth. Everywhere the chi tide went, living beings perished, it was a tragic sight. The chi tide ruthlessly crushed the 3 immortals, and lasted for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn before it swept away. Spectral Soul and his servants let out sighs of relief, they stopped their defensive methods and showed themselves again. Old Man Jianghu looked at the chi tide dispersing, he had a compassionate expression as he sighed heavily. After the 5 regions merged, to think that there would be such a change. Every once in a while, chi tides would appear, filling heaven and earth, sweeping away all living beings. Not just the 5 regions, even the 2 heavens are not spared. Everywhere it goes, living beings perish. Who knows how many living beings will die? Even though old man Jingyuan was subdued by Spectral Soul, he was only loyal to him, his nature did not change much. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with uncertainty. She was deducing something, but she soon gave up. Fairy Myrtle analyzed, there are differences in heaven and earth chi between the 5 regions. Thus, when Gu immortals come to another region and absorb heaven and earth chi, their immortal apertures will shake. Thus, Gu immortals have to return to their homeland to undergo tribulations. The difference between the 2 energies of heaven and earth was also the reason for the formation of the boundary wall. Now that the 5 regional walls have completely disappeared, the vast heaven and earth energies in the 5 regions have started to converge. This is the reason for the chi tides. It's just that it's impossible to predict how long this energy tide will last, and whether its power will increase or decrease. We can't even calculate its trend. To deduce the answer to this problem, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable would have to do it. He had a deep understanding of chi path. Or perhaps Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived. That was the only way to obtain such a large number of clues. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, his voice was hoarse and cold. This chi tide is my obstruction. Most soul beasts find it hard to resist. Even if they manage to survive, their soul cores will be severely damaged. Spectral Soul really wanted to recover his strength. Devouring souls was the fastest shortcut. Originally he wanted to take back the Gate of Life and Death, but unfortunately the Gate of Life and Death had been secretly moved away. The battle in the Celestial Court was over. With Spectral Soul's current condition, he could not act recklessly. Thus, he brought his 2 subordinates out of the Celestial Court. They came to Black Heaven and prepared to hunt soul beasts. There were many soul beasts living in Black Heaven. They formed into armies. They often used nether ants to open the path and roamed in Black Heaven. Their scale was often huge. There were hundreds of thousands or even millions of them. Master, the chi tide is causing trouble now. Please let us stay behind and assist Master. Old man Jingyuan suggested loyally. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. What use is there in staying behind me? I alone am enough. Furthermore, I have something important to tell you. Old man Jingyuan and Fairy Myrtle looked at each other. They said together, Master, please tell us. Spectral Soul squinted as he said eerily, back then, I expended all my resources to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu and gave it to Fang Yuan to create a complete otherworldly demon. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, our plan succeeded. It is time to retrieve sovereign immortal fetus Gu. I want you to find Fang Yuan and capture him alive to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu again. Spectral Soul's strength had fallen to rock bottom. If not for this, he would have interfered in the battle of the Celestial Court long ago. He wanted to rise up quickly and recover his strength. There were 3 crucial points: the Door of Life and Death, the Dream Realm, and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Now that the Door of Life and Death was gone, Spectral Soul was secretly disappointed. But this point could be replaced by Soul Beast. One of the crucial Dream Realms was taken away by Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan used a portion of them in the Battle of the Celestial Court, most of them were still in Fang Yuan's hands. Spectral Soul had to retrieve the Dream Realms. Only by retrieving the Dream Realms could he regain his great Grandmaster attainment level in all paths. Other than that, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was also necessary. It could ensure that Spectral Soul could return to his peak state as much as possible. Spectral Soul had reason to believe that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was well managed by Fang Yuan. If he could snatch it back, it would be the same as Fang Yuan's painstaking efforts earlier. With these 3 crucial points gathered, Spectral Soul would be able to regain his peak state and dominate the world. There were no clues about the Door of Life and Death, but the Dream Realms and Sovereign Immortal Aperture were focused on Fang Yuan. It was not hard to understand why Spectral Soul made Fang Yuan his main target. Old man Jingyuan frowned as he recalled, Master wants to deal with Fang Yuan? After this demon destroyed Fate Gu, he immediately left the Celestial Court. He did not participate in the following battle. He was in a hurry and acted strangely. I have no idea where he went. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. That is because of the Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan could not even protect himself. He had to make this choice. Since he knew about Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements on Wisdom Gu and did not hesitate to expend Wisdom Gu, he could naturally deduce that I had done something to Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Thus, when he refined Gu, he used Red Lotus method to restrict me. Fang Yuan is a sly fellow. He used the other party's strength to make my plan fail. But Red Lotus was happy to see this. Scoundrel, let's deal with that old scoundrel Red Lotus. Spectral Soul and Red Lotus worked together to eliminate Fate Gu once and for all. Now that their plan had succeeded, Spectral Soul and Red Lotus were enemies. A mountain could not contain two tigers, not to mention two venerables. But how do we find Fang Yuan's traces now? Fairy Myrtle felt a headache. Why did she have to face the same problem even after betraying the Celestial Court? When she was in the Celestial Court, she had thought of ways to deal with Fang Yuan. As a Wisdom Path great expert, she had already sensed the threat of Fang Yuan. But what was the use? Fang Yuan was too good at hiding, he was too good at concealing himself. His Wisdom Path attainment was best at preventing deductions from others. Furthermore, he was too vigilant, he did not leave any traces behind. Even if the Celestial Court wanted to deal with him, they could not do anything about it. It was like back then when the human race had immortal venerables and demon venerables, the variant humans could not resist them and hid. Primordial origin immortal venerable was also helpless. Fairy Myrtle lacked crucial clues, she could not deduce Fang Yuan's location. It was like this when she was in the Celestial Court, it was still the same now. Thus, she could only ask Spectral Soul for help, hoping that this demon venerable would have a good idea. But facing this problem, even Spectral Soul was silent for a moment. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was personally refined by him, he naturally tampered with it and could sense the Sovereign Immortal body. But after the Heaven Path Dao marks were added to Fang Yuan's body, he could not do anything. This connection was completely severed. Eventually, Spectral Soul ordered, "We cannot find Fang Yuan for now, we will force him out." How do we do that? This demon Fang Yuan came and went without anyone, he was a loner with no one to worry about. Even if he has any friends or family, with his ruthless nature, even if we threaten him, he will not show himself. Old man Jing Yuan felt this was a difficult situation. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. During the battle of the Celestial Court, the scene of Fang Yuan destroying Fate Gu was already known to the world through everybody's vision killer move. The two of you will spread the Sovereign Immortal Aperture secret. Tell the world that Fang Yuan was able to advance to rank 8 rapidly and destroy Fate because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture can devour apertures to avoid calamities and raise his cultivation level rapidly. Every once in a while, Fang Yuan has to devour Gu Immortal's immortal apertures to continue his life. Whoever kills Fang Yuan will not only obtain many venerable inheritances, they will also have the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It can help the Gu Immortal ascend to the venerable realm and become invincible in the world. After pausing for a while, Spectral Soul continued, "This way Fang Yuan will become the world's enemy. Tell the world about his current weakness, he has the Heaven Path Dao marks on him, he has no battle strength at all. If not for this, he would not have escaped in a hurry after the Gu refinement. With everyone fighting for us, where can Fang Yuan hide? Even if he can hide for now, he cannot hide forever. The two of you will go and open the secret treasuries that I have left behind. Those are the cultivation resources that I cannot use to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. They are very valuable. Use these resources to rebuild Shadow Sect and recruit more people for me." Aren't Fang Yuan's subordinates like Bai Ning Bing and He Lulan still outside? If we find them, we might be able to find clues about Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan quickly agreed. Spectral Soul looked down, his gaze seemed to pierce through the veil of night as he looked at the 5 regions. The 5 regions have fused into one, heaven and earth chi have fused into chi tides that spread to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. If heaven and earth chi do not fuse completely, there will be no peace. The regional walls of the 5 regions will dilute and envelop the 5 regions. The immortal apertures of the 5 regions Gu Immortals will also be affected. The 2 chi will be shaken, they can only rest and recuperate. The stronger the immortal aperture's foundation, the more time they have to recuperate. Fang Yuan will be forced to recuperate for a very long time. But the two of you were once members of the Celestial Court, you have phantom apertures, you will not be affected. You need to make use of this opportunity and work hard. We will follow Master's orders. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan replied respectfully. Spectral Soul waved his sleeves. "Then what are you waiting for? Please take care of yourself, Master. We will take our leave." Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan quickly took their leave. Chapter 1983. Roar. In Black Heaven, an ancient soul beast was fleeing in panic. This soul beast was shaped like a horse, but it had a human face. But right now, its face was filled with fear and shock. The ancient soul beast was panicking. It ran for its life, but soon, its movements slowed down, the cries of pain in its mouth also weakened rapidly. A few breaths of time later, it completely stopped in the air, floating quietly in the dense night sky. Without a sound, its mountain-like body slowly dissipated, revealing a Gu immortal. This Gu immortal had a pale face, his black hair reached his chest. It was Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul held a soul core in his hand. It was the condensation of the ancient soul beast's soul path essence. Spectral Soul was not satisfied. He placed this soul core in his mouth, chewing it like a bean before swallowing it. Without the help of a soul path killer move, I will need some time to digest it. Spectral Soul snorted in displeasure. Ever since he parted with old man Jianghu and Fairy Myrtle, he had been hunting soul beasts in Black Heaven. But who knew if his luck was bad, or if the chi tides killed too many living beings? He encountered very few soul beasts. Up until now, the soul beasts he met were all alone. At most they were in groups of 3 to 5. This made him wonder if this was still Black Heaven. This efficiency is too low. Spectral Soul continued on his journey. If I still had my attainment level, I could use my intuition to determine the location of the soul beast army. Even Fang Yuan could not escape my senses. It is a pity that I have to start all over again now. However, Fate Gu was destroyed in the end. Providence can no longer stop me from becoming a venerable. After I finish cultivating, I want to see who dares to show up. Even if they are venerables, I will kill them. Spectral Soul moved stealthily for a while before joy flashed on his face. He finally found a soul beast army. He quietly got closer, seeing that there were over 3 million soul beasts in this soul beast army. The quantity was not small, and what made Spectral Soul happy was that they were of high quality. He only took a glance and saw 5 to 6 immemorial soul beasts, and over 30 ancient soul beasts. Kill. Spectral Soul had a strong desire to kill. He was about to charge over when he suddenly discovered something. This discovery shocked him. Why are there soul path Gu immortals? There were 3 Gu immortals controlling the soul beast army. 3 Gu immortals, 2 males and 1 female. The female was in the formation. She was the leader. She had an ordinary appearance. She had gray eyes and rank 8 aura. Of the 2 male immortals, one was tall and sturdy. He was dressed in armor. His muscular arms were exposed. There were soul beast marks on his arms. The other was tall and thin. He held a bamboo cane. The 3 immortals were dressed in black robes. They had similar designs. They were from the same force. These are the Gu immortals of Black Heaven. Spectral Soul quickly recognized the auras of the 3 immortals. He smiled coldly and changed his plan of attacking. He sneaked into the soul beast army. The 3 immortals were they, and they was. The rank 8 female immortal had been resting earlier. She spoke. Stop, let me control the army. Hearing this, the 2 male immortals heaved a sigh of relief. The tall and skinny one flattered. Aunt, only you can control a soul beast army of such a scale. Even if the 2 of us cultivate diligently for 8 lifetimes, we won't be able to reach half of your abilities. The rank 8 female immortal glanced at the male immortal. She said unhappily, if you can't catch up to me after cultivating for 8 lifetimes, you might as well kill yourself. The tall and thin man knew that his flattery had gone awry. He had an awkward expression. The female immortal sighed. The 2 of you are the Gu immortals with the highest chance of advancing after me. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, we are responsible for our own fate. The great era is coming. The peaceful and stable life of the past is gone forever. You need to have the heart to improve. If you do not have such a resolution, our soul-pacifying grotto heaven will be submerged by the tides of the new era. You are right. The tall and thin man nodded. As for the tall and sturdy male immortal, he remained silent. The female immortal sighed again, continuing, the 5 regions are united, heaven and earth chi have fused, chi tides are sweeping the world, even the black and white heavens are not immune. Wherever the chi tides go, heaven and earth will shake, grotto heavens will no longer be able to hide, their locations will be exposed. This time, our Black Heaven Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals are meeting to discuss how to deal with this situation. At that time, you will be representing yourselves as well as the face of our soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Remember this. Yes, Aunt Lady, don't worry, we will remember this. The 2 immortals replied respectfully. The 3 immortals did not know that while they were talking, Spectral Soul had already sneaked to their side and heard every word of their conversation. So that's it. Spectral Soul had a thought. Heaven and earth chi have fused, the grotto heavens hidden in the black and white heavens are also affected. The reason is the same as the 5 regions Gu immortals having to rest and recuperate. But the 5 regions Gu immortals are more deeply affected. This is the black and white heavens after all. The Gu immortals can still move around with difficulty. There had always been many grotto heavens hidden in the black and white heavens. Even Spectral Soul could not estimate the number of these grotto heavens. This time, the change in heaven and earth was unprecedented. These grotto heavens could not be hidden anymore. They were like fish that were blown out of the water. Spectral Soul felt that this was a great opportunity. He continued to conceal himself as he followed the 3 immortals. After spending half a day, the 3 immortals finally arrived at their destination with their soul beast army. This was also a grotto heaven. The grotto heaven's entrance was opened. There were already many people around. They had quite a large commotion. The million soul beast army that the 3 immortals brought over painstakingly was not outstanding here. They were at most slightly superior. So friends from Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven are here. Seeing the 3 immortals, a Gu immortal flew out of a Night Heavenly Wolf group. This Gu immortal had rank 8 cultivation level. He had a fierce and ruthless aura. He had the air of a formidable character. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is early. The rank 8 female immortal of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven smiled and replied. We were too slow, Lady Cold Ash. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord smiled bitterly, pointing at the open Grotto Heaven entrance. Those variant human Gu immortals have already entered. I waited for you to enter together, otherwise as a human rank 8, I would be ostracized. Lady Cold Ash nodded, showing a solemn expression. In this meeting, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was the one who communicated with us. He is a Snowman Gu immortal to begin with. He also opened his Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. It will naturally become the territory of variant human Gu immortals. Let's go in and take a look. Lady Cold Ash quickly arranged for 2 rank 7s to stay behind and look after the Soul Beast army. She only ordered several immemorial soul beasts to enter the Grotto Heaven's entrance with her. Spectral Soul had already possessed one of the immemorial soul beasts without anyone noticing. He also followed them in. Once they entered the Grotto Heaven, the temperature fell sharply. It was a world of ice and snow. Looking down at the ground, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. The tall mountains were made of frost crystals. It was very rare. At the peak of the frost crystals, there was an ice and snow palace. Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord came to the palace. After placing the immemorial soul beasts and immemorial Night Heavenly Wolves on the square of the palace, they entered the palace together. Spectral Soul waited for a while. He successfully saw through the details of the ice and snow palace. He immediately found a loophole and entered the palace. At the main seat of the palace sat a Snowman Gu immortal. He had a Fangjing face and a majestic aura. He was likely Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Other than them, there were 3 variant human rank 8s. They were Rockmen, Hairy Men, and Eggmen. To think that in this Black Heaven variant human forces actually have the upper hand. They have 4 rank 8s while the humans only have 2. Spectral Soul thought about it and understood. After humans became the rulers, variant humans could not survive in the 5 regions. They were chased to the edges of the world, struggling at death's door. Black Heaven and White Heaven were naturally the first choice for variant humans to roam. This place was extremely vast. Grotto heavens were hidden. Even venerables could not find them, unless they had a definite clue. Thus, variant humans were the first to establish their foundation in Black Heaven and White Heaven. They continued to develop. Even though human Gu immortals entered Black Heaven and White Heaven, they mostly explored and gathered resources. Only a small portion of rank 8 Gu immortals placed their Grotto Heavens in Black Heaven and White Heaven. Human Grotto Heavens were different from variant human Grotto Heavens. The latter were taken care of by Providence. Their calamities and tribulations were weak, but the former were different. As time passed, human Grotto Heavens continued to be established and eliminated. Only a small portion managed to survive. But variant human Grotto Heavens had a long history. Their forces continued to grow. The 6 rank 8 Gu immortals discussed. If the 5 regions are united, Chi tides will invade the world. Our Grotto Heavens will be exposed. I propose to unite and resist the 5 regions. How can we resist the 5 regions? Even though our Grotto Heavens are plentiful, how can we compare to the 5 regions in terms of resources? Even if we unite, we will not be the match of the 5 regions humans. Furthermore, even if we unite, we might not trust each other. After all, there is a difference in our identities. Don't worry, even though we are humans, Ancestor Pacifying Soul was forced to escape to Black Heaven. He has already severed ties with the 5 regions. More directly, my Night Wolf Grotto Heaven does not want to expose our identities. After all, we have a deep grudge with Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Fellow immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. Do you only want to work together? Have you not thought of taking a step forward? Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the situation of humanity's dominance has been completely broken. The 5 regions Gu immortals need to rest and recuperate. This is the best chance for us to act first. We are born in Black Heaven, we are the least affected, we can barely move. If we do not make use of this chance, we will regret it in the future. Immortal Monarch, what is your plan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed, saying with a heavy expression, the 5 regions are huge and rich in resources. Even if we combine our grotto heavens, we cannot compare to them. The world will descend into chaos. If we do not move forward, when the 5 regions settle down, we will be exterminated by the 5 regions Gu immortals. Only by taking the initiative can we have hope of survival. P.S. Last night I received an encouraging message from Fang Yuan, congratulating him for becoming the first alliance leader of this book. In fact, these last 2 days I have been very moved. The response and enthusiastic support from all my readers made me feel that writing this book was the right thing to do. Today I want to respond to everyone's strong support and sincere encouragement. Thank you. The Gu Immortal team has a high ranking. I welcome more friends to join. Join method, Chidian app, click on Discover, enter Activity Center, find the fan team activity, drop down, join Gu Immortal team. Chapter 1984. Lady Cold Ash was the first to fly out of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven's entrance. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven's 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals guarding outside immediately went to welcome them. The tall and thin Gu Immortal asked in concern, how did the discussion go? Lady Cold Ash shook her head. At this time, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also flew out of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The two talked for a while before separating. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord led the wolf group while Lady Cold Ash led the Soul Beast army, returning to their respective grotto heavens. Along the way the 3 immortals conversed. They did not know that Spectral Soul had been lurking around them. Spectral Soul had wanted to hunt the Soul Beast army, but after this matter, he changed his mind. Just from the name Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, it was clear that it was a Soul Path sect. Lady Cold Ash and the other 2 were Soul Path Gu Immortals. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven definitely had abundant Soul Path cultivation resources. Ignoring everything else, just the Soul Beast army that they had was a huge feast for Spectral Soul. The Chi tides will sweep through the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The Grotto Heaven forces of Black and White Heaven will not be able to hold themselves back. I can make use of their strength to attack the other venerable forces in advance. I will rise up even faster. Spectral Soul not only wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, he also wanted to deal with the other venerable forces, like Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others. Now that Fate Gu was destroyed, Spectral Soul could revive and become a venerable again. The other venerables were the same. Right now, Fang Yuan's whereabouts were unknown. Spectral Soul had to look at the big picture. Even though killing was second nature to him, he had many ways to kill. Borrowing someone else's strength to kill was also a brilliant method of killing. It was suitable for him now. Lady Cold Ash and the other 2 immortals did not know that they and Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven were already under the shadow of Spectral Soul. Elsewhere, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Many Gu Immortals in Night Heavenly Wolf Grotto Heaven paid their respects. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord said, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest want to form an alliance with us to resist the 5 regions. I am in a difficult position. Gu Immortal Yiji nodded, it is. In the current situation, fate is destroyed, the 5 regions have merged, heaven and earth chi have fused completely, no grotto heaven can hide under the chi tides. We are weak. If the 5 regions attack us in the future, we will not be able to resist them. But we do not need to fight against them. The 5 regions are strong while the 2 heavens are weak, this is a fact. The 5 regions are strong while the 2 heavens are weak. Why don't we join the 5 regions? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord laughed. Yiji knows me well, I have the same thoughts. Wolf Lord laughed. Demon I am us. Even if the 5 regions don't have the intention to attack me, once they unite, they will. Yiji frowned. But it's not appropriate to rely on the 5 regions. Heavens first, Heaven's King, Northern Valley of Plains of. He first Chi Dragon to of all. Wolf God. Demon Soul. Moon Dragon Emperor King, Soul Sect Immortal King. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord sighed. Indeed, I have already discussed with soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's Lady Cold Ash. We will work together. We will also ally with human Grotto Heavens. As for which of the 5 regions to join, in my opinion, Central Continent's Celestial Court is the best choice. We can contact them secretly. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was a formidable person. Not only did he have rank 8 cultivation level, his political skills were also very shrewd. No one in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven dared to defy him. Since he made such a decision, the Gu Immortals and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven did not dare to object. Celestial Court. Central Great Hall was finally repaired. Qin Ding Ling was in charge of it now. Fate Gu's restoration failed. Celestial Court was in ruins after the intense battle. It was still mostly in ruins. This is a disgrace. Qin Ding Ling put down the letter Gu in her hand, resting for the moment. Her expression was calm, but her gaze flickered. Memories surfaced in her mind. Her anger was building up. After Red Lotus scheme succeeded, Duke Long died on the way and Fang Yuan retreated. But the 3 regions Gu Immortals wanted to destroy Celestial Court. No one retreated. At the moment of life and death, primordial origin immortal venerables methods started to take effect. All sorts of anger, bad luck, dejection, and so on descended on the 3 regions Gu Immortals, causing their conditions to fall sharply. This method was used to deal with Fang Yuan, but it was intercepted by Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette. After Red Lotus plan succeeded, the match between the 2 venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion was also resolved. Limitless laughed heartily. The 2 venerables' silhouettes dissipated at the same time. Without Limitless suppression, Primordial Origins methods started to take effect again. Fortunately, even though Feng Jioge betrayed them at the last moment, he only helped Fang Yuan refine Gu. He did not make things difficult for Celestial Court. Celestial Court was able to take a breather. They counterattacked and reversed the situation with great difficulty. The 3 regions Gu Immortals had no choice but to use Dragon Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building to suppress the situation. They had no choice but to retreat. Outside Celestial Court, there were still people who wanted to plunder Central Continent, but at this time the first Chi tide occurred. The 3 regions Gu Immortals' immortal apertures became unstable. They had no choice but to retreat. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals did not give chase. After personally witnessing Fang Yuan refining Fate Gu, their fighting spirit were no longer strong. The battle ended. The battered Celestial Court licked its wounds and cleaned up the mess. Duke Long died. Fairy Myrtle also betrayed them and sided with Spectral Soul. After the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals discussed for a while, they elected Qin Ding Ling to take over as the temporary leader. During this period of time after the battle, Qin Ding Ling was in charge of the overall situation, dealing with all sorts of matters. Qin Ding Ling looked calm on the surface, but there was a fire burning in her heart. The great Celestial Court actually lost. It was a complete and utter defeat. She was eager to wash away this humiliation, but reason told her not to be rash. Because everything had changed, Celestial Court was no longer the Celestial Court of the past. The enemies were no longer the enemies of the past. Even the world was changing. After resting for a while, Qin Ding Ling continued to deal with matters. She held an information path Mortal Gu in her hand, showing a slightly surprised expression. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord did not want to be on the same boat as variant humans. He wanted to side with the stronger 5 regions. Among the 5 regions, even though Celestial Court lost, it was still the number 1 force of humanity for millions of years. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven and Longevity Heaven were enemies. In the current 5 regions, only Celestial Court had the confidence to deal with the brute and vile members of Longevity Heaven. In this information path Gu Worm, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had described the devious intentions of the variant humans in detail. As expected of those who are not of our race. Fate Gu has just been destroyed, but these variant humans already want to jump out. Qin Ding Ling snorted coldly. Intense killing intent surged in her heart. After calming down, Qin Ding Ling started to think about this problem. Qin Ding Ling knew very little about Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Thus, with just an information path Gu Worm, she could not tell if Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was sincere in joining them, or if he was just pretending to surrender. If this Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is sincere in joining us, how will we face the Grotto Heaven variant humans and Longevity Heaven? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's letter clearly told her ancestors' origins. He did not conceal their hatred towards Longevity Heaven. Qin Ding Ling felt troubled. The current Celestial Court was in an unprecedented state of decline. Qi tides swept the world, heaven and earth qi converged. The celestial court Gu immortals with phantom apertures could move more freely than the black and white grotto heaven Gu immortals. But the celestial court could not do that. Firstly, most of the celestial court members had limited lifespans. Secondly, they had to support star constellations' will. Thus, a portion of the celestial court members would continue to hibernate in the immortal graveyard, to help star constellations' will and prevent her from being assimilated by Providence. This way the celestial court's battle strength would fall by another level. At this moment, Qin Dingling could not make up her mind. If only Fairy Myrtle was still here. Qin Dingling sighed. This was another thing that she was worried about. Fairy Myrtle and old man Jing Yuan were enslaved by Spectral Soul, their whereabouts were unknown. The former two knew the secrets of the celestial court, while the latter had the soul of a demon venerable, who dared to underestimate them. Qin Dingling thought about it. She felt that this was an important matter. She summoned Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest to discuss it. Zhou Xiong Xian suggested, "This is important, but the current situation is not clear. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and these 6 Gu immortals are only rank 8s in the Black Heaven above Central Continent. What about the Black Heaven of the other 4 regions? We do not know how many Grotto Heavens there are, or how many rank 8 Gu immortals are in these Grotto Heavens. I am willing to personally go to Black Heaven and White Heaven to investigate secretly." Zhou Xiong Xian cultivated information path. He knew the importance of information. He had a phantom aperture. He did not care about the fusion of heaven and earth qi. Qin Dingling accepted his suggestion. She decided to maintain contact with Night Wolf Grotto Heaven for the time being, while she investigated the details. Jun Shenguang handed over an information path Mortal Gu, saying, "I have organized this list. They are all Gu immortal seeds with great talent, and most importantly, they are loyal to the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sections. However, there's one person that I can't make the decision on my own. I'll need everyone to discuss it together before making a decision." Jun Shenguang organized this list. There were many Mortal Gu masters. They were all people with extraordinary aptitude. The Celestial Court lost the battle. The immortal graveyard was completely destroyed by Fang Yuan. Almost everything was being rebuilt. There were many things waiting to be done. Adding on the threat of the 5 regions' chaotic war, the Celestial Court had already decided to nurture more Gu immortals regardless of the cost. Qin Dingling took the Gu worm and probed it with her divine sense. There were many names on the list. Crane Gate's recommendation Sun Yuan Hua, Spirit Butterfly Valley's recommendation Xiao Qi Xing, Ancient Soul Sect's Gu Ting, Heaven's Envy Manor's Wei Wushang, but when it came to Spirit Affinity House, the list was empty. Qin Dingling sighed, her expression becoming complex. She naturally knew the specific list for Spirit Affinity House. It was definitely Feng Kim Hong. But after the Fate War, Feng Jioge changed sides and betrayed the Celestial Court. His whereabouts were unknown. As his daughter, Feng Kim Huang's situation was quite awkward. She was originally taken in as a disciple by Duke Long. She was the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. But now that Duke Long was dead and Fate was destroyed, Great Dream Immortal Venerable no longer had to rely on her. Zhou Xiong Xian's concern was, if the Celestial Court continued to nurture Feng Kim Hong, what would Celestial Court do if she betrayed them like her father? Although Feng Kim Hong was taken in as a disciple by Duke Long, the first disciple taught by Duke Long had schemed for millions of years, destroying Fate Gu of the Celestial Court. Would Feng Kim Hong, this second disciple, inherit this fine tradition in the future? Let's hold off on this list for now. We can discuss it later. P.S. Oh my God. Are all of you so ferocious? These days many new alliance leaders emerged. Thank you to Noon Night Moore, Fang Yuan, Little Shu Dong, Little Prince CC, Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self, Moon Sangya Buddha Scripture Lecture, Taoist Profound Gate, Purple Lightning Berserk God and others for their tens of thousands of gifts. Thank you to Demon Venerable Guyue for your astonishing gifts. You are truly ferocious. Congratulations on becoming this book's #1 alliance leader and #1 fan. Thank you to all the readers who supported this book, gifted and voted for it. The Gu Immortal Battle Team is supported by all of you. You are truly amazing. Chapter 1985. Central Continent, Lake Heart Mountain. The headquarters of Spirit Affinity House's public Blessed Land was located here. In the Blessed Land there was a place called Quiet Rain Valley. When Feng Kim Hong walked into the valley, it happened to be raining. Drizzle. The rain fell quietly without a sound. Bathed in the rain, even Feng Kim Hong unknowingly slowed down his footsteps. The air was filled with the fragrance of fresh grass. There was a thin layer of green. This rain was not cold, it was like jade, it had a reserved warmth. Feng Kim Hong knew, this was quiet rain. When this rain fell, any sound would be absorbed, the world was silent, it was so quiet that people could hear their own breathing and heartbeats. Quiet rain was a rank 6 immortal material. This valley was the resource point of quiet rain, thus it was named Quiet Rain Valley. After Feng Jioge betrayed the celestial court and went missing, his wife, who was also Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, applied to be transferred to Quiet Rain Valley to collect quiet rain. She did not leave the valley at all. Every time the quiet rain fell, the sound of a zither and flute would be heard in the valley. It was like Fairy Bai Qing's mournful cries. Feng Kim Hong heard this rumor and could not help but worry. He came to the valley to visit his mother. Now that the quiet rain was falling, the sound of a zither and flute could be heard from the valley. The zither sound was ethereal, it was like the clouds in the sky, it was ancient and pleasing to the ears. But the flute sound was high and resounding, it rose and fell abruptly, it was like an eagle flying in the sky, it tore through the wind and tore through the mist. At first, the zither sound resounded, the flute sound echoed, it was like both sides were talking, one after the other. Next, the zither and flute sounds started to interact, they played together bit by bit, gradually merging. White clouds were ethereal, eagles were flying in the clouds. The two abrupt sounds continued to merge, there was an indescribable sense of beauty. Eventually, the zither and flute sounds became one, they formed a mixed sound, it had the melodious sound of the zither and the sharp sound of the flute. One of a kind, too beautiful to behold. Feng Kim Hong is captivated by the beautiful music and can't help but reveal an intoxicated look. She went deep into the valley and successfully met her mother. Fairy Bai Qing sat in a bamboo pavilion, 2 goo worms that resembled white jade pearls were flying around her. They were 2 sound path mortal goo, zither goo and flute goo. When Feng Kim Hong walked into the pavilion, the music gradually stopped. Fairy Bai Qing already knew of Feng Kim Huang's arrival, she slowly turned around. This immortal and demonic union song was created when your father and I were in love, it was our song of love. I still remember back then, when your father performed for me for the first time, he said, "Immortal and demonic are of the same family, primordial origin immortal venerable was originally called primordial demon venerable by many variant humans. The meaning of this song is extraordinary, your father had always kept it in his collection and never used it, but during the Fate War he used it." Saying so, Fairy Bai Qing's tone changed as she looked at Feng Kim Hong. This time, the name list has already been approved. Feng Kim Hong nodded, "I know. Last time, the sect recommended me, but there was no news from the Celestial Court. This time, the sect replaced Sun Yao, and the Celestial Court quickly approved it." Fairy Bai Qing said plainly, "Originally the sect still wanted to recommend you, but Li Juning and Su Hao obstructed it, so it was changed to Sun Yao. How do you feel about such an outcome, my daughter?" Feng Kim Hong smiled, her smile was as bright as a flower. Instantly, the bamboo pavilion was bathed in bright sunlight. "Mother, why are you testing me like this? Ever since father betrayed me and left the Celestial Court, I was mentally prepared. Right now, the Dream Path Immortal Goo have not been taken away, the situation is already very good," Feng Kim Hong said. Fairy Bai Qing heard this and revealed a slight smile. "It is not that the righteous path does not have robberies, it is just that it is often covered with a layer of righteousness and morality. It is already very good that you can comprehend this. But you don't have to worry too much. After your father left the Celestial Court, he created Destiny's Song, his outstanding battle strength is seen by everyone, the Celestial Court and Spirit Affinity House will not dare to easily deal with you." Feng Kim Hong showed an unhappy expression. "Mother, you don't need to speak for father. Even though I can understand father, I will not forgive him. He suddenly left the Celestial Court without informing us. This is abandoning his wife and daughter. One day I will settle the score with him." He. Fairy Bai Qing smiled as she shook her head, she walked towards Feng Kim Hong and held her hand. "You misunderstood your father. That immortal and demonic dual song is a song of love that he has always treasured. Other than singing it in front of me, he has never used it for anything else. He only used it during the Fate War to tell me that immortal and demonic are together. His feelings for me have never changed, even if he leaves the righteous path and returns to the demonic path, it will not affect our relationship as a family of 3. Do you believe it? As long as I show any signs of leaving Spirit Affinity House, he will definitely take the initiative to receive me. It is just that he understands me, he knows that I do not want to become a member of the demonic path. Thus he gave us a chance to choose freely. He does not want his ideals to become a burden to us. Feng Kim Hong snorted coldly. Father would rather help the great demon Feng Yuan than help Master. Master is indeed stubborn, he always talks about fate, but he has good intentions towards us, he is truly thinking for me. Father's actions are too cold and emotionless. Mother, since you have nothing else, I will leave first. Oh you. Fairy Bai Ching sighed but did not urge her daughter to stay. Feng Kim Hong left Quiet Rain Valley and saw two female Gu masters. One was beautiful, the other cute, they were all Feng Kim Hong's subordinates, they were standing outside the valley anxiously. Seeing Feng Kim Hong, they immediately showed joyful expressions and welcomed him. Senior sister, we heard you came here, so we rushed over. The beautiful one was Qin Wan. Senior sister, sorry, I did not want to take your spot. Sun Yao's cute and round face was filled with unease. Qin Wan and Sun Yao were on good terms with Feng Kim Hong, they had always been Feng Kim Hong's followers. But in recent years, Feng Kim Hong had been cultivating Dream Path with Duke Long, he did not have much time to interact with these two anymore. Feng Kim Hong laughed heartily, he stretched out his finger and pointed at Sun Yao's forehead. Oh you did well this time, why are you apologizing? The recommendation spot is only a small matter, can't I become an immortal without any help? To me, becoming an immortal is not an obstacle. It is just that I need to consider what kind of Gu immortal I become. But to you this is a rare opportunity, make good use of it. After saying that to Sun Yao, Feng Kim Hong looked at Qin Wan. You have always had your own ideas, you can persevere. This time, with the Dao marks on your body, why did you faint? If it wasn't for that, the recommendation spot would have been yours. Qin Wan did not dare to retort. Senior sister is right, I was too lazy in my cultivation. It is not like that, senior sister. It was senior sister Qin Wan who was injured back then, she could not endure the pain and fainted. Sun Yao quickly clarified. So that's it. Feng Kim Hong nodded, saying regretfully, this is a huge loss indeed. Feng Yuan destroyed fake Gu and refined it into countless Heaven Path Dao marks, scattering them to everyone in the world. The more Heaven Path Dao marks you receive, the more benefits you will have in the future. Be it cultivation or immortal aperture management, there are no benefits. But it is fine even if you don't, this is just a fortuitous encounter. What determines your life's achievements will depend on your own talent and hard work. Yes, Qin Wan will listen to senior sister's teachings. Qin Wan bowed. Feng Kim Hong laughed again. Let's go, I will give you some pointers. Qin Wan and Sun Yao immediately showed joyful expressions, the latter even jumped up and down, cheering. This is great, we have not gathered for a long time. The three walked together, gradually leaving Quiet Rain Valley. Inside the valley, Fairy Bai Ching slowly retracted her investigative method. Daughter, you have grown up. Fairy Bai Ching showed a gratified expression. Feng Kim Hong had a deep understanding of her own situation, the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. She also had her own thoughts on Feng Jioge's actions, her foundation was also very solid. Maybe it was because you betrayed the Celestial Court that promoted your daughter's maturity. Let her walk her own path. As a mother, all I can do is give her my blessings. Of course, if some people in the sect do not know what is good for them and still want a yard after being given an inch, I, Bai Ching, will not give in. Fairy Bai Ching had a cold expression. At the same time, at another place on Affection Peak, Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elders Su Hao and Li Junying took the initiative to visit Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun had already become a Gu immortal. She had been sent by Spirit Affinity House to become the Lord of Affection Peak. She could reach her current accomplishments not only because of her own hard work, but also because of Su Hao and Li Junying's support. In terms of Gu immortal cultivation and immortal aperture management, Zhao Lianyun had also received guidance from the two immortals, she did not take many detours. Zhao Lianyun engraved these kindness in her heart. This time, when Su Hao and Li Junying came to visit, she immediately came out of closed cultivation and interrupted her cultivation to personally receive them. But after hearing the two immortals' intentions, Zhao Lianyun felt troubled. Seniors, do you want me to use the influence of the current generation fairy to deal with Feng Kim Hong and Fairy Bai Ching? That's right, this is the best opportunity. Feng Jioge betrayed us at the last moment, causing our celestial court to suffer a great defeat and fate to be destroyed. If we continue to attack now, we will definitely be able to defeat our opponents. Su Hao had a ruthless expression. The hatred between him and Feng Jioge could be said to have existed for a long time. In the past he wanted nothing more than for Feng Jioge to die. He suppressed the crucial information and did not report it. Feng Jioge's methods were also very forceful. He pushed them to the edge of Spirit Affinity House's authority. Most of the time, the two immortals were at a disadvantage against Feng Jioge. They could only rely on each other. To them, Feng Jioge's betrayal at the last moment was a pleasant surprise. This. Zhao Lianyun hesitated. Feng Jioge has already betrayed Celestial Court seniors. You have enmity with him, but why do you have to implicate his wife and daughter? Lianyun, we cannot be soft-hearted. Think about it, the scene when you fought with Feng Kim Hong for the position of Spirit Affinity Fairy. Li Juning urged, if you do not grasp this chance, it will be too late to regret it in the future. You do not need to worry too much. Let me tell you another piece of news. The sex recommendation list was originally Feng Kim Hong, but it is no longer her now. Seniors, you should forgive and forget. Zhao Lianyun urged. She was still not too willing. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Furthermore, when she and Feng Kim Hong competed for the position of Spirit Affinity Fairy, they were all positive moves. Feng Kim Hong had a deep background and never used any despicable methods. Even though Zhao Lianyun and Feng Kim Hong were opponents, Zhao Lianyun secretly admired Feng Kim Hong's character. She did not have any ill will towards her. Su Hao did not listen to her advice. Back then, did that demon Feng Jioge spare us? You are too kind, Lianyun. Lianyun. Li Juning frowned. Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly. She changed her path and continued to persuade. Seniors, this matter still needs to be analyzed. Even though the sect recommended someone else, the Celestial Court did not directly strip Feng Kim Hong of the spot. From this, it seems that the attitude of the Celestial Court's higher-ups towards her is still wavering. It is precisely because the Celestial Court is wavering that we have to give it a push and settle this matter. The struggle for power will never end, only when the victor is determined will it stop. Li Juning said with deep meaning. Zhao Lianyun sighed again. She had no choice but to agree. She had no choice. She owed Su Hao and Li Juning too many favors. Even though she was unwilling in the pugilistic world, she had no choice. These two had helped her so much. If she rejected them, what would others think of her? Zhao Lianyun was half an otherworldly demon. Even though she became the current generation's fairy, she was still ostracized by Spirit Affinity House. If she lost her relationship with Su Hao and Li Juning, she would become completely alone. The two immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun agreed. They were overjoyed and promised that they would reward her handsomely. Zhao Lianyun was not interested in the reward. After sending the two immortals away, she continued to cultivate in seclusion. Fate's destruction was a huge benefit to Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun's rebirth would greatly reduce the obstacles. But Ma Hongyun's soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Thus, Zhao Lianyun cultivated wholeheartedly to increase her strength, to make the best preparations to save her lover in the future. In the secret room, Zhao Lianyun calmed down and inspected her immortal aperture. Lianyun Blessed Land had a total area of 8,600,000 square kilometers. The flow of time was 1 to 13 times that of the outside world. The terrain mainly consisted of grassland and plains. But after adding the Heaven Path Dao marks, Lianyun Blessed Land was rapidly evolving in all aspects. First, the earth cracked and formed a huge ravine, followed by heavy rain that formed a huge river that connected the east and the west. The river overflowed and formed a flood that drowned the surroundings. 3 days and 3 nights later, the flood subsided, leaving behind large patches of fertile land. Small ravines and rivers connected to the main river, forming an intricate network of rivers. Zhao Lianyun witnessed the entire transformation of the immortal aperture. She was dazzled and shocked. With the Heaven Path Dao marks, the immortal aperture can evolve on its own. It will become extremely natural and balanced. Even though there are losses temporarily, the potential and prospects have increased by countless times. Zhao Lianyun had Thieving Heaven's divine concealment inheritance. She did not need to be affected by calamities and tribulations. There were pros and cons to this. Managing the immortal aperture had always been her weakness. But now, with the evolution of the Heaven Path Dao marks, this weakness of hers became much stronger. If only I had more Heavenly Law Dao marks. Sigh, it is a pity I only have 6.5 Heaven Path Dao marks in total. And these Dao marks are all in segments. There is not a single complete Heaven Path Dao mark. How many Heaven Path Dao marks can Fang Yuan have? He was in charge of the Gu refinement. He was the person closest to these Heaven Path Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun sighed. She could not imagine it or find an answer. but she knew that the gap between her and Fang Yuan had widened by countless times. P.S. The crowdfunding campaign has temporarily come to an end. Currently, the funds for the Silver Alliance leader have already been raised. Thank you for everyone's support, I am extremely grateful. As for the name list, because of the large number of participants, it will take some time before it can be announced. This crowdfunding campaign was held in a hurry. But everyone was too amazing, they reached it in just a day or two. The Gu Immortal team's ranking is actually at second place, even we are afraid of the strength we possess when we display it. Many readers were asking about the funds for the physical books. The funds raised from this campaign would be used for the following crowdfunding campaign for the physical books. If this campaign had been held, everyone would have been informed in time, it would have been more on track and would not have been so rushed. Thank you to Alliance Leader Great Dream Immortal Venerables Dao Guardian for your rewards. Thank you to Alliance Leader Winter Triple Sheep for your rewards. Thank you to Alliance Leader No Need to Fly for your rewards. Thank you to Alliance Leader Wind and Moon for your rewards. Chapter 1986. Wake up, lad. Peng De groaned and struggled to open his eyes. He saw an uncle with a full beard slapping his face with a rough palm. Peng De was dazed for a moment before recognizing the identity of the person in front of him. Uncle Emoli, he called out, didn't I sleep on the hunchback? Peng De looked around and couldn't help but be stunned again. The surroundings were covered in sand, the caravan was nowhere to be seen, only he and Emoli were left, they were in a sorry state. It hurts. Peng De groaned, he found his body was covered in injuries. Uncle Emoli looked at Peng De and sighed, lad, I really don't know what to say about you, you are really lucky. Many Gu masters tried to escape but died. You're still alive in your sleep. However, if I had not discovered your weak aura in time and dug you out, you would have been buried alive. Uncle Emoli, you saved me again. Uncle Emoli, you saved me again. Peng De grabbed Emoli's hands in gratitude, but what exactly is going on? This is a natural disaster, I have never seen it before. Uncle Emoli heaved a heavy sigh. Then, what about our caravan? Sigh, only the two of us are left now. What? Peng Da's eyes opened wide as he cursed in his heart. Why is this world so dangerous? Natural disasters happen at the drop of a hat. I only slept for a while and I almost died again. My heavens, what kind of world did I come to? They simply do not treat humans as humans, the living environment is too vile. At least we are still alive. Emoli knocked on Peng Da's head. Look at you, you are still not satisfied? To be able to survive such a natural disaster is already the greatest fortune. Look at me. Emoli pointed at his chest. I struggled for most of my life to have this caravan. Now it is all gone. Let's not worry too much, this damned life can only be like this. Sigh, if only I could become an immortal. Immortal? Are there still immortals in this world? Emoli glanced at Peng De. You really forgot everything? You even forgot about immortals? Sigh, I'll explain to you later. Let's leave this place first. Peng De then followed Emoli to the nearest oasis. Peng De followed behind Emoli and carefully asked, are there a lot of these calamities? Of course. Emo said in a weathered tone. It's not easy for us to make a living in the desert. The sandstorm was an assassin who often visited. Sometimes there would be flying knife hurricanes. Every gust of wind could condense into a huge wind blade, cutting everything in its path. Other than natural disasters, there were also evil beasts. For example, this is the wolf desert. Sand wolves are the most common. How? As Molly was speaking, a group of desert wolves suddenly drilled out of the desert. Wolves? Peng De jumped up in fright. Oh my God, they came out from under the sand. There are so many of them, what should we do, uncle? Emoli's expression was grave as he cursed, damn it! Why haven't these sand wolves been wiped out by the natural disaster? But thinking about it, it was not strange. The Qi tide was a phenomenon formed by the fusion of the Qi of heaven and earth, and it originated from the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao would never kill everyone. Everything would leave a slim chance of survival. Since Emoli and Peng De could survive, there was naturally a chance for other life forms to survive as well. The sand wolves appeared from all directions. But strangely, although they noticed Peng De and Emoli, they did not attack. Instead, they quickly gathered and howled while staring at the desert. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A series of horrifying rustling sounds could be heard as golden scorpions drilled out of the ground. Each of these golden scorpions was the size of a millstone. Peng De felt a chill down his spine. The golden scorpions and the sand wolves started a fierce battle. Whenever a sand wolf was stung by a golden scorpion stinger, it would immediately foam at the mouth and fall to the ground, eventually dying. The golden scorpions also could not resist the claws of the sand wolves and were often torn to shreds. The two groups of wild beasts fought with low intelligence, ignoring Mo Li and Peng Da who were close to them. Peng Da's face turned pale as he watched in fear. This world was too dangerous. No matter which side won, they would definitely target him in the end. We have to break out. Mo Li gritted his teeth with a determined expression. But, uncle, we are surrounded by golden scorpions and sand wolves. Peng Da wanted to cry but had no tears. Do you want to wait to be eaten? Mo Li said and was about to move. Lad, can you fight? I can't, I lost my memory. These sand wolves and golden scorpions don't care if you lost your memory or not. Follow me and do your best to protect yourself. There is still hope to break out. Mo Li said this and laughed. If we fail, you will have to fill the stomachs of wild beasts. But don't worry, you are not going to die alone, there is still me. Peng Da could not help but roll his eyes. Rather than dying like this, he would rather be buried alive. Mo Li started to break out. Peng Da shouted, Uncle, wait for me. He could only follow behind Mo Li with all his might. It was fine if they did not move, but once they moved they alerted the scorpion group and the wolf group. Almost at the same time, several golden scorpions and sand wolves charged towards them from the left and right. Mo Li shouted and activated Mortal Goo, but he only managed to repel two wild beasts before the two were surrounded by the beast group. We failed to break out. Mo Li sighed and gave up on resisting. Peng Da clutched his head and fell into despair, his legs were trembling. Am I going to die? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, be it mini 5 regions or mini 9 heavens, they were in chaos. Many southern borders mountains collapsed and the terrain was unstable. Many central continents rivers changed directions and flooded. Many western desert sandstorms engulfed oases and cities, Kokitahara. A fierce snowstorm blew. Pure white flames swayed in the wind and snow. Wherever the flames touched, they would burn that place. This was an exceptional fire immortal material, frost ice flame. Places with dense ice and snow dow marks had a certain chance of producing such a mystical flame. This flame was mostly filled with ice and snow dow marks, but the core of the flame was filled with dense fire path dow marks. We cannot let these frost ice flames spread. Snowman Gu Immortal Shui Air was controlling the situation and doing her best to provide disaster relief. She was appointed by Fang Yuan to manage 3 sacred mountain. She was in charge of the snow crystal formation and focused on the snowman race's growth. The frost ice flames spread in 3 sacred mountain. Once the flames touched them, be they snowmen or snow monsters, they would scream in pain as they were burned to ashes. The snowmen were in chaos, running for their lives, trampling each other to death. Among the chaotic crowd, only a few snowman Gu masters were trying to maintain order. But unfortunately, with their cultivation level, they could not do anything to these immortal materials, frost ice flames. Oh no, the frost ice flames are attached to the ice path crystal essence. Shui Air's expression was pale, she was extremely anxious. In order to save more snowmen earlier, she lost sight of the situation and allowed the frost ice flames to appear in the snow crystal formation. The ice path crystal essence was the core of the snow crystal formation. Fang Yuan used the formation to spread the frost energy emitted by the ice path crystal essence to every inch of the surroundings, changing the surroundings into a suitable environment for the snowmen and snow monsters to live in. Shui Air was filled with regret and hatred. She could do nothing as she watched the frost ice flames burn the ice path crystal essence. Shui Air held back her tears as she blamed herself. The snow crystal formation was given to her by Fang Yuan. It was the foundation of the snowman race, but because of her mistake, it was destroyed. She felt that she had let down the snowman, she had let down Fang Yuan's expectations. But right at this time a figure appeared. Fang Yuan. Shui Air was stunned before she showed joy on her face. Fang Yuan grabbed at the air, grabbing several times he took all of the frost ice flames in the formation. Fang Yuan suddenly gave a muffled groan, his body shook and pale white lines appeared all over his body. From these pale white lines, Shui Air felt a majestic might that could fill heaven and earth. These are Heaven Path Dao marks. Oh heavens, so many Heaven Path Dao marks, there are at least 1,000? Shui Air covered her mouth in shock. I will leave the rest to you. Fang Yuan smiled at Shui Er as he vanished from Shui Er's sight along with the frost ice flames. Shui Er's heart felt empty as she felt deep worry. Fang Yuan actually has so many heaven path Dao marks on him, no wonder he went into hiding after the Fate War and rarely took action. Sigh, I am so useless I could not share his burden at all. Even this snow crystal formation was not protected well. Fang Yuan appeared to help Shui Er. He resolved the crisis of the snowman base in Kokidahara. He returned to his secret room and continued to cultivate. When refining Fate Gu, Fang Yuan's position was extremely advantageous. Together with his full effort in collecting Heaven Path Dao marks, he had more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks on him. All of them were complete. It could be said that he was the biggest beneficiary of Red Lotus Plan. But this benefit was too huge, Fang Yuan could not digest it in a short period of time. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. With the addition of Heaven Path Dao marks, it meant that Sovereign Grotto Heaven had gained more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. These Heaven Path Dao marks had a huge influence on the entire Sovereign Grotto Heaven. The influence range was huge, it involved many aspects. From the rise and fall of mountains, to the change of a small mountain stream. The Tao of Heaven is to reduce surpluses and replenish deficiencies. All living beings are balanced and restrict each other. Even in an extreme environment like the snow crystal formation, the Tao of Heaven can change and create fire path Tao marks from the ice and snow Tao marks. Once the frost ice flames wreak havoc, Kokidahara's environment will change beyond recognition. Of course, if I ignore it, my Sovereign Grotto Heaven will benefit from it. It will become a perfect ecosystem with great prospects. But this method expends too much foundation. It is also what Red Lotus Demon Venerable wants to see. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Fate Gu was destroyed, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan succeeded. Fang Yuan had no value to him anymore. Thus, Red Lotus schemed to use the Heaven Path Dao marks to restrict Fang Yuan and restrict his growth speed. And even though Fang Yuan had already predicted this, he had no choice but to jump into this trap. Because Fang Yuan found that Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu might have been tampered with by Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan needed to use these Heaven Path Dao marks to restrict Spectral Soul's methods. Red Lotus had been making use of Fang Yuan. This could be seen from the rank 7 future self-killer move. But Fang Yuan was also making use of Red Lotus. Only by using this Demon Venerable's plan could Fang Yuan successfully resolve the huge problem of Fate Gu. At the same time, he could use this million-year plan to help himself escape from Spectral Soul's control. Zhao Lianyun allowed the Heaven Path Dao marks to transform the Immortal Aperture, while Fang Yuan took the initiative to interfere. The Heaven Path Dao marks were transforming the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He also actively participated, resisting and cooperating with them to preserve his foundation. It was this cooperation and resistance that made Fang Yuan gain many insights. The grand and merciless Heaven Dao, the active resistance of human path, these two resonated with each other in Fang Yuan's mind. It is about time. After a long while, Fang Yuan moved again. This time he stored the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. His main body came to the outside world of the 5 regions. He was in Western Desert. There was a short tree in front of him. This short tree was less than 8 feet tall. Its branches were thin and crooked, like monstrous claws. It was extremely ugly. But the amazing thing was, it gave off a huge light shadow. This light shadow was extremely huge. It was 500 to 600 feet tall. It was like a tree with lush flowers. The branches were white like snow. The flowers were pink like cherry blossoms. There were many small fruits among the flowers. They were not ripe. They were of different colors. It was that 1,000-wish tree. Around the 1,000-wish tree, there was an immortal formation set up by Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan stored the immortal formation. He uprooted the 1,000-wish tree and sent it into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This action immediately caused the wind and clouds to surge. A surge of chi waves spread in all directions. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He turned into a rainbow light and flew into the sky. The chi waves swept the surrounding desert, producing rumbling sounds. Pengda and Mo Li failed to break out. They were surrounded by the desert wolves. They were about to attack when the chi waves spread. The desert wolves were in chaos. They fled in all directions. Pengda was shocked. Another natural disaster. Amoli opened his eyes wide. He took a look and laughed. Haha, we are saved. This is not a natural disaster. It is at most a hurricane. Let's go. P.S. Thank you Alliance Leader for the Cultivation Broccoli reward. Thank you Alliance Leader Yenshin Tianyu Yen for the amazing reward. Chapter 1987. After the Qi tide, the sky was clear and the clouds were sparse. It was a refreshing scene. A yellow cloud was flying in the sky, leaving behind countless specks of light sand along the way. A female immortal was sitting on the yellow cloud. She had a plump body and a round waist. She was a member of Western Desert's Superforce, Mo clan. In Western Desert's Gu immortal world, she had a title, Plump Lady. Plump Lady did not dislike this title at all. She considered being fat to be beautiful. After knowing this title, she liked it very much. From then on, she called herself that in public. As time passed, even her original name was covered by this title. While flying on the yellow cloud, Plump Lady's expression suddenly changed. She sensed something amiss. Thus, the yellow cloud turned and flew diagonally. After changing its route slightly, it stopped in the air. Plump Lady stood up from the yellow cloud, looking at the huge pit below her. This huge pit was already partially covered by the sand that was blown by the wind, but Plump Lady was a native of Western Desert. She was very familiar with the terrain of sand pits. This is not a naturally formed sand pit. Something was taken away from it, leaving behind an empty space. This aura? It is the aura of an ancient desolate plant. Plump Lady's eyes shined with bright light. She immediately understood. A Gu immortal had secretly taken away an ancient desolate plant here. Plump Lady snorted coldly, feeling anger in her heart. Although she did not know what this ancient desolate plant was, this was Wolf Desert. It was her Mo clan's territory. Stealing this ancient desolate plant was the same as stealing Mo clan's wealth. This ancient desolate plant can conceal itself from my clan's investigation. It must be quite extraordinary. It was probably discovered by someone long ago, but they did not take it away. Now that the Qi tide is going to cause trouble, the person who stole the ancient desolate plant must have been worried that the Qi tide would harm this ancient desolate plant. That's why they took action. Plump Lady analyzed inwardly, carefully inspecting the scene. The intruder's movements were very clean. He did not leave behind any obvious clues. She was disappointed. She could only use an information path Gu worm to inform Mo clan, hoping that the clan could send experts to track and capture this damn thief. Plump Lady used an information path Gu worm to record some of the situation, before setting off again. She naturally had an important matter to attend to this trip. She could not waste any more time here. As she flew, she saw an oasis. The oasis was vast and there was a stone city in the center. Although the city walls were short, they were huge. A large number of mortals lived in the city. This was Sandwolf City. Sandwolf City was one of the main cities of the Mo clan. The Plump Lady didn't hide her tracks and directly descended to the city lord's manor. There were already people in the city master's mansion who were prepared to receive the Plump Lady. When they saw the Plump Lady, they all knelt on the ground and shouted, "We greet the immortal. Get up, all of you." The Plump Lady withdrew the yellow cloud, stepped on the ground and walked in front of the crowd. "Exalted immortal, your welcome banquet is ready. It has the best wine and delicacies in Sandwolf City, as well as fresh fruits that were just picked today," the city lord said flatteringly. However, the Plump Lady waved her hand. She was not interested and only said, "Prepare a secret room for me to train in seclusion. Also, I asked you to gather talented and loyal Gu masters. How is it going?" "It's about time. Most of the Gu masters in the city have already been selected," the city lord quickly replied. "Very good. In 3 days I will take them away. Now go and do your work." "Yes, I will do my best to complete this task to the best of my ability," the city lord hurriedly promised. The secret room's door slowly closed. Plump Lady activated the Gu formation inside. She had an exhausted expression as her divine sense entered her immortal aperture. Seeing the scene inside, she let out a deep sigh. Her immortal aperture was originally a vast expanse of yellow sand. It was a flat area. At the center of the desert, Plump Lady had arranged over 6,000 acres of sand fields. These sand fields mainly produced 2 types of immortal materials. They were light sand of various colors as well as cold and warm quicksand. This was a trade that Plump Lady had been doing for a long time. But during the Fate War, Plump Lady absorbed 5 Heaven Path Dao marks. Her immortal aperture started to transform. The terrain became undulating, sand dunes were increasing in number. There was even an earth trench that resembled a blade that slashed down horizontally. It cut across the entire desert center. A huge area of sand fields had suffered great losses. I don't have wisdom path methods. I cannot deduce and restrain this natural transformation. Unless I ask a wisdom path Gu immortal for help, but my foundation is too low, I can't afford it. I might as well save this expense in case of future mishaps. Plump Lady sighed internally. Mo clan also had Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, but they were not close to Plump Lady. In fact, even if they were close, Wisdom Path deductions would expend immortal essence. They could not sacrifice it for Plump Lady. Therefore there had to be some sort of reward. Furthermore, I have been absorbing heaven and earth chi recently. My immortal aperture is becoming unstable. At this moment, the 5 regional walls were gone. The 5 regions heaven and earth chi were no longer obstructed. They were actively fusing. Western Desert's heaven and earth chi was also changing. This caused the foundation of Western Desert's Gu Immortals' immortal apertures to be different from the outside world's heaven and earth chi. When Gu Immortals absorbed these different heaven and earth chi, their immortal aperture would become unstable and cause turbulence. But the best way for Gu Immortals to deal with it was to cooperate and absorb the heaven and earth chi frequently. If they went into closed cultivation when the outside world's heaven and earth chi changed greatly, they would open their immortal aperture's entrance to connect to the outside world. The turbulence would be even greater, the damage to the immortal aperture would be even more severe. If I had chi path attainment, I would be able to make up for the loss of heaven and earth chi. Wisdom path was a high and mighty path. While chi path had been declining for a long time, there were very few chi path Gu Immortals. Plump Lady's thoughts were just fantasies. They were unrealistic. She could only console herself. Even though she did not have the help of Wisdom Path or Chi Path, the other Gu Immortals did not either. Thus, she would not be eliminated and left behind immediately. Plump Lady had a deep sense of danger. This was a common feeling among the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions. The 5 regions were united. Everyone knew that the future would not be peaceful. Thus, be they Gu Immortals who cultivated alone or the various forces, they were all preparing for the upcoming battle. This time, Plump Lady came to Sandwolf City on orders to gather more Gu Immortal seeds for Mo clan to nurture. In fact, not just Mo clan, not just Western Desert, the whole of the 5 regions and even the Grotto Heaven forces of Black and White Heavens were preparing for war. In the past, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had been relatively peaceful. When super forces nurtured Gu Immortals, they would first consider resources and reserves. But now all forces were preparing for war. They were even going all out. Almost all forces placed their resources after Gu Immortals. There was a common view. If they did not nurture enough Gu Immortals when the enemy exterminated them in the future, the cultivation resources that they could not use would belong to others. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Plump Lady looked at the sand fields in her immortal aperture, her heart bleeding. She could not give up on these 6,000 acres of sand fields. This was her only source of income. It was her main source of income for her cultivation. Plump Lady could only try to protect it. The future was unpredictable. She did not know how long the chi tides would last, but she had to try her best to protect them. In the current world, only Fang Yuan knows how long the chi tides will last. He has spring-autumn cicada after all. He was reborn from the future. Plump Lady was very envious of this. Plump Lady rebuilt the sand fields in her immortal aperture, repairing the Gu formation inside. The earth trench could not be repaired. Therefore, the originally neat and tidy 6,000 acres of sand field was split into 2 halves. If only I had an immortal formation. Plump Lady felt some regret. Mo clan also had a formation path Gu Immortal. Back then, when setting up the sand fields, Mo clan's formation path Gu Immortal had asked Plump Lady if she needed his help. But Plump Lady rejected him. On one hand, she did not want her immortal aperture to be exposed. On the other hand, she wanted to take advantage of the situation. After all, she needed an immortal Gu in her possession to construct the immortal formation. Plump Lady only had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. Secondly, the compensation for Mo clan's formation path Gu Immortal was not cheap. If I had set up the immortal formation back then, my losses would have been much lower. Who could have thought that my own immortal aperture would not be safe? Plump Lady thought of this and could not help but feel envious of that formation path Gu Immortal in her clan. In this current period, this Mo clan's formation path Gu Immortal was quite popular. Many people sought his help to set up protective immortal formations for the resource points in their immortal apertures. Plump Lady hated her own Earth Path cultivation. Earth Path was good at changing terrain, but there were the most Earth Path Gu Immortals in Western Desert. Plump Lady's Earth Path inheritance was also quite ordinary. As for dual cultivation, Plump Lady did not dare to have such an arrogant thought. She only cultivated Earth Path now, but she did not have enough time and money. Cultivating 2 paths was simply courting death. Moreover, only those rare and outstanding inheritances had methods to cultivate both. For example, if Thunder Ghost True Monarch or Duke Long had left their inheritances. After Plump Lady repaired the sand fields in her immortal aperture, she needed to buy some sand. Sand fields use sand to store sand. Without enough immortal material sand and rocks, the production would be greatly affected. Plump Lady took out a goo worm and communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. All sorts of information appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies, a large number of wills were talking and countless divine senses were communicating. With the changes in the world, goo immortals could not move around freely. On one hand, they had to breathe in heaven and earth chi frequently to keep up with the world. On the other hand, they had to take care of their immortal apertures and repair them like Plump Lady. It was rare for Zhao Lianyun to ignore them. Thus, goo immortals needed immortal materials, they needed help from goo immortals of other paths. Thus, the communication in Jewel Yellow Skies became very lively. There's another wave of chi over here. Everyone is in a terrible situation. When is this chi tide going to end? Damn it, my fishery in the sea is completely destroyed. The most annoying thing is not being able to move freely. The stronger the foundation of the immortal aperture, the longer it takes to adjust the heaven and earth chi, to keep up with the changes in the 5 regions. The goo immortals sighed as they discussed all the information about the chi tides. Other than that, there was a warrant for Fang Yuan's arrest. A mysterious force described Fang Yuan's predicament and offered a huge sum of money to buy the latest information on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. More terrifyingly, he could devour other people's immortal apertures and skip calamities and tribulations, raising his cultivation level. But now, Fang Yuan had obtained too many heaven path Dao marks, his strength had fallen to rock bottom. Whoever discovers his exact location will be rewarded handsomely. The secret of sovereign immortal fetus goo was completely exposed. This was not the doing of the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle and old man Zheng Yuan were ordered by Spectral Soul to issue an arrest warrant. Too strong. This sovereign immortal body is truly terrifying, he can actually cultivate all paths. I finally understand why Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose so quickly. No wonder he became a rank 8 great expert in the blink of an eye. Who could have such a fortuitous encounter? Why does heaven favor an otherworldly demon? If I could receive such treatment, I might also have his achievements. The goo immortals were filled with envy and jealousy. We cannot let him grow, he devours other people's immortal apertures. He is the bane and enemy of us goo immortals. Let those tall people have a headache. I'm just a minor character, how could I encounter Fang Yuan? There are so many immortal materials as a reward, I wonder which lucky person will obtain them. Lucky person? Exposing the location of the great demon Fang Yuan and offending him, how lucky can he be? We have all seen Fang Yuan's battle strength, even if it has fallen, how low can it be? No matter how weak a person is, it is easy to crush an ant. Even if I accidentally find him, I will not dare to expose his information. Plump Lady listened to the discussions of the goo immortals, her emotions fluctuating. This news had appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies many days ago. It had been in a huge commotion and was still being discussed now. It was extremely popular and showed no signs of weakening. The fate battle was witnessed by everyone in the world. Fang Yuan's performance was truly shocking and terrifying. His pseudo-venerable battle strength was known by the world. The title of the #1 demon in the world had already been given to him. No one did not respect him. It is best if I do not meet such a great person in my life. No matter how fat I am still a small person. If I get involved in this battle between great experts, not even a speck of dust will be left. Plump Lady knew her limits, she only wanted to watch the show. However, she did not know that she had once fought with Fang Yuan. In fact, the thief who stole the ancient desolate plant that she had just discovered was Fang Yuan. Just as the Plump Lady was cultivating in seclusion, 2 figures in a sorry state supported each other as they slowly made their way to the entrance of the Sand Wolf City. The city guards did not chase them away, because they had already recognized that these 2 were goo masters. The guard only walked towards them and stretched out his hand. City entrance fee 1 yuan stone per person. There is an entrance fee? One of the goo masters who was in trouble stared with wide eyes. It was Peng Da. The middle-aged goo master he was supporting was naturally Mo Li. The 2 were saved by the chi wave caused by Fang Yuan moving the 1,000-wish tree away. They went through a lot of trouble and finally returned to Sand Wolf City. I have it here. Emoli was prepared. He took out 2 yuan stones and placed them in the guard's hand. Peng De stared at these 2 yuan stones. Along the way he had received Emoli's guidance. He could already look into his aperture and found the 3 goo worms on him. He also understood the value of yuan stone. It was not just a currency, it could also replenish a goo master's precious primeval essence. 2 yuan stone to enter the city. Peng De sighed, "Uncle Emoli, I will pay you back." Emoli patted his shoulder, "Lad, let's go. No matter how poor I am, I do not need to worry about this bit of money. During this period of time, you can stay at my place. You are unfamiliar with this place and have no money on you, how can you survive alone?" Emoli guided Peng De along the way. He found that he knew nothing about goo master cultivation. He completely believed his words of amnesia. "Uncle, I am really grateful to you. You saved my life and took such good care of me." "What are you talking about?" Emoli interrupted Peng Da's words and led him into the city. Emoli's house was in the central area of San Wolf City. It was a huge house with many flowers and trees planted in the courtyard. "Wife, I am back." Emoli knocked on the door. It was his wife who opened it. "Husband, you are finally back." Emoli's wife was a rank 2 goo master. She was overjoyed upon seeing her husband. "I heard about the Qi tide. I thought you. I was lucky and did not die, but the caravan was destroyed. Only this little brother and I survived." Sigh. Emoli heaved a deep sigh. "Isn't being alive enough for you to rejoice?" Emoli's wife rolled her eyes. "Auntie." Peng De greeted at an appropriate time. Emoli's wife chuckled, "Little brother, my old Emo has to thank you for guiding us along the way." Peng Da's face immediately turned red as he said, "I am ashamed. It was all thanks to Uncle taking care of me this time. Without Uncle's help, I would have died in the desert. When we are outside we should take care of each other. Quickly come in." Emoli's wife was very enthusiastic. Emoli and Peng De were finally safe after going through hardships. In Emoli's house, after taking a quick bath, the two lay on their respective beds and slept soundly. They slept from noon to night, when Peng De was woken up by Emoli and had a feast. After eating and drinking, Emoli said to his wife, "We still have a lot of money left. Although the caravan was destroyed this time, as long as I am here, I can rebuild a caravan." However, his wife looked hesitant. "Husband, I haven't had time to tell you about this yet. I was hesitating, but fortunately you came back alive." "What is it?" Emoli asked curiously. "Not long after you left, the city lord issued an order to select goo masters with a great aptitude who are loyal to Emo clan. It is said that this is an order from the higher-ups to nurture these goo masters into goo immortals." "Oh, there is such a thing?" Emoli hesitated. "The city lord personally issued an announcement? I was in a hurry when I passed by the city gates and did not see it." Emoli's wife continued, "Our son heard this news and wanted to join." Emoli laughed. "It is rare for this kid to want to improve himself. Unfortunately, he only has great aptitude." Emoli's wife smiled. "Aptitude is not important. What is important is his loyalty to Emo clan. As long as he shows loyalty, our son will have a chance to be recommended." Emoli immediately realized and asked, "How much?" Emoli's wife said a number, causing Peng De to open his mouth in shock. Emoli's wife frowned. "Even if we use all of our remaining money, it is still not enough. Master, you make the decision." Emoli was silent for a moment before saying resolutely, "I will borrow. It is rare that our son is no longer a glutton and wants to improve himself. This is a good thing. Even if I throw away my face, I will definitely be able to borrow enough yuan stone." "Husband." Emoli's wife was extremely moved but also worried. "But our caravan is completely destroyed. I am afraid that you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."